Man, wouldn't it have been nice if I had lined up that timer with when the music actually ends? Wouldn't that have been awesome, dude? I was like, oh, it's gonna be perfect. The music is gonna, like, reach that part right there. It's gonna reach that little conclusion there. And then the timer's gonna hit 0 and we'll be ready to roll. That's not what happened. That's okay. We work with what we've got. So, you know, you win some and you lose some. And today we lost, but that's alright. So, lords and ladies, we are back. We are back in some more Dark Souls 2. Last time, if y'all don't remember, we spent... Good, I'm with Ava and Ryan. What's up, Ava and Ryan? Hope y'all are well. Last time, we spent 8 hours, 11 minutes, and 2 seconds. Don't forget the 2 seconds. Fighting the Fume Knight. And we did not beat him. Which means tonight is Revenge Night. Tonight is where we slaughter the Fume Knight once and for all. Because I cannot put up with another night of nothing but fighting Fume Knight. Now, for the sake of continuity, full disclosure, I did boot up the game earlier today in order to take a screenshot of his boss arena for the stream here. You could see the screenshot in my Steam. And I also turned the music back on, because if y'all remember, we turned off the music so we could blast ODST music at the end of our stream for our last couple of attempts, which, you know, that didn't even really help, but it was worth a shot. So, here we are. We are ready to roll. That is a long text message that I just received. There we go. Alright. Yeah, let's get it. Also, my contacts tonight, because I wear monthly contacts, and these things are definitely like a month old, so they're they're already a little bit dried out. 8 minutes 11 or 8 hours 11 minutes and 12 seconds on one boss seems about right. Yep. That's the way right there. Yeah. So we'll see. I'll probably be... I don't even have eye drops this time. I just have a full... Actually, I lied. I do have the eye drops. I'm gonna go in and pop in a couple of those guys. Let's see. Cannot wait to get to that point in Dark Souls 2 myself. If you want my advice, just don't play it. That's my advice for right now. We'll see if I change my tune after we beat it. But let me pop in... couple of eye drops right there. There we go. Now we're nice and clear. Also, something else that just occurred to me is I don't have my mic on its beautiful little homemade mic stand here. Don't mind the freaking clattering of objects on my desk. Alright, there we go. There we go. Also, I think I can put my mic on just one of these things instead of both of them, and that way it's not blocking off so much of my screen, but it's still actually helping a little bit. I'm also going to raise this because it's cutting off my head, so I'm going to raise that just a little bit. And that way if I'm standing right here, it's not completely cutting my head out of the frame. So, okay, let's make sure my vision is clear enough. Tilt up my monitor as well so I can actually see what we're gaming with here. Alrighty, lords and ladies, it's time to give another run at Fume Knight. So, let me get all my ducks in a row here, all of my cables. It's very different when you're standing up, you know. Unfortunately, Joseph Filmography, I've already spent money on it. Oh, dang, fair enough, fair enough. Play 3 first, though. Play 3 first. I think you should absolutely play 2 last. Or alternatively, there's 2 ways you can go about it. Way number 1, you can play Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, and then if you love both of them a lot, play 2. Or alternatively, you can play Dark Souls 1, have a great time, play Dark Souls 2, suffer, and then reward yourself with Dark Souls 3 at the end. That would be hype. Let's see. Now, Dark Souls 2 is worth it, but sometimes it is... Yeah, some of it is absolutely awful. That's what I keep... And I'll have to beat the game fully, but I think Dark Souls 2 is worth it if you love 1 and 3. I don't think you should play it if you haven't played 1 and 3. Honestly, multiple playthroughs. not play Dark Souls 2, so it can only go up from there. See, that is a good mentality though. I do like if you're committed, by all means play Dark Souls 2. I could never recommend it to someone who isn't like in it to win it though, because genuinely I think this game would scare someone off from the rest of the franchise. but we'll see. So, we've got a fresh mind, a fresh body here. It's been a week since last we fought the Fume Knight. I'm out of human effigies, and I don't really want to freaking farm for human effigies right now. But I'll tell y'all this. I also saw in my YouTube recommended a video popped up of a guy fighting the Fume Knight, and he was doing way more damage than I was, and he was fighting solo. I'm almost wondering if having Steelheart Ellie was nerfing us. That's what I'm wondering right now. So, I'm just gonna try him solo a couple times here. I'm gonna stand there and take that freaking attack to the mouth, apparently. Alright, here we go. If I was smart, I would have healed right there, but that's okay. Boom. Yeah. Because we can do it, honestly. I don't know. We'll see. We're going to find out. I'm going to read that text in a minute. Because if I try to read that thing right now, I'm just going to get slaughtered. And I don't really want to get slaughtered. I'm going to be honest with you. Woo! Alright, Fume Knight. Oh! Horrible timing. That's okay, though. I feel like if you don't have the muscle memory from other games, that the jank controls would screw you up less. Honestly, that is a good point. However, because, and I think I mentioned this, I had one of my friends, she was making fun of me for being bad at this game, so I had her play it to be like, okay, tough guy, let's see you do it. And she actually did pretty well, and I think that's kind of partially the conclusion that we came to, is if you don't have a fun video game to compare Dark Souls 2 against, like, you don't realize that it sucks. I mean, obviously, I'm exaggerating. You know, I exaggerate it for comedic effects, because this game, it definitely has an effect on me, and not a positive one. But, I think there is merit to what you're saying. The problem is, I don't know if... I can't imagine someone picking this up as their first game and sticking with it. I can see any other game being the first one that someone plays, but genuinely I cannot picture that happening with Dark Souls 2. I don't know. We'll see. I say we'll see. There's no real way to know. But, again, let's beat the game, and then I can actually give some conclusive thoughts on how I think, you know, how I feel about the game as a whole. I also did hear, I heard that in the time since our last stream, I heard that Sir Alon's, because, full confession, Sir Alon is genuinely, like, half of why I'm even playing this freaking game, because that is the one boss theme in this game that I think is genuinely on the same tier as Dark Souls 3's music, and I've been really looking forward to fighting him. I've heard that his run back is terrible. That is the only other thing that I know about him, is the music slaps and his run back is awful. So that's gonna be an interesting one. That's okay, it is what it is. You know, it's only our first couple attempts. We've only been going for 13 minutes, so I'll take it. Considering it's been a week since I've played, and we're only just now, you know, picking back up, I'm like, alright, we're doing well enough for ourselves. Well enough. Although, I have to wonder if my Whisper of Despair is even having an effect on him right now. I don't know. It kind of seems like it isn't. Let's see. I kind of want to, like, I'm going to go in and not use it, and I'm going to see if there's a pretty drastic difference in our damage output on him. Get a couple good hits on him. Yeah, see, I don't know if that made a difference for our damage output. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Because I wonder if I wonder if I'm using it too early. I wonder if he's immune while I'm using it. But I don't know. Oh, okay, never mind. That's a colossal difference. Who am I kidding? That is a huge difference. I'm like, I don't think that's actually doing anything. Meanwhile, it doubles my freaking damage output. Oh, I'm cooked. Okay. Now we know Whisper's working, though. Now we know it's working. I might be ditching the contacts, like, sooner rather than later, honestly. Because already, my eyes are mad dry. So that's gonna be... It's gonna be... Yeah, let's see. Hang on. Pop a couple of those guys in. Dude, me taking eye drops, it's like I'm hitting, like... It's like I don't know, like... I'm, like, getting my fix of... It's like I've got some kind of, like, freaking tobacco or something. I'm like, I gotta get my fix. Gotta get my fix of the eye drops. Like, every few minutes. It's like, ooh, gotta put some in. Alright. Let's take him down, y'all. Let's take him down. Let's at least get to phase 2 on this run. How about that? Let's get to phase 2. Because this whole, oh, I'm just gonna, like, not do any damage to him and I'm just gonna die, like, immediately. It's getting kind of tired. Alright, let's back off. Have him come to us, regen some stamina. Heck yeah. Alright, get a good swing on him. Boom. Alright, regen some stamina right there. And he's gonna go... Let's bait out a big attack. Okay. Alright. Ah, I missed my shot. I missed my shot. Okay. Come on, Fume Knight. Come on, Fume Knight. Let's see it. Let's see it. Come on, pal. Because I know as soon as I start doing this freaking spell, he's going to be all up on me. Yup. Come on, buddy. Come on. Just give me a greatsword attack, pal. Just give me a greatsword attack. That's all I want. Okay, you know what? Screw it. That's my best chance. Alright. We'll work with that. We'll work with that. We just gotta heal up some stamina right there. Oof. Somehow I dodged that. I don't know how, but I'll take it. Okay, heal up some stamina. Get a hit on him. Get the crap smacked out of me. Regen some stamina. Alright, swing that greatsword, pal. That's not... See, that's the wrong sword, though. Like, I asked you to swing your greatsword, and then you swung the other sword. In that respect, honestly, I kind of like phase 2 better. Because he doesn't have the tiny sword. And the tiny sword might be the thing that annoys me the most. I'm also going to go on for our... I'm going to grab our emotional support gum. Go on and equip some right now. I feel like gum gives me a buff. Like, not my character, but actual me in real life gets a buff from chewing some gum. I'm also going to... I tried going in for those couple of hits while he's spawning in instead of Whisper of Despair. I don't think that was a good idea. I'm just going to use my Whisper of Despair. I'm going to be smarter with it. Yeah. Because that's realistically my best chance to do it right there. Oh, alright. Heck yeah. Let me pop a life gem real quick. Boom. Get a good attack on him. Yeah. Alright. Lord of mercy. Alright. I guess I'm popping an Estus. Oh, that was close. I feel like you describe everything like it's an addiction. At least when it comes to gum and eye drops, yes. Maybe other things, I don't know. Okay. I already need to pop another Estus, because if he hits me again, I'm cooked. Come on, dude! Okay, yeah. Wasting my freaking time out here. Like, I'm just straight up not going to hit him unless he's in the aftermath of an attack. That is the only time I'm gonna swing at him. Because I know if I swing first, he's going to immediately clobber me in the back. Okay. Alright, Fume Knight. Alright. Okay, okay, here we go. Big explosion. Dodge through. Heal up. Dodge through. Boom. Okay. Okay. We've actually got a semi-decent run going for ourselves here. Alright. Alright. Get an attack on him. I'm not going to get greedy. If I start getting greedy, that's going to be the end of me. Okay. Dodge. Oh! Mistimed my dodge. There's some science behind the gum. If you chew gum while learning something, chewing that same gum makes it easier to remember. Gum, eye drops, and Dark Souls 2. Okay. Good to know. Scientific tip. So, because I chew gum like all the time. Should that make it easier for me to remember everything? Is that what that means? Because if that's the case, I feel like I should be a lot smarter than I actually am. But who knows? Maybe you're onto something. Maybe you are onto something. Let's see here. Alrighty. That was a pretty good run, though. Until I just, you know, totally flubbed at the end there. We were doing well. So I just need to do that again. And then, honestly, I think we'll be chilling. Okay. I think our Whisper of Despair did affect him. Yes, it did. It did. Cool. Alright. You know what? Screw it. Well... Ah, stupid mistake. Yeah, because Scent is the most powerful thing for triggering memory. Really? I genuinely would have thought it was sound. I didn't know it was scent. Dang. I guess that makes sense, though, because, like, a really unique scent, I feel like, is, you know, it's a rare enough thing that, a really unique scent it would really, like, you know, maybe, I don't know if surprise you is the right word, but it's the word I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna throw on a little something to wear just for the sake of not being a nasty naked fella. Let's see, how heavy is the Falconer armor? I'm fat rolling with that, okay. Screw it, Wanderer's Coat, why not? I love saying screw it and getting my head chopped off before I can even finish my thought. Yeah. You ever get the smell of something from your childhood and it throws you back? Probably. I think you're probably onto something there. I can't think of any specific examples, but you're probably right. Alrighty. 493. We take that. We take that. Woo! Okay. Alright. Gonna chug. Boom! Alright. Get a good hit on him. Whoo! Okay. I thought that was gonna get us for sure, but it didn't. I'll take that. Alrighty, Fume Knight. Boom! There we are. I thought that one was gonna miss him, honestly. Alright, let me get back. Woo! Okay, heck yeah. Alright. Boom. Get a nice dodge roll in there. Okay. Yeah. Well, I was literally about to be like, hey, we're doing pretty well for ourselves. Dark Souls 2 is a really cool game, better than all the new games combined. Dark Souls 2 is a really cool game I can get behind. That second statement, I'm struggling with a little bit. That one, I feel like that's bait, though. That one's, like, way too obvious. That one's gotta be bait, right? Basement smell, ocean smell, smell of a food your parents always cooked, or even a cologne. If there's a memory from your past where you smelled the same smell, it makes recalling it quite easy. That makes sense. What's bait? See, better than all of the new games combined, that's a crazy thing to say. Like, because here's the thing. Dark Souls 3 is my favorite. I think it's leagues better than this game, I would say. Not to say you're wrong. You know, I'm not saying like because I've said this before, I played Dark Souls 3 and I hated it. Well, to each their own, I suppose. With a passion. Yeah, well, again, to each their own, I guess. I can see why some people love Dark Souls 2, but here's the thing. My 2 cents on it is Dark Souls 3 is my favorite, but it's undeniable that Elden Ring is their magnum opus. Even if it isn't my favorite game that they've made, like, that game is just the sort of prime execution of everything that the other games were leading to. And I don't think you can really, I don't think there's even an argument to be made that Elden Ring isn't, you know, I'm not saying Elden Ring's a perfect game by any means, nor am I saying Elden Ring does everything perfectly, but, you know, that one definitely is sort of the culmination of everything that they had built up until that point, which is pretty cool. I liked Dark Souls because it was slow like Zelda, and the new games ruined it at the expense of the old fans. I disagree on the point of Zelda, but significantly more heavily on the point of Dark Souls. I don't think that really ruined it. I think it was just sort of a natural evolution of the gameplay, if that makes sense. And I'm not saying, and I'm also not saying, I'm not saying you're wrong for liking it, but the thing that you've got to remember is that these things have to evolve over time, you know? It can't stay the same forever, and genuinely, okay, like, prime example, I know a lot of people who hate Majora's Mask. A lot is a I don't play pure action games for a reason. Yeah, fair enough. I know people who hate Majora's Mask just because it's so different from Ocarina of Time. But if they had made, but at the same time, people also dislike Twilight Princess because it's too similar to Ocarina of Time. Which, and so there's kind of no winning when you're making a sequel, you know? It's like, well, you have to evolve, you have to change. Dark Souls 2, for example, I think changed in the wrong ways. I think some of its innovations are really sick. However, I think, genuinely, I do think the negative tends to maybe outweigh the positive with it. Again, as I've been saying, I want to beat the game fully before I can say all of my thoughts, but Dark Souls 2, they tried a lot of new things, and I respect them for doing it. I just don't think all of the new things they tried worked, necessarily. Souls games are adventure games for me, and that makes sense, but, you know, I feel like even Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring have a great balance of adventure and that combat. I mean, Dark Souls 3 is definitely the most combat-based, but, at least I would probably say that. Elden Ring, just purely based off of the fact that its world is way bigger, I feel like by nature it kind of has to be more of an adventure game. They do not. What, don't have a good balance? I mean, you know. I want my shield to function. Dude, the shield functions perfectly in Dark Souls 3. Like, I'm fairly certain the default Knight Shield blocks 100% of damage in 3. Not to be rolling every other second. I mean, I don't know, man. It's, tell that to the Nameless King. Okay, admittedly, I haven't tried fighting the Nameless King with a shield. But I mean, the dodge roll is, you know, that's a massive part of Dark Souls combat. I mean, look, even in Dark Souls 2, I've never used a shield in this game. Because Like, genuinely, I feel like more often than not, for a big enemy like Fume Knight or the Nameless King, your shield isn't going to be as effective because blocking a hit is going to take significantly more stamina than rolling through. So, like, you know, I feel like that's just the game sort of, you know, it has this mechanic as a core part of the game, and of course it's going to force you to use that in certain moments. But more often than not, Dark Souls 3, the shield is totally viable. It just takes more stamina. Had been at the fight for 3 months. Dang! Yeah, that is a long time. That is a long time. Dodge roll is iconic and a big part of what the series is. Oh! And a big part of what the series is about. Do you know anyone that uses a shield in these games? What, like in the newer ones? Me, dude. You never use it these days. I do. I use the shield in Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring all the time. I just don't use it for a massive enemy like this simply because... But I wouldn't use it for a massive enemy in Dark Souls 1 either. Because at a certain point, I would say you get diminishing returns. You know, at that point, it's... My friend uses the maxed out poise build with that big double door shield. Yes, the doors! I love the doors. Oh, the giant doors in Dark Souls 3 are so good. And again, that's not me saying... That's not me saying that, you know, oh, you should like Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. I'm not gonna say that. Because, like, you're allowed to like what you want and you're allowed to dislike what you dislike. But, you know, I would say, because even Dark Souls 2, I'm gonna be honest with you, for a lot of this game, I've just straight up not been having fun at a lot of moments in this game. But, and I will say, there is definitely, if you like scroll through the footage of these live streams, I'm sure you will find many, many instances of me saying the game is bad. But I say that in the heat of the moment. I don't really mean that, because I don't think Dark Souls 2 is a bad game. I think it does a lot of things that I'm not as big a fan of. In fact, I can, you know what, I can go out and say it. It does a lot of things that I dislike, but that doesn't make it bad, per se. In the same way that's why I'm saying, like, I'm not saying you gotta like Elden Ring. I'm not talking about massive great shields. Regular medium shield, yeah, that's what I rock. That's what I rock all the time. Which was perfectly viable for Dark Souls 1 and 2. It's perfectly viable in 3. Yeah, that's what I run all the time. I mean what I said about DS3. What, that it's objectively bad? Well, I mean, I don't know, man. That's a hard freaking sell. Dark Souls is my favorite game ever, and Dark Souls 3 spat on its memory. Okay. We gotta calm down there. That's a bit much. I also think 2 and 1 have some charm that kind of gets lost in 3, although I do think 3 is the cleanest of the 3. Yeah, I would say that. 3 definitely has a different atmosphere, but again, it had to. It was the third installment. Halo 3 has a different atmosphere from Combat Evolved. That doesn't make it bad. And again, I'm not gonna sit here and say that, you know, you have to like Dark Souls 3. But there is no world in which you can tell me that Dark Souls 3 spat on one's memory and this game didn't. You bring up Dark Souls 3, expect me to get heated. Souls should be slow and methodical. Well, I mean, the numbers don't lie, that's all I can say. I agree with that. How so? Just the faster combat, yeah. Yeah, because I mean, it's, I don't know, again, it's like, yes, I see where you're coming from, and I respect that. Again, you're allowed to, you know, you're allowed to dislike it, but saying that it spat on one's memory is just, I mean, that one's just not true. Normally I try to be like, I try to keep things in the very subjective, but that one I just cannot, that one I cannot get behind. The numbers may not lie, but the old fans have been left neglected without so much as a peace offering. I totally disagree. Because again, yeah, the new games are faster, but it's not, it's very much still the same formula, it's just evolved. Because at the end of the day, you know, genuinely, at times, I would say 3 feels more like 1 than this game does. Just because the mechanical elements respond the same way, just at a different pace. And in Dark Souls 2, I feel like a lot of the mechanical elements sometimes don't respond the way I expect them to. Cough, cough, I guess adaptability stat. But yeah. Doesn't feel the same to me. I can't keep up with the new stuff. Dang. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. At the end of the day, it's night. That's true, Ethan. That's true. Yeah, I mean, the big thing I would say, you know, because again, I've been kind of harping on the same point in that, like, yeah, you're allowed to dislike it. But, you know, the big thing I would say, Joseph, is just that, you know, if you come into the argument, because it's like, I know how much Dark Souls 2 means to some people. And that's why if I want to have a discussion with them about it, I'm never going to come in and be like, Dark Souls 2 is bad. Because even if I do think that, which I don't know if I do, sometimes I do. But I think that's just when I'm getting particularly pissed off at the game. You know, if you come in and you're just like, it's objectively bad, then there's no room for discussion. You know what I mean? Because it's like, you know, I can sit here and I can try to call it a skill issue. I don't care. Dark Souls 1 is best in my opinion, which I can totally get behind, because that's kind of the cool thing, is each of them does have a different feel, which I really like, you know. 1 feels kind of the most dreamy to me. 1 has a very, very dreamy feeling that the others kind of don't. 2 kind of has it, but to a lesser extent. 2 is kind of ethereal in a different way than 1 is. There's definitely something very special about 1. There absolutely is. I mean, obviously, it's freaking Dark Souls. Of course there's something special about it. Dark Souls 2 is rad. End of sentence. Well, I respect the loyalty, Greyheart. I respect the loyalty. Yeah. It is, because it's, you know, it's a sick game, it is. Even if I do think it has a lot of mechanical fumbles. Again, that's why I feel like if Dark Souls 2 got a remake that just kind of fixed the mechanical clunkiness of it, I think people, well, you'd have to, okay, to be fair, if I was doing a remake, like, if I did remakes of, and I think I've said this on stream before, if I did remakes of Dark Souls 1 and 3, I think everyone would pretty much universally love them, but a lot of people would just straight up not like my Dark Souls 2 remake. They just wouldn't, because I would definitely make it play different, because 2 is the clunkiest to play, and I'd also rearrange the world, probably. You know, rearrange the infamous Iron Peak elevator. Even if FromSoft themselves have forgotten, I will never betray slow souls. It's supposed to be clumsy. You're playing as a knight, a heavy knight. Well, there's a difference in clumsy and clunky. Dark Souls 2 is clunky, even if I take off all of my clothes and wield like a dagger. It just, like I was saying earlier, mechanically, it doesn't respond quite as well as the others do. And over time, that has gotten to me. But, because I think genuinely that's been my biggest issue with the game, is just the way that it doesn't quite respond the way you'd anticipate from Dark Souls, or even Demon Souls, you know. I felt like Demon Souls responded a bit better than this game does at times, but, you know, not to me. I don't flip around like a ninja when I'm playing Dark Souls 2. Fair enough. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, every time I'm playing any of these games, I want to be a knight. Because knights are so cool. Knights are awesome. So, you know, I'm gonna play as a knight in my knight fantasy game. Please and thank you. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, again, I definitely do see what you're saying, but at a certain point, well, I don't know, man. I don't know. Because it is a difficult thing, because I feel for you. You know, it sucks when the new thing is, like, when you feel like the new thing doesn't have what you liked about the old one, that definitely sucks. But if you want to look at a series betraying its roots, look at Halo, dude. You know? Because that's the thing. I think if you use something like Halo or Paper Mario as a basis for comparison, it drastically changes your perspective on it. Yes, a fat rolling night. The old Souls games never forced you to roll the way the new games do. Now you're banished to Sekiro land. I look at this in Breath of the Wild. See, I disagree on both of those, though. Breath of the Wild, I don't think it did betray. And again, I do feel for... I'm not saying that it's totally invalid to be like, Breath of the Wild didn't have what I loved about Zelda. That's fair. But saying Breath of the Wild isn't like a good Zelda game, that I can't agree with. Because Breath of the Wild goes back to so many things that Zelda was at its root. It strays away from the Ocarina of Time format heavily, you know, almost entirely. But at the end of the day, Ocarina of Time wasn't the first Zelda, you know what I mean? That's not the original. That's what happens when a franchise is abandoned. It's not a Zelda game at all. Again, I hear you, but I can't really get behind that one. I don't know about Breath of the Wild, but Tears of the Kingdom did actually betray me personally. Half joking. I came for Ocarina of Time, not an open world. Well, but again, Breath of the Wild is a natural evolution of what Zelda 1 did. If you look at Zelda 1, and then 40 years pass, and you look at Breath of the Wild, like, that timeline makes sense, and I can very clearly see how we got from point A to point B. Ocarina of Time is one of my favorite games ever, you know. But I would very heavily disagree that Breath of the Wild, you know, betrayed what a Zelda game is. Again, I'm not saying you have to like it, but, you know, it's just doing something new because Zelda tried doing the same thing over and over again, and then people didn't like Skyward Sword, you know? And I know that opinion has shifted. I think people really love Skyward Sword now. But, you know, people really love Wind Waker now. And unfortunately, people coming to appreciate something 10 years after it came out doesn't actually do anything for profits or sales, you know? I'm gonna read that, Ethan, but I gotta lock in for now. What is... Oh, there's a boat out there. Sorry, I saw a light pop up out there, and I was like, what on earth is glowing? It's a boat out on the river. Oh, I'm cooked. I liked Breath of the Wild, but I really feel like it's a sandbox for what could be the greatest Zelda game ever made, but the world itself needs to have more levels, depth, and please give me a big complicated puzzle dungeon. Yeah. Then the fans of the old 3D Zeldas are left neglected in a ditch, with literally nothing as a peace offering. I mean, again, I see where you're coming from. I'm gonna scroll up just in case I missed something. Okay, no, I didn't. We're chilling. Again, you know, I see where you're coming from, and I feel you, but I do disagree. I do disagree that, because it's still, Breath of the Wild is still puzzle-based, and I do wish Breath of the Wild had bigger dungeons. I wish Tears of the Kingdom had bigger dungeons. Tears of the Kingdom was a step in the right direction. It by no means fixed the problem, and that's the other thing. I'm not going to sit here and pretend Breath of the Wild is a perfect game. Breath of the Wild, you know, one of my favorite games, not perfect. Majora's Mask, one of my favorite games, not perfect. Dark Souls 3, another favorite, also not perfect. Halo 3, also not perfect. You know, like, all of these games I can look at and I can be like, yeah, there's things, you know, there's things that could definitely be better. But that's just kind of the nature of the beast. They should actually just make a Skyward Sword styled game forever just for me. True. Okay, you know what? You're spitting facts, Emmy. Never mind, I can't argue with that one. It's the climbing and the physics system that drive me up a wall. Really? The physics? I loved the physics system, though. Because the physics system allows you to do so much more puzzle-based things than not having it. Unnecessary complexity that no one asked for. I mean, maybe you're right that no one asked for it, but I feel like the majority of people definitely enjoy it, though. Because, like, let me explain to you where I'm coming from, you know. Ocarina of Time was one of the first video games I ever played. It is one of the most impactful games that I've ever had. And then I played A Link Between Worlds, loved it, played Majora's Mask, that's my favorite game ever. I've now played Link's Awakening. I played the Oracle games as a kid. I don't remember much about them. I don't know if I even beat... I know I didn't beat Ages. I might not have even beaten Seasons. I played Zelda 1, you know, played that on the original NES, which is such an experience. So, you know, I'm very much a fan of old school Zelda, but Breath of the Wild definitely to me feels like a largely natural evolution of that. A reinvention, sure, but again, like, I can see where we get from point A to point B. And again, I'm also gonna say, I can see why some people might have felt, you know, it didn't appeal to them. But I want clear solutions. Well, but then, you know, some people look at Link's Awakening and say that that game doesn't give you clear enough solutions because there's only one solution to everything. And some people look at Link's Awakening and they say, well, how am I supposed to figure that out, you know? And they would say that game's not clear. So, which I disagree with heavily. And even when Link's Awakening took me forever to find something out, I still loved oh wow, I thought I was clear. Even when it took me forever to solve a puzzle, I still loved it, you know. And I was still having a great time. Much in the same way that in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, there are some puzzles that took me a long time, but I still had a great time with it. I don't know, man. Ocarina was the first game I ever played. Yeah. It's a really special one. It's a really special one. I don't know, man. I mean, the big thing I would say... I guess the biggest thing I would say is to just... And I know it's not as easy as, we'll turn that frown upside down. But, you know... Alright, skip to tears. The biggest thing I would say is just, you know... I feel like you're coming at it from too negative a perspective. I feel like you're coming at it from the perspective of, this isn't like the things that... This is different from the things that I liked, and therefore I'm not going to like it. I've definitely done that before. You know, I've definitely done that. But the problem is, again, things are always going to evolve. Things are always going to change. And, you know, if you go with that mentality on everything, you're never going to be able to like anything, dude. Because things are always going to change. And unfortunately, that's just kind of that's just a part of life, you know? Things have to move on. Things have to evolve. Honestly, that's one of the things I love about Dark Souls 3 is that Dark Souls 3 is about, hey, we have to move on. And I like that the entire game is building up to, this is the end, you know, this is the end of Dark Souls. There's so many times in Ocarina of Time or something where you need an item that you could have missed simply on top of a tree or something, and it'll grind your progress to a halt until you eventually stumble into the thing you need after running around for an hour or two. Time to clean up the act. Oh, hold on. I missed something on there. More games like that are not getting my money. I mean, look, again, I'm not saying you have to play it, but, you know, I do feel like, because it's like, dude, you know, if I was coming into Dark Souls 2 with that mentality, I probably would have already stopped. Because I could easily look at Dark Souls 2 and I could be like, okay, well, let's look at everything that Dark Souls did and Dark Souls 3 did let's remove Dark Souls 3. Let's look at everything that Demon Souls did and everything Dark Souls did that 2 falters on, you know. And at that point, I would hate this game. But, you know, I always try to keep an open mind, and I'm always trying to play it and be like, you know, okay, here's an interesting topic. I was talking with one of my buddies who's, you know, studying game design. I was talking with him about one of the things that aggravates me in this game, which is the adaptability stat. And, you know, immediately he's like, one of the first things he said, because he thought for a minute while he was sitting there thinking while I was explaining, and one of the first things he actually said in response was, I'm trying to think about what the developers were trying to achieve with that. And we broke it down. We sat there and we tried actually talking through, okay, what were they trying to go for here? Because even if it doesn't succeed, I feel like it's worth, You know, I feel like it's worth looking at, you know, what they were attempting to do. Because if you immediately discount it, you're not going to learn anything from it. Because, like, this, for example, even the elements of Dark Souls 2 that I think fumble, or even the elements that I think, you know, aren't necessarily good, or aren't as good, I can look at those things, and even those elements of the game, I can still learn something from, because if I think it falters in its execution, then I have an example of what not to do, you know what I mean? And that way, if I ever get to make games of my own, I can look at that and I can say, okay, well, how can I, you know, bearing in mind what the developers were trying to achieve here, how can I be more successful in that? How can we, if we're making video games, how can we learn from the mistakes that other people have made? Eventually stumble onto the thing you need after running around for an hour or two. Yeah. So the solution is to pretend my favorite games never happened and make way for what I never asked for. No, absolutely not. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all, because that would imply I'm pretending that, like, that would imply I'm pretending that Dark Souls and Demon Souls and 3 don't exist. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, you know, like, what it sounds like to me, and I'm not going to sit here, like, I'm not a freaking psychologist, so I'm not going to sit here and psychoanalyze you, but, you know, it definitely sounds like you've kind of just completely shut off the idea of the newer versions of these things, when, again, it has to evolve, it has to change, because if it didn't, we'd still be on Zelda 1 forever. And I love Zelda 1. I think it's a very cool game. I would not be a happy camper if we were still on Zelda 1. That's what Breath of the Wild and a whole bunch of other stuff goes out to do. Yo, good luck. Thank you, human voicemail. I appreciate it. No, absolutely not, it doesn't. Because Breath of the Wild and Dark Souls 3, and Elden Ring, those are all they're evolutions, again, and Breath of the Wild to a more drastic extent. Breath of the Wild is largely a reinvention, but they're evolutions of what the older games did. You know, it's taking that, and it's like, okay, how do we look at what, because at the end of the day, if we break down what Zelda is about, it is about exploring a world and solving puzzles. It is about adventure and puzzle solving. That's what Zelda is about. And that's still what Breath of the Wild is about. You know, Dark Souls is about exploring a world and overcoming, you know, insanely challenging obstacles. And that's what Dark Souls 3 is about. That's what Elden Ring is about. So it's taking that same idea and it's just doing it in a new way. It's saying, okay, now you can go faster. Now you have a horse, right? Because the world is bigger. Let's give you a horse so you can traverse more of it. And me personally, I prefer the tighter level design of Dark Souls, of the Dark Souls trilogy, over the massive world design of Elden Ring. But, you know, Elden Ring tried something new, and I love that, and I respect them for it, you know? Because if they made a Dark Souls 4, it would have gotten tired eventually. Dark Souls 1 was nowhere near as challenging. What, is 2 or is 3? Dark Souls 1 was nowhere near as challenging as what? What's up, Dopamine? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. From showed restraint back then. I prefer restraint. And again, you know, totally valid. You can prefer whatever you want, man. But, you know, not near as challenging as 3? No, I'm gonna have to disagree with that. I think they're both challenging in their own ways. 3 might be challenging in a bit of a different direction than 1, but, you know, it's like, okay, let's look at Doom, right? Let's look at Doom the Dark Ages. I have not played the Dark Ages, let me be clear, but, my buddy has, and he's loving it, and I've talked with him about it. So, Doom in 2016 was very much, I personally think 3 is the easiest. Yeah, totally fair. Doom in 2016 was sort of a reinvention and a reboot of the classic Doom gameplay formula. You know, it's run and gun, right? You run around and you shoot enemies and you move fast and you swap your weapons. That's what Doom is. You go in, you get glory kills, you bash a demon's face in, you know, and then you pick up a super shotgun and you blow dudes' heads off. That's what Doom was. And then Doom Eternal said, okay, we did this, and this was fun, this was cool, but let's take that to the next level. Let's evolve. And they took that as far as they possibly could. And they gave you a grappling hook. Doom Eternal, they talk about this in the Dark Ages marketing, actually. Doom was about run and gun. Doom Eternal was jump and shoot, where now it's all about your movement abilities. And it is how fast you can get around the arena, which again, Doom was largely about moving around fast. Doom Eternal just took that to the greatest possible extent. And so, but for the Dark Ages, they looked at that and they said, hey, we can't really go any further than we went on Eternal, so we're not going to. And with the Dark Ages, their mentality was stand and fight, where it's about, okay, let's hold our ground. You know, you're not going to be moving quite as crazy as you were in Doom Eternal, but we're going to give you a whole lot of big, heavy guns to compensate for that. Why did my monitor just turn off? That's weird. My screen just went black for a moment. Yeah, and so, you know, again, it's all following that same idea. It's all very much respectful of the same legacy, but they're doing new and interesting things with it. And here's the other thing is you can't, and something that I like about Dark Ages is that you can't keep going forever, right? Let's see, I'd rather have challenging levels that roadblock bosses that have a checkpoint right in front of them. I mean, yeah, and that's totally fair. But Elden Ring has a lot of that. Like, you know, and Elden Ring introduced the Stakes of America so that you don't have to do boss runbacks. And as someone who is a fan of boss runbacks, I love Stakes of America. I think that was a huge evolution and a huge step up for the franchise. Because it just, you know, at the end of the day, I love boss runbacks, but if I want to have a bunch of boss runbacks, I can come back and play the old games. Because that's kind of the big thing, is that the biggest thing is, because again, listen, I'm a Halo fan, like, I know what it looks like to have a franchise betray its roots. The big difference is, let's see, I think it's great that Elden Ring is an open world. The artist designed such a beautiful scenic landscape that simply cannot be captured in linear games of a much smaller scale. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's all the new games are, roadblocks with checkpoints right in front of them. The stakes are crap. I mean, not really, though. Because the new games have plenty of stakes. First off, Dark Souls 3 does not always have checkpoints right in front of it. Dark Souls 3 still had boss runbacks. But even in Elden Ring, you know, there's still stakes because it's just a shift of focus. Now instead of the stakes being... Because, dude, some of the runbacks in this game are abhorrent. They are awful. There have been boss fights that I have not enjoyed purely because the runback was so terrible. There are also plenty of runbacks that are great, but some of them are just abysmal. And Elden Ring eliminates that issue, you know, because now you have Stakes of America, you don't gotta worry about it anymore. Again, I'm not saying that, you know, I'm not saying that you're wrong for liking boss runbacks, because like I said, I like boss runbacks. But, you know, Dark Souls 3 and Demon Souls didn't just vanish. Like, I can still play those games. And I play 3 more often than I play... I play 3 more often than I play Elden Ring. Dark Souls 3 is my most played video game, out of anything. If we're discounting the Master Chief Collection, because the Master Chief Collection is 6 games in 1. But, you know, I think, because, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just like, you know, I hear you. I understand what you're saying, but, you know, it's like, what's the point of the conversation, though? Because if we're just saying, well, this thing's bad because it's different, it's like, okay, but, like, I disagree, you know? And once we've established those two things, like, there's nowhere really to take the conversation. You see what I'm saying? What bosses are you talking about in particular? I know that one of the biggest complaints about 2 is how brutal the run back is for a lot of the bosses are, so I know they tried to make it not as bad in 3. That's why you wipe out the enemies in this game, and 2, the enemies eventually go away. Yes, but, however, it's a miserable freaking experience. I know that the enemies eventually go away. I don't care, because by the time the enemies are gone, I'm so frustrated and annoyed that it doesn't matter to me, you know? It's like, at that point, it's like, that's largely why I hate Smelter Demons so much. That's why I disliked the Executioner's Chariot. I think if the Executioner's Chariot had a good run back, I would have had a lot of fun with that boss fight, and I would have loved that boss fight. Because I think on its own, it's cool. However, the run back makes it a miserable experience. And I know the enemies can go away, but like, that doesn't help, because you have to clear them out first. And I think there's a lot of really cool, because here's the other thing. The run back for Executioner's Chariot, I thought was a sick section of the level. I thought that was really great level design if you run through it once or twice. But it's the fact that it's a run back and you have to go through it so many times. I found that that run back and the boss fight actively harmed each other more than anything. They didn't complement each other at all. Whereas both of them, I think, were perfectly good on their own. When put together, I found them to be miserable. Right, but should you have to clear out every area 12 times just so you can fight a boss? Yeah, exactly. I didn't come to Souls for a boss rush. I mean, yeah, but that's why you do the level and then you fight the boss. That's not a boss rush, because you still have to do the level first. Especially if there's an area you hate. Yeah, exactly. I came for an adventure game, not running to boss fog, promptly dying only to go right back to the moment you come. Yeah, but you still have to clear the level first. Like, you know, I see what you're saying. I think having a good rhythm to the time you spend clearing areas and the time you spend on bosses needs a good balance of like 2-to-1 time sync. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, but it's not a boss rush, because you still have to spend time exploring and clearing out the level, you know, before you even get to the boss fight. It's just, once you get to the boss fight, that way you can actually get the rhythm of the fight better, instead of having to constantly worry about, oh, well, let me clear out freaking 79 Elan Knights now, you know what I mean? In Elden Ring, the level and the boss are completely separate, like the level doesn't even matter. Yes, it absolutely does. Because, I mean, they're not separate though. Because the boss, each boss is very specifically tied, well, not every boss, but many of the bosses, the main bosses are all very specifically and integrally tied to the area that they reside in. And, you know, the boss fights are sort of a culmination of the mechanics that you've learned at a point in the game, right? And Elden Ring does a phenomenal job with that. It just makes it a bit less tedious. Again, I'm not saying that you're wrong for preferring runbacks, but we can't just pretend that the levels didn't happen, because they absolutely did. I agree that I don't like the idea of people sprinting through areas just to get the boss over with without ever clearing out the area at all. Yeah, but I don't think anyone does that, because if you do that, like on your first run, if you're sprinting through an area, you're not going to have any idea where you're going, and you're going to get lost and you're going to die. Which means you have to actually play the level first, and that's why I think it's designed really well. You have to play the level first. And then you can actually fight the boss. But once you know how to navigate the level, you can run through the area, you know? And that way you don't have to kill every enemy every time. Now, Dark Souls 2 changes that, because with runbacks like Smelter Demon or Executioner's Chariot, with those runbacks, it's so tight that you can't really run past the enemies. Plus the fact that enemies can kill you while you're going through the fog wall, and going through the fog wall feels like it takes longer in this game than it ever did in any of the others. So Dark Souls 2 really discourages you from running past the enemies at all, which just makes it kind of tedious and annoying more often than not, I found. They were capstones to the levels. In the old Souls games, the bosses weren't all about making you die 70 times. Yeah, but they aren't in Dark Souls 3 either. In 3, they're the capstones to the levels. I'll agree that maybe in some Elden Ring bosses, maybe you die too many times, but even for most of Elden Ring, they're still very much the capstone to the level. Also, don't forget shortcuts. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, because it's like, okay, let's look at Stormvale Castle, right? You get to Stormvale Castle, and you have Margit before you can get in. Margit is... So, okay, let's look at this logically. So, if you want to have a run back to Margit every time you fight him, what would that be? Like, the nearest bonfire would be, I think, the one on Stormhill. So, okay, so now you have to run past, like... Now you just run... No, wait, there is a bonfire right in front of Margit, but let's pretend that one doesn't exist for the sake of argument, right? So, your nearest bonfire is out there on Stormhill. So what, you run past, like, 4 wolves, and then... you run past, like, 4 wolves, and some knights with crossbows, and then... Or the ballista, whatever it is. And then you're back at Margit. And it's like, okay, what was even the point of that? You know? Because Elden Ring is so big of a game that it kind of has to have the stakes of America, because otherwise your checkpoints would just be too far away. Sullivan, Dancer, Nameless King, Frida. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one, Sullivan, you still have to fight through the Pontiff Knights. Oh, 70 attempts each. I mean... Look, man, look. Here's what I would say to that. On that front, you're preaching to the choir. I spent 8 hours, 11 minutes, and 2 seconds 1 week ago fighting this exact boss. And already we've been fighting him for another hour. I have now spent 9 hours fighting Fume Knight. But I still, like, it's still a well-designed boss. Like, even with as many attempts as Fume Knight has taken me more attempts than any other boss, probably in the franchise. And it's not even close. However, I don't dislike him for it because it's a fun fight, you know? I don't think there's a problem with a boss being very challenging and taking a lot more attempts. Because at the end of the day, Fume Knight is a culmination of the mechanics that you've learned, and that's what Dark Souls 3 excels with. Because every single boss in that game, except maybe like Crystal Sage, and I guess maybe the Deacons, is a culmination of the mechanics that you've learned in the level. Every boss is tied in with its level, every boss makes sense in its level. And it all feels very natural together. And again, because what a boss fight is supposed to be is a culmination of what you've done throughout the game. Dark Souls 3 excels in that, much like Fume Knight does. And there is a point to be made, perhaps, about, you know, at what point is a boss too difficult. For example, Consort Radahn, not Star Scourge Radahn, but Consort Radahn in the DLC is, and I know I'm behind on chat. I'll read the chat room after my next death or after I kill him. We'll see. Promise Consort Radahn, I think, is a perfect boss fight in Phase 1. Once Mikola shows up, I genuinely do think it's too much. Because there's no way to even tell what's going on there. And at that point, it's ludicrous, you know. Let's see. Unlocking a shortcut always feels so good because it's like you're making progress. Yeah, exactly. Bro, I fought Dancer right after beating Vort, and it only took me 54 times during my first campaign. Dang, 54. Woo, you kept count. Some bosses were inexperienced because From showed restraint. There is a problem when every boss is like that back to back. What, a culmination of the gameplay? Absolutely not. That's what it's supposed to be. I also hated Lothric Princes until I helped 80 other people beat them as a summon. I'd rather have a Tower Knight over 20 Artoriuses and Fume Knights.
Radon is too fast for me. I like the way Dark Souls 1 did the first boss. Yeah! Imagine the Taurus demon moving like the Nameless King. You have to show restraint. Yeah, but every boss in Dark Souls 3 doesn't move like the Nameless King. Think, okay, if we want a Taurus demon comparison, let's look at Old Demon King, right? Old Demon King is very slow and very heavy hitting. Same with the Curse Rotted Greatwood, for example, right? That is a slow moving boss. Tower Knight is fun and easy, but you can't wing it because the run back is annoying. Yeah, the run back to Tower Knight was nuts. Yeah, Dark Souls 3 has plenty of big, heavy... Look at Yorm, right? You know, bosses that are big and slow. Hate the tree. Which, I also understand that I love almost every boss fight, unless it's just a, like... Unless there's... I don't know. Again, I am one of the least ragey gamers I think I've ever met. So I tend to, if the boss is cool, it's like Fume Knight, you know. Yes, he's very challenging, but I'm sitting here and I'm like, yeah, of course he's challenging. He's the Fume Knight. He's twice my height. He's wielding the Fume Ultra Greatsword with one hand. Of course he's whooping my tail. You know what I mean? Like, he's earned it because the fight is cool, and so I don't care. It's cool and it's fun. And so, I don't really mind. Like, okay, Elden Ring, right? Elden Ring, the only other time in the entire Souls franchise that I genuinely got angry was playing Elden Ring when I fought Star Scourge Radon, who is so powerful that he literally breaks the rules of Elden Ring's multiplayer for you to fight him. You can summon like twice as many people as you normally can to fight Radon, because he's just that cool. And he's riding his giant horse. He freaking comes down, like, Radon is sick. He is awesome. And I spent 3 hours fighting him, and I loved every second of it. However, in the next area, I went and I fought the freaking poison flame gargoyles, and they did more damage than Radon did. That pissed me off. Because I was like, Radon is cool. He deserves to do this much damage. This is not cool. This does not deserve to do that much damage. So, bearing that in mind, I can see where you're coming from with disliking the Greatwood. Well, let's see. And its run back was annoying. What, the Greatwood was? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, I guess so, huh? Its run back wasn't... Okay, no, I can see how that would be annoying. If you didn't befriend the giant, its run back would be hell. Yeah. Bosses despised by the majority of the fan base for some reason, even though puzzle fights were in the original Demon Souls. Wait, which bosses are despised by the majority of the fan base? Which ones? Zelda was filled with puzzle bosses and I never complained. What, people really don't like Tower Knight? Oh, do they not? Yeah, only because the giant spears. Yeah. See, I always befriend the giant, so I never really had a problem with it. But I can see, but I mean, you know, I would look at that as a mechanic that you have to do. Like how in Dark Souls 2, it's like, well, yeah, of course you're gonna have a terrible time with the Lost Sinner if you didn't light the torches. I genuinely don't mind having a mechanic that, because like Joseph is saying right there, at that point, it's, you know, I don't know if befriending the giant I would call a puzzle, but it kind of fills the same role. Where it's a mechanic that if you don't complete this, it makes the fight significantly more challenging. Now, maybe there's merit to the idea that that doesn't work as well if it's about the run back rather than the fight itself. Because that's what Curse Rotted Greatwood affects. The giant affects the run back, not the actual boss. So maybe there's an argument to be had there. I'd be open to discussing that, maybe. But, you know, I like puzzle bosses. It's like, a lot of people hate Ancient Wyvern, which I think is ridiculous, because it is such a cool fight. Having to work your way up, you know, working your way up the tower, fighting through all the lizard guys, and, you know, then getting that critical hit on the boss. It's all so satisfying. I love that fight. Now, there is merit to the idea of, hey, that fight then warping you to the next room is stupid. And if you tell me that, I'm like, that's fair. I'm not gonna argue against that. I agree with that. It shouldn't warp you into the next room. That's stupid. And Dark Souls 3 does warp you too much. Both of those are arguments that I agree with. But the bosses are very much still, you know, culminations of the level and whatnot. And I see that I'm, you know, behind on the, oh, well, okay. I was about to say I gotta lock in here. But never mind, I'm dead. I didn't know how to befriend the giant. I kept running from the bridge campfire to the tree. Befriend him after the boss was dead. Yeah. The giant is chill and helps you in multiple areas. Yeah. I like the wyvern. Yeah, the wyvern was sick. You can befriend the giant before the tree. Yeah, you can get over there to him. You just gotta work your way through. But, yeah. I like Undead Settlement. That's a really cool... Anyway, why is your vigor so low? I just haven't leveled it much. Honestly, I don't level vigor a ton in these games because on my first playthrough of 3 and my first playthrough of 1, I leveled it a lot, and then I found that I was still dying anyways, and so it wasn't really helping. That's why you're dying so much. Partially. I mean, it hasn't been a problem until this fight. Genuinely. Like, it wasn't a problem against the freaking dragon in the last DLC. Or the saber-toothed tiger in Aleum Lois. So I think it's just Fume Knight specifically does so much freaking damage. Because, yeah, he does kill me in 2 hits, but I'm like, what, am I going to go, like, respec into Vigor? Because, I don't know, then I'd lose so much, by respecing. I don't even know how to respec in this game, I don't think. Maybe I do, I don't know. Probably at the freaking, bird guy in Spider Town, probably right down the road is my guess. Call me a pessimist, but that's my game theory. Alright, I'm out of range. Failed the vigor exam. I did. I've been failing it for 9 hours now, but that's okay. It's not about the bosses, it's about the enemies that I'm talking about. I'd have to go up and read. I'm not sure which message you're referring to there. Will grind you to paste without any health. Oh! Honestly, it hasn't, again, that hasn't really been the hugest issue for me in this game. It's the ladies in the beginning. Oh, that level you up. I thought you were saying they're what grinds you into paste. I was like, that's funny. Alright, let's hit him with that. Oh! Okay. Let's see if we can bait out a big attack from him. Okay, you know what? Screw it. That's as good a time as any. Alrighty. Ouch! Jeez Louise. Okay. Yeah, I shouldn't have attacked there. I'm not the one that told you to use a greatsword, just saying. To powder, I meant not to pace. Shield is perfect against the Fume Knight. Is it really? Screw it, I'll throw one on. Let's see. Let's see if that works. I mean, at this point, I've tried the same thing enough times. Might as well try something new, huh? Let's see. If I take off all of my clothes... Bam, now I can roll. Okay, sick. And armor and a smaller weapon. I don't think I have any smaller weapons leveled up at all. Those attacks with the little sword, for sure. Let me see, do I even have any small weapons leveled up at all? Nah, I've only used the greatsword on this playthrough. I'll tell you what, I'll swap to the Zweihandler. That'll do a little bit, maybe I can even put on some armor with the Zweihandler. Ah, I'm fat rolling. Hang on. Hang on. Wow! Even still, I'm fat rolling. I have got to level up my freaking poise. Maybe the falconer armor isn't quite as heavy. Let's see. Bam! Okay, there we go. Can I put on a shield? Oh, sick. Okay. Can I put on the wand, the staff? That's the next question. Ooh, okay. Sick. Let's give it a try. This attacks with the little sword. Get the Royal Soldier's Ring on? I don't know if I want to sacrifice any of my rings, though. Do I have the Royal Soldier's Ring? Let me see. Yeah, I don't have the Royal Soldier's Ring, unfortunately. Yes, I do. I'm stupid. Okay, there we go. Yeah, let's give this a shot. Why not? Okay. Holy crap, I'm doing so much less damage all of a sudden. Yeah, I mean, the Greatsword is also actually terrible in this game. It's just genuinely, like, awful. It is unusable to an extent that 1 and 3 I do not think have. But the Greatsword in Dark Souls 2 is just actually, like, nonsense. Let's see. Let me pop an Estus. Definitely don't need Red Tearstone. Is that the one I took off? Alright. Here's my question. Is the shield gonna do us any good in phase 2, though? Yeah, because I don't know, man. I do kind of wonder if... Yeah, I don't know. I hear gameplay strats and immediately feel alert. See, this is the stuff I understand. Not rolling like a maniac constantly. Came for the RPG, not the action. I mean... I see where you're coming from, again, but, like... It's an action RPG, though. That's, like, the genre that it is. And so... You know, that's just kind of... I think that's just kind of gonna come with it, you know, naturally. Let's see, can I put on some gloves? I can. Hype. Can I put on the Falconer armor? That's fat rolling, but if I put that on with the imported pants, bam! Can I put that on with the Wanderer boots? Bam! Okay, sick. We've got some drip going. Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2 were nowhere near as focused on action. Yeah, you're right, but, you know, I think I would say that, Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring boost up, you know, everything that Dark Souls was. You know, not just the action. They definitely boost up the RPG elements, the exploration and whatnot. My favorite thing about Dark Souls is just exploring in all the cool areas. Yeah. And I liked it that way. Yeah, that's fair. You know, it definitely is different. It definitely is an evolution. Yeah, it's not the slow combat you came for. Yeah, fair. I was promptly disemboweled. Yeah, it's a much faster pace. And I can see how, you know, if it's slow combat specifically that you like, yeah, I mean, then, yeah, none of the newer games are going to appeal to you as much by any stretch of the imagination. That's interesting. You're actually the first person I've talked to who specifically liked the slower pace. I'm not saying I dislike the slower pace, but you're the first person who's like, that was better than the faster pace. Yeah. It makes sense, though. You know, I can totally see why you would prefer it. Alrighty. Ouch. Okay. Ah, dang. Faster pace is more appealing to a wider audience. Yeah, Dark Souls 1 isn't about the action. Maybe I'm playing it wrong then. Maybe I should grind. No, I mean, that's kind of the cool thing, you know. That's kind of, it's, I would say it's very much still about the action. It's just action at a different pace. I do like slower combat. That's exactly what appealed to me about Dark Souls. Yeah. Let me ask you this then. Because Ocarina of Time is way faster than Dark Souls 1 and 2. Ocarina of Time might even be faster than Dark Souls 3. So where do you stand on that then? I loved methodically learning an area so well that you could no-hit clear the whole place before the boss. Yeah, you give me a knight with heavy armor and a good shield, I'm gonna make use of it. Yeah, that's kind of something that I do like about these games, though, is there's so many drastically different builds, and everything is viable, you know? Whereas, like, there will be bosses that will force you to change some things sometimes, but overall, you know, if you learn, if you have a playstyle, you can use that to complete the game, which I really enjoy. Because like I said, I'm a sword and shield guy through and through. But, you know, like, rolling is a core mechanic of Dark Souls. It is very much meant to be a, you know, it's very much meant to be a main part of the game, otherwise it wouldn't have a button specifically mapped to it. Because of that, you know, that's where I'm like, I can see a boss forcing you to roll instead of using your shield. If it's a core gameplay mechanic that you literally cannot remove, because, you know, your shield, you can place anything in your left hand. So you can remove the shield, which is why I feel like maybe having a boss fight that forces you to use your shield wouldn't be as effective. But having a fight like Nameless King, where you pretty much have to roll, I'm all for that, because it is literally a, you know, controller bind. Like, you cannot remove rolling from the game. And so it's like, that's a core part of your arsenal, you know what I mean? But I absolutely respect the sword and shield, because that's what I like doing. That's how I love playing these games. I'm a huge... Okay. Whew. I dodged too early, but that's alright. We somehow survived. I should have hit him there. I had the time to. I just chose not to because I'm an idiot. Dang! Alright. If you're going to make a game faster, lower the difficulty, simple as. I'm not. I want my night game. Yeah, fair. Link packs up a bomb and flies sideways or backwards to Ganondorf. Give me my tennis match boss fights. Yeah. Where shield actually functions. Let's see. Simple Link's shield lets me constantly block damage. Yeah, fair. But again, as long as you have the right shield for it, like if you just have the starting Knight shield in Dark Souls 3, you're gonna be able to block almost anything. Nameless King makes, and it makes sense that elemental attacks would get through the shield, you know. That makes sense. I don't have a problem with that. And Nameless King, it's like he's freaking above you. You know what I mean? So of course he's like above you, or he's attacking with his wave thing that's coming from... Why did I use that? That was stupid of me. Or he's attacking with his wave thing that comes from below you. And so I'm like, that makes sense that you would have to roll through some of that. But dude, I sword and shielded Nameless King. Because I sword and shield... Like I said, this is the first playthrough where I've just been a great sword guy. Since you seem so smart, where do you suggest I get my fill of slow souls in classic 3D Zelda? Let me clarify something. I will never claim to be smart. If I was smart, I would not have spent the last 9 hours fighting Fume Knight. If I was smart, I would have figured it out by now. But, genuinely, I don't really know, man. I don't really know. So, let me tell you this. I yearn for the days of... I miss when Halo was on top. I say I miss it. I was never even there for it, because I started getting into Halo in 2010, and, you know, that's when things started to shift. But I'm at a point now where I'm like, don't, you know, my mentality with it is don't cry because it's gone, smile because it happened. Because genuinely, I don't even know if I'm gonna buy the next Halo game, man. I don't know if I'm even gonna buy it. Because I've been heartbroken too many times, I think. And I just can't take it anymore, you know? I can't take it anymore. I've been heartbroken for 15 years. And at a certain point, I'm like, I'm not gonna let this keep happening to me. You know what I mean? But I would say, you know, I still have those old games, and I can still play those old games. So that's what I'm gonna do. You know, if they make a new Halo game, who knows? Maybe they make a new one and it's a banger. We'll see. But if they make a new Halo game and it's a total letdown to me, that's all right, because I'm not gonna buy it, and I can play the old ones. And genuinely, these games are so good. You know, these games are so good, I can play them any number of times, you know what I mean? Dark Souls 2 I don't enjoy as much, so I probably won't. But like, Dark Souls 1 and 3, I play those games, I have so many, you know, I've played those games so many times. 3 especially. Because, you know, here's something else. Elden Ring is a drastically different game from Dark Souls 3. And so I feel your pain, where it's like, I preferred the older style. I prefer Dark Souls 3 over Elden Ring. You know what I mean? But, you know, there's enough, like, that's kind of the cool thing about these games in particular, is there's enough ways to experience them that it just doesn't really get old to me. I can play it any number of times, and, you know, here's something fun. You can, you know, play through this game with a new build each and every time you play it. And so you can always try something new. However, the core game is so fun that I never even do that, man. I always play as a sword and shield knight. I never even try anything new. I just do the same thing every time. I just never get sick of it. Let's see. Mods and ROM hacks, my friend. Yeah. Mods of what? Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask fan-made stuff. Yeah, that's true. I tried an Elden Ring and it didn't work. Yeah, man, and that's, you know, that's totally fair. Again, like, I'm not saying, you know, because sometimes you're not gonna like the new thing as much. Now, it's a very different thing with Dark Souls and Zelda versus Halo, because, like, again, the newer Dark Souls games, the newer FromSoft games, I should say, and the newer Zelda games, I still think are fantastic as FromSoft games and Zelda games. Whereas Halo is just like, guys, this isn't even, because the thing is, I think one of the biggest things is that when I look at, if you look at, you know, Dark Souls 1 and then you look at Elden Ring, you can tell that that is the same franchise. Franchise I use in quotes because I know it's kind of not, but you get what I'm saying. You can tell that's still FromSoft. You can look at Ocarina of Time, and genuinely you can look at Breath of the Wild, and you can tell where it's still Zelda, and where it still came from what it used to be. Halo 5, dude, you can't even tell that that's Halo anymore. And that's where, you know, genuinely, yeah, because you're not always going to be able to, get your, you're not always, you know, the new stuff, it's not always going to be the same. But that's the beauty of, you know, the old ones haven't gone away. I got filtered by Radon and his buddies, his DLC buddies. I can't call it Dark Souls 3 Souls, it wants to be Devil May Cry and Bayonetta. Ooh! I wholeheartedly disagree with that. I see where you're coming from, but what relation is there between Ocarina of Time and Breath of the Wild? The only thing I see is this skin wears to make money. So again, Ocarina of Time is a game about becoming a hero and going on an adventure and doing puzzles and killing monsters. And Breath of the Wild is also a story about becoming a hero and going on an adventure and doing puzzles and killing monsters. It shook up the Zelda formula very, very heavily. It remixed the Zelda formula very heavily, but I would not say that it threw out the Zelda formula. It simply rearranged the elements, which I think is really cool. Whereas, like, you look at Halo 5 and it's like, this thing threw out the Halo formula. But Zelda, which isn't entirely true, because it does still have the same, like, you know, even starts, but Halo was always about the balance between, Halo was always about the balance between guns and grenades and vehicles. That is what Halo was about. And that's why I like Halo and I don't like any other shooter games. I mean, you know, I have fun with them, but I'm never gonna, like, play them consistently. Whereas Halo, I stuck with. Because Halo is about, it's got that, like, the Triforce of Sandbox. It's got the guns, it's got the vehicles, and it's got your equipment and your grenades. Halo 5 was so movement heavy that it almost removed the function of vehicles in large part. And that completely shifted, like, you removed one of the core elements of the game, and so of course I'm not gonna like that as much. Whereas, you know, Zelda didn't remove puzzles, it just rearranged the way you interact with them. Ocarina of Time didn't make you climb every wall you could, or go through areas out of order. No, it didn't, but A Link to the Past sure did. A Link to the Past, you know, you can go through areas in whatever order you want. Original Zelda, you can go through in whatever order you want. Because the other thing is, you know, like, you look back at that old, like, Ego Raptor video, I think it is. You know, he doesn't like that Ocarina of Time makes you go through in a certain order. And I think he's wrong for that. I think it's great the way Ocarina of Time functions. I love everything about the way that game functions and the way it's laid out. But, you know, the reason I bring it up is to say people made the same argument, people could make the same argument about Ocarina of Time. Or give you a Master Sword that breaks. I mean, but it doesn't break, though. It recharges. I see where you're coming from. That Ego Raptor video is a piece of garbage. I would agree. I'm not saying he's right. I'm just saying, you know, people made the argument. He spits on Ocarina for telling a story. Yeah, again, I agree. And there's plenty of things that, you know, there's plenty of things in that video that I haven't seen it in forever. It's just what comes to mind. But there were plenty of things in that I remember being like, bro, like, that's just a skill issue. That's the puzzle, you know. My point is just, I don't know. I don't even know what my point is anymore. But, oh yeah, my point is Breath of the Wild remixed those elements very heavily, but it didn't remove them. Because Breath of the Wild is still about solving those puzzles. Yes, you climb walls in Breath of the Wild. I don't see that as a bad thing. I don't see how that could be a bad thing, because that just opens up the possibilities of what you can do with the puzzles in the game. So I'm all for it, you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, I go to Zelda to solve puzzles and go on an adventure and kill monsters. And that is what Breath of the Wild gives me. At its core, that's what that game is about. So, dang, I shouldn't have healed right there. Oh, we could have had him. We could have had him. I should have backed off. Yeah. Breath of the Wild makes itself impossible to let's play. What do you mean by that? What do you mean to let's play? What, like long, like, playthrough series on YouTube? Close one. Yeah, we could have had him there. We could have had him there. I think by the time we're 2 hours into the stream, we will have Fume Night. That's my theory. That's my game theory. We're gonna see, but I think we're gonna have him. I don't see how. How does it make itself impossible to let's play? That's what I'm referring to. Yeah, what do you mean by that? I make videos myself. Oh, okay, sick. Yeah. Wow, that was a garbage run. Yeah. Okay. You should post some of them. You should post some of them in the server for sure. Yeah, I'd be interested in checking that out. But yeah, how does it make it impossible to let's play? I'd be curious to hear more about that. There's not a definite in-game solution to anything. Yeah, that's true, but I would argue that makes it more fun to let's play, because that way every person who's doing a let's play of the game is going to be doing it differently. And so every time you watch it, it's something different. You know, one of my favorite parts about Breath of the Wild was seeing, because I watched my brother play the game, and then I played it, and my oldest brother then played it. And every single one of us kind of gravitated towards different parts of the game. And there would be a shrine, there would be some shrines where my brother would go in it, and, you know, I figured out, watching him play it, I figured out what the puzzle was almost immediately, whereas maybe it took him a while. And then there were other shrines that he went into that he had solved it before I could even comprehend what was going on. And so it was really interesting, you know, watching, and the cool thing about Breath of the Wild, too, is that, you know, like, we were all playing the same game, but we were all going in a different direction. And so, you know, because, okay, right, let's look at an example here. You're saying there's no definite way to go, there's no definite direction. That's true, but there's no definite direction in Dark Souls or Dark Souls 2 either. And when that was removed in Dark Souls 3, people didn't like it as much. Personally, I love the way Dark Souls 3 is more linear, but I also love the way these games give you more freedom. I don't know. It's just, I think it's cool seeing how, you know, how much variety there is and how people can then play the game. That's what I would say. In Dark Souls, I make a definite direction. Yeah, which is fair. I do the same thing. I always go the same way every time I play Dark Souls for the most part, until I get to the second half. In the second half of the game, I do that in a different order. I really liked Dark Souls 1's hub area. Oh my gosh, it's so good. That Firelink Shrine, I will say this, to make some sort of sense of it. Yeah, which is totally fair. I do the same thing, but some people like going in different directions, and I think it's great that you have the option to, you know? Because, like, for example, after my first playthrough, I never went through Blighttown again, because I always started with the Master Key, until I streamed it. When I streamed Dark Souls, I went through Blighttown again, because I thought, you know, we're streaming it, we've got to get the Blighttown experience. But until then, I never went through it again. And I think it's great that Dark Souls gives me the freedom to do that. And, you know, even Ocarina of Time, like, I know it seems like the Fire Temple seems to be regarded as the second adult dungeon. I always do the Water Temple second, because I love the Blue Tunic, and I want to get that thing as soon as I can. So I always do the Water Temple second. So even those games, you know, even Ocarina gave you freedom with how you did things to a certain degree. Majora really didn't, but with, you know, Majora's not even about the dungeons as much as it is about the side quests. Like, the side quests, I kind of say the side quests are the main quest in Majora, which is funny. I think I can spare a second hit. Yeah, there we go. Not to say, you know, not to say Majora's dungeons don't matter, because they're still a massive, massive part of the game, but, I think it's cool how much of an emphasis Majora has on the side quests. I like going the wrong way first. Yeah, I respect that. Breath of the Wild, you can just fly over half the map without doing any of it. Yes and no. To an extent, you can definitely skip a lot of parts of it, which I think is cool. I think it's great that you can skip it. I'm never going to, because I love doing everything. But I'm also never going to do, you know, that's the thing. The game gives you the freedom to play the way you want. I am never going to skip any of the main quest. However, I'm also never, ever going to get every Korok seed. I got every shrine because I wanted the green tunic. So I did that. I didn't care about the reward for every shrine in Tears of the Kingdom, so I never got every shrine. But, you know, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom give me the freedom to do the main quest and do as much exploring as I want to. I can explore to my heart's content, and then, you know, when I'm like, okay, that's enough, then that can be enough. Some freedom, but not complete freedom. Complete freedom is chaos. It is. It is chaotic. And there is a price to be paid for complete freedom. That is undeniable. Breath of the Wild, you know, the story took a back seat because there was complete freedom. Tears of the Kingdom, it's weird because I simultaneously think Tears of the Kingdom's main story is a drastic improvement and drastic downgrade from Breath of the Wild. I think it does some things way better and some things way worse. You know, there's a price to be paid for that, for sure. But I like that we got it twice, you know? I like that we got it twice, and I'm interested to see what they do next. Because that's the cool thing about Zelda. The cool thing about Zelda to me is every time I go to Zelda, it will be a completely different experience, but built off of the same foundation. And that's something that's really neat about that franchise. Like, Dark Souls is largely, I think it's more consistent with being different flavors of the same thing. You know, Zelda loves reinventing itself. Which I think is really cool. I love that about it. Rip my story-driven Legend of Zelda games. Yeah. Breath of the Wild is... Hang on. Let's see. Let's see what that says. Breath of the Wild is never clear. It gives you side quests in the final dungeons. And even a main quest, even though it's supposed to be the final confrontation. Why, oh, why is there a memory in Hyrule Castle? Tears of the Kingdom's story sucks. Pretends Ocarina of Time never happened. There's only one Ganondorf. Taurus is a man. Not a furry. Rauru. Okay, and that's the thing. That is the thing. Tears of the Kingdom. The confrontation with Ganondorf was unbelievably cool. Everything building up to it, everything revolving around Link and Ganondorf and Zelda, I was there for it, man. And that fight against Ganondorf was unbelievably sick. What on earth is going on with Rauru and Sonia and the founding of Hyrule? I don't know. I don't really care. I didn't find that part as interesting. It is what it is, man. You know, I wasn't really invested. That's why, like, Age of Imprisonment, the new Age of Calamity game that they're doing, bro, I couldn't care less about. I'm gonna be honest. The Imprisoning War did what it needed to do for Tears of the Kingdom to function, and that's all it did. It didn't need to do any more than that. You know, it set enough of a backbone for you to be invested in Link and Zelda and Ganondorf, because that's what really carries the game. Rauru did enough to give the arm the mechanics that it needed to do. Rauru served a mechanical function. Making him the first king of Hyrule, I don't know. And I will say, when Ganondorf said something, when he mentioned Rauru by name, dude, I was losing my mind. I was like, oh, that's the guy from Ocarina! Oh my gosh, that's the sage from Ocarina of Time! And then I found out that it wasn't, and I was kind of like, oh, okay. Let's see what Tears of the Kingdom's gonna do with this. And you know, it made him the first king of Hyrule, and I'm like, oh, okay, so Rauru the Sage was then named after Rauru the first king of Hyrule. Heck yeah, I'm there for it, man. Sure, why not? Give me some of that, I'll take it. Now, I know that a lot of people who are really invested in the interconnected Zelda lore were really disappointed by the way Tears of the Kingdom handles the founding of Hyrule, and that's fair. I've got nothing to say to that, because, like, I have no defense for that, because, to my knowledge, I don't know a ton about the interconnected Zelda lore. Let's see, there's no such thing as an ancient Ganondorf, it's fan fiction. The first king of Hyrule was a Hylian, no matter what the fanfic game says. Well, yeah, it's kind of like, you know, I don't know. It's like, I'm okay with there being, you know, multiple appearances of Ganondorf because, like, there's multiple appearances of Ganon, so I don't see why there can't be multiple appearances of Ganondorf. You know what I mean? Because also, genuinely, when it comes to the interconnected lore and whatnot, am I saying they handled Ganondorf story-wise the best way they possibly could? No. Because again, I think Tears of the Kingdom story flubs in a lot of major areas. However, genuinely, it let me fight Ganondorf again, and that was awesome. I'm all for it, dude. I'm all for that. Don't you tell me that every Princess Zelda has furry blood in them. Oh, man. I didn't think about it that way. I don't know, man. I mean, and again, I also understand that this is not going to work for everyone, but I just don't really think about it because I don't really care. I'm just like, it is, you know, it freaking, I don't know. Rauru, to me, is the guy who gave me my arm and sent Zelda back, you know, back to the future. Beyond that, I don't really care. And I know that a lot of people are super invested in the lore, and that's not a good enough that's not a good enough reason for them. And I'm like, okay, yeah, fair enough. Genuinely, I'm not knowledgeable enough on the subject of interconnected Zelda lore to have much of a say in the way Tears of the Kingdom handles it, because I thought that Zelda had already contradicted itself multiple times, so I was like, Tears of the Kingdom just did it again. It's just the most recent installment of it. Maybe that's not even true. I don't know. It's okay. Neither did Aonuma. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. So I don't... Oh, hello. I just used up an Estus. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't really have an argument against that. Also, okay, here's something that bugged me. The Sheikah technology in Tears of the Kingdom is just gone. Where did it go? That's just never addressed throughout the entire duration of the game. That's kind of crazy. How did that happen? You know, I think Tears of the Kingdom the good outweighs the bad for me in Tears of the Kingdom. Like how Dark Souls 2 has a lot of bad in it, but I think the good probably outweighs the bad. I think Tears of the Kingdom is the same thing. I think Tears of the Kingdom and Dark Souls 2 are very similar in that regard. Whereas in Dark Souls 2, most of the bad comes from a mechanical standpoint. In Tears of the Kingdom, most of the bad comes from a story standpoint. Whereas mechanically, Tears of the Kingdom just did everything Breath of the Wild did, but expanded upon. And Dark Souls 2, story-wise, does everything that Dark Souls did, but expanded upon. So I'd say they're kind of a similar thing. The first 3D Zeldas were consistent. They were very clear, but that there was only one Ganondorf. Oh, yeah, because in both Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, in both of those games, he's the Ganondorf from Ocarina of Time. And I see where you're coming from, but, like, you can only kill that Ganondorf so many times, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't bug me that it's not the exact same guy, because I'm Link, and I'm fighting Ganondorf, and I'm gonna freaking whoop his tail, you know? And Tears of the Kingdom freaking delivered on that. It gave me an awesome Ganondorf fight, and I'm like, hey, that's all I need, you know? I'm back. Did I miss something? We're still fighting Fume Knight Dopamine. We're just talking about Zelda. We're talking about, like, interconnected Zelda lore, because I am kind of stupid when it comes to interconnected Zelda lore. I am not very knowledgeable. We have 7 minutes left to beat Fume Knight before we make that 2-hour mark. Do we think we're gonna make it? Let's find out. Let's find out. Do I have a flame quartz ring? I might. Let's see. If I take off that, am I fat rolling? I am. Okay. I might put that over my exploding ring if I have one. Let's see. Bum bum bum. Yeah, flame quartz ring +3. I'll throw that on. Why not? Let's give that a try. The fire damage is hurting. You're absolutely right. I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, heck yeah. And I appreciate the tips. I appreciate the tips. Because I have a habit of, in these games, fighting a boss and being like, wow, that didn't work. Let me try the exact same thing again. Why? Why would I do that? That's stupid. I wonder if Fume Knight's weak to anything that I could, like, put on my sword at the beginning of the fight. That might be handy. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. If we don't get him this time, maybe I'll look into that. Maybe I'll look into that. Generally, let me ask y'all this. Would y'all consider it cheating if I went to Fextra Life to look at what Fume Knight is weak to? Because generally, I don't like looking up what a guy is weak to on this, but I don't know if no? Okay, heck yeah. Let's find out. Let's find out what Fume Knight's weak to here. So, let's pop this open. Fume Knight. Let's see what we're cooking with here. Alrighty. Resistance, fire, immune, poison, and bleed. Weakness, none. Oh, he's weak to nothing. Hype. The same 1998. I just checked. It said he's not particularly weak to any specific element. Yeah. Yeah. I made a Let's Play of Dark Souls for the strict purpose of educating. Oh, that's fun. This ain't 1998. You can use the internet. Yeah, I know. I like going through it. I like going through it mostly blind for the most part. It also comes down to the fact that I'm a freaking caveman and I'm lazy. And I'm like, oh, I'll just smack him with something really hard. That'll probably do the trick. Normally it does. Fume Knight. Against Fume Knight, we're having a bit more of a problem. But, that's okay. That's alright. It's a really cool boss, though. It is genuinely a really cool boss. I'm a big fan. Big fan of that there Fume Knight. Bonk. Boop. Boop. Alrighty. Bonk. His music has really grown on me, I will say. I like that bum, 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 bum. I like that motif there. That's a lot of fun. Alrighty. Okay. That's gonna be a problem. Heal up. Take our chug of Estus. Our brief Estus swig. I waited too long for that attack, but luckily I was spared. That was pure luck, though. Okay. Yup. Okay. I've got to get him to attack with his greatsword now, or else I'm cooked. Yes! Boom! There we go. Chance to heal. Did I get the last smelter wedge? No, I never did. I never did. But honestly, with it just being the one, it's so easy to keep him away from it that, like, him getting near that thing has never been a problem for me. So I'm not too concerned about that last smelter wedge, because I just, like, I'll be honest, I just don't want to bother going to find it. I'd rather just fight him, you know. I'm having a lot of fun fighting him, and I don't want to go back and have to run around and explore, like, the area that I've already done in order to find it, because I know I'll largely just be running around things that I've already completed. Ouch! Okay. Ooh, okay. Good call on the flame quartz ring, though. That was huge. Let's see. Hate my delay. Dang. Let's see. I have a story about what made me use guides in every game I play. Funny enough, it involves a Zelda game. Okay, heck yeah. Yeah, I'm still YOLOing it, human voicemail. Everything about Fume Knight is sick. It's just ungodly difficult. Yeah. Oh, no! Message redacted. What was that, Greyheart? I hate my delay. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Joseph, I'd be curious to hear your story there. With guides. Yeah. And I respect the hustle with guides. Yeah, it was delay. I gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I'm never gonna, like, say, oh, you shouldn't, you know, whatever. I just, you know, I like just kind of figuring it out. And genuinely, more often than not, Won't fit in a YouTube chat. Fair enough. You could segment it, you know, put it in paragraphs. Yeah, more often than not, it's not even a matter of principle. It's just that I'm too freaking lazy to figure out what he's weak to. And I'm also just stubborn and stupid. And so I'm like, no, I want to kill myself. Is it effective? No. Is it a good idea? No. But it is what I do. Okay, I gotta heal up on stamina. Whew. Bonk. Ouch! I thought I had a second there. I did not. Alright, healing. That was our first S. Oh, I didn't have time for that. Sup, dog? What's going on? We are fighting Fume Knight still. We have been on Fume Knight for 10 hours now. For 10 hours, 11 minutes, and 2 seconds exactly at this point in time. So, you know, we're struggling, but honestly, it's a fun fight, so I don't even mind. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. We've had a lot of good dialogue going on as well. Yeah. Fume Knight has definitely taken us a while. This is the longest I've ever spent on a boss. But I was saying, yeah, you warned me at Smelter Demon, yeah. Gave up on Whispers of Despair. Did I not use it that time? I meant to use it. I guess I just forgot. Yeah, I thought I used it. I don't know. I've been on this fight so many times, there have definitely been a couple of runs where I'm like, did I even use Whispers of Despair? Because I just can't remember. It's kind of melding together at this point. Oh, that was a mistake. Nice, maybe I missed it. Yeah, it's easy to miss because I always do it right there at the beginning. And so, you know, half the time I forget that I've even used it. Okay, I gotta heal up on stamina real quick. Boom, there's the poke. Ouch. Okay, I thought that was gonna be slower than it was. It wasn't. Heal up. Ooh, okay, that took a second. Can't wait for Blue Smelter Demon. Is there a... You're joking. There's another Smelter Demon? Is there another Smelter Demon? Are you being serious? Is there another Smelter Demon? Dude. I don't know if I'm doing that. Maybe stick to the left side. I think you're right. Swear to God. Okay, y'all. I'll tell you what. There might be 2 bosses that I skip. The Blue Smelter Demon was hardest boss by far, in my opinion. There might be 2... Smelter, I hardly know her! Yeah. There might be 2 bosses that I skip. Freaking Frigid Outskirts boss and Blue Smelter Demon. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that crap. I want to actually play the game. I want to actually progress. Yeah, he's bad. I gotcha. Besides Sir Alon. Yeah. Don't Blue Smelter. It sucks. Yeah. I'll tell you what. Since I've been talking for 2 hours and my water's been empty for like 1, I'm going to run grab some more water real quick. I will be back in just a moment because my voice is starting to, You have to at least fight him once. I'm going to fight Frigid Outskirts boss once. I'll tell you that much right now. I'm going to fight Frigid Outskirts boss. Once I fight it once, then... Because I did get that part spoiled for me. I know that the Frigid Outskirts boss is literally just the freaking saber-toothed tiger twice. And I'm like, that's stupid. I'm not doing that. But you have to... You used to have trouble with Blue Smelter, but after playing Chivalry 2, it became oddly easy. Huh. Oh, yeah. Interesting. How does Chivalry 2 translate to Dark Souls? I'm curious about that, too. Take your human Estus. Human Estus? What, like pop a human effigy? I don't have any. I'm all out. So, alright. Let me put on my Be Right Back screen. Yeah, let me run and grab some water, y'all, and I'll be back in just a second. Oh. Also gonna mute myself. I'm tracking. Yeah. Human Estus. I'm tracking. That's good. I like that. People love delaying and dragging attacks in Chivalry. Oh, I've seen. I also forgot, I got a coffee. So, because those Dunkin' Donuts coffees that I was getting, I was using my, like, I was just getting them from my, like, college coffee shop here. And, I ran out of the, you know, the, my, like, you have your, like, college dollars, whatever thing, accounts, and I spent all of mine. But I can get this with the same meal swipes that I use. They have like two forms of currency. You have meal swipes that can just get you a full meal, and then you also have like dollars that are locked to only be used at the college stores there. I don't know. And I spent all of my little college bucks. Which means no more Dunkin' Donuts coffees for me. But I got this thing. And it's funny. I was like, hey, so could I get an iced coffee, but without the ice in it? Because I'm gonna stick it in the fridge for later. And, oh, my be right back screen's off. Spent all of my real dollars and can no longer afford groceries. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Yeah, that's mad unfortunate. Dang, oof. I'm sorry, bro. I hope you're okay. But yeah, so I got this thing. I was like, can I get an iced coffee, but without the ice? Because I'm going to stick it in the fridge for later, like hours later. And I don't want it to just be slowly melting and watering the drink down. And the girl was like, oh, we're not supposed to do that. And I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. Then I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to make you get in trouble. I'll just get the iced coffee. And then I was like, wait, why? Why aren't you supposed to do that? Because that seemed kind of arbitrary to me. And she was like, well, because then it's giving out more of the product. I was like, oh, huh. And I thought about that for a second. Because, you know, when you have ice in the cup, that means there's less of the drink in the cup. And so if you were to remove the ice from the cup, then, If you were to remove the ice from the cup, then there would be more drink in it, which would then, in theory, I guess, raise the price. And I'm like, okay, yeah, fair enough. Except, when you get a hot coffee, there's no ice in it. So, and the hot coffee is still filled, and I think it's the same price as the iced coffee. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But, I'm like, that's weird, man. Why is it like that? That's kind of goofy. Stole a box of MREs and have Berg's brew fermenting in my closet. I'll be alright. That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. Oh, man. Yeah. A fine feast for the Fume Night fight. Alright. Which, on the subject of the Fume Night fight, gonna be honest, gamers, I'm thinking maybe it's about time we actually beat him, you know? I'm getting, maybe we want to play the rest of the video game here. Maybe we've spent enough time on Fume Night at this point in time. Oh, I dodged too early, but I got far enough away. That time I did not. Okay, need to bait out a big attack here. Boom, and heal, 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 heal. Oh, okay. Luckily I timed that right. I was very scared that I wouldn't. But we did, we timed it right. Boom. Alright, let's get him. Okay. Oh, here's the big attack. Boom, time to dodge. And, okay, I should have healed right there, but I didn't. Which means I've got to wait until I have a good opportunity for it now. So, hopefully this is going to bait out his poke. Bingo. Which gives me enough time to heal. And then here we go, big attack incoming. Dodge through the fire and move in. We've still got 2 Estus. And we've got full health. And he's pretty low. We're doing reasonably well for ourselves, all things considered. As long as I don't run out of health. That's the bit, or out of stamina, I mean. If I run out of stamina, we're cooked. But as long as I still have a little bit at any given point, Oh, I panic dodged. I panic dodged. That's what killed me. Nice dodge. Yeah, well. Thank you for the dodge. That was nice. Yeah, that's definitely a little bit watered down, but I'm gonna be honest, I thought we had it that time. I really did. I thought that was the one. But that's alright, you know what I mean? You win some, you lose some. And I'll tell you what. We're about to very impressive run. Thank you. Yeah. I'll tell you what though. This is, I think this is it, y'all. I think this very well may be the run. We'll see. Because who knows, I've been wrong before. But I think this might be the run. So close, yeah. So close indeed. Alright. Ooh! Oh! I ran out of stamina there, but I luckily managed to just avoid his sword by simply being underneath it, I think. Alright. Oh, I should not have attacked right there. That was foolish. That's okay. We'll pop a heal. Alright. Let's knock him out here. Yeah. Okay. Made a couple of stupid mistakes early on, but this run is definitely still doable. Ouch! Again, stupid mistakes. I should not be making these things. Because most of his attacks are slow enough that as long as I don't panic, I have no... Because that's what killed me last time. It was the panic dodge. As long as I don't panic, I saw my health get so low, and I got scared, and I spammed the B button. And I need to not do that. I need to stay focused. I need to stay, you know, intentional. Everything I do in this fight must be intentional. Because, for example, if I had panicked right there, we would have been cooked. But I've got to stay, keep my head in the game, manage that stamina bar, and make sure that I'm only attacking when I actually have a good window to do so. Under the sword and close to him is working well. Yeah, it very much seems to. If I can be behind him and kind of stay under where his sword will be swinging, then oftentimes he can't hit me. Which it seems to do the trick. I thought that was going to be him switching to phase 2, I'm gonna be honest. I thought that was gonna be him switching to phase 2. Okay. Jeez Louise, we're getting a really late phase 2 this time. Okay, I'll take it. Surely, okay, there it is. I've got to heal. I've got to take that window. And here we go. Big attack. Dodge through the flames. Move up. I could have grabbed a hit on him there, but at this point I'm in a very much better safe than sorry mentality. Dodge that. Get a nice clean hit on him. Okay. That did some damage, but as long as I stay focused, bam! Take our heal right there. Oh, dang. Okay. That one wasn't a panic. That was just poor timing. Finally the run, question mark. Well, not quite, but that's 2 in a row. Really good. I think, yeah, and I can be quick to punish when I'm up close like that. Yeah. Keep this energy and focus up. You got this. I think we do, Ethan. I think we do. I've said it before, but y'all being here is so helpful, you know, genuinely, y'all cheering me on is so massive for keeping me going. That wasn't an ideal first half. With a good first half, you got this. Yeah, seriously, I think we're in business. And like Joseph, you know, the conversations there that we were having, those were really helpful, you know. That's such a good emoji, dude. Half the time, like, genuinely half the time I look at the YouTube emojis and it takes me so long to figure out what on earth they are trying to convey. It's so funny to me. Oh, I dodged way too early there. That was foolish of me. Alright, here we go. That, I think, is a good opportunity to heal. Yeah. Dodge again. And he's gonna swing, but that gives me a good opportunity to punish. Bam, right there. Alright. Yup. And hit him. And he's gonna block, which is fine. Okay. You do you, man. Okay. Go in. I'll be greedy. I shouldn't have been. I shouldn't have been. Immediately got punished for that. But that's okay. I can heal. Bam. There's a big slam, and I can get him. Okay. Here we go. And hit him in the back. Oof. Poor timing on my part. That one was just poor timing. That's all. That was poor timing. But again, we need to keep the timing from 3 runs ago and the focus from the last 2. And we need to have our nerve. We need to have our nerve. We need to have some audacity with this one. We need to stay, you know, stay in line, on program. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. All right, lords and ladies, this is it. Let's kill Fume Knight. Yeah, we're still here. Yeah. Yeah. No, I was just, Joseph, I was just saying, you know, like, having y'all here to talk to while I'm doing this is so helpful for me. You know, us sitting here and talking about Dark Souls and talking about Zelda and whatnot, just so good for morale. What does Whisper of Despair even do? It makes him take significantly more damage. It very heavily increases damage output. Yeah, I had never used it either, but, Human Voicemail recommended... Okay, that was just a poor run. That's okay. Yeah, Human Voicemail recommended it, and it made a massive difference, and it's, like, the risk is super minimal, because I can apply that on him while he's still spawning in. So really, I have nothing to lose, because the Catalyst weighs just about nothing. Yeah, it weighs just about nothing. So, you know, I'm just like, well, I've got no reason not to. You know what I mean? How much intelligence and faith does it cost? I don't remember. And you can hit him again during his second phase wind-up because it expires after some time. That's true. That's true. You know what else I'm going to do? If I have the endurance for it. Yeah, I do. I'm going to go on and throw on our Tears of Denial as well. Because I know it expires relatively quickly. But, genuinely, you know, stupid mistakes in the first half, Tears of Denial can kind of protect us. And we've been doing good without it. So as long as I'm not using as long as Tears of Denial truly is insurance rather than a clutch, or a crutch, because the second you start using Tears of Denial as a crutch, then you're screwed. Because that's when you're gonna play sloppy, because you feel like you can. It's like, well, I have Tears of Denial, I'll be fine. That's a horrible, horrible mentality to play with, because that's what kept killing me a lot on last week's stream. Yeah, that's what was really slaughtering me, in large part. I mean, it's not entirely that, of course, but it was largely, at least a lot of the earlier runs, I was using Tears of Denial as a crutch. And so as long as I have that, like, I'm applying Tears of Denial with full intentions to never actually use it. You know what I mean? That's kind of the goal. Is it's like, okay, I have this on, but if this goes well, I wouldn't have needed it. So. Wow, that is an early phase 2, but that's okay. And I shouldn't have taken that second hit. The second I get greedy, I immediately get punished for it, but that's alright. That's alright, we're locked in. And all things considered, this isn't a bad run either. Okay, there's the jab. Let's see what he's gonna do. Single swing, okay. Okay, big attack, big attack. Dodge forward, and maybe even get a hit on him? Yeah, heck yeah, okay. Because I have not been taking advantage of that opportunity. He's left open for a while after that big area of effect attack, and I've just been standing there because I've been too scared to hit him. But that's a really genuinely fantastic opportunity to move in and get a good strike. So, alright, here we go, here we go. Dodging out, and run forward, get a hit, dodge, dodge. I didn't even need that second one. I'm not gonna hit him this time. Yeah, I'm gonna regen some stamina on that. Boom! Okay. Just need to stay focused up, get an attack on him. Okay. Dodge out, run forward, get an attack on him. Boom! Lords and ladies, that's Fume Night. Let's see. 10 hours, 32 minutes, and 34 seconds. And Fume Night's down. I hear that guy moving out there. I'm gonna kill myself if he comes in here. Let's see. I see I'm behind on the chat room here. Always use Dark Orb. He used Simpleton Spice to lower requirements. Yeah, I use a lot of Simpleton Spice. It needed 24, but he cut it down. Hex Knight, that's my build. That's fun. Yeah, that's really cool. Never saw why anyone would play pure melee. You're making the game 10 times harder for yourself for no reason. Let's go 10 hours woo. Well, that's that. That is that. GG, bro. Blue Smelter and Alon to come. Yeah. Thank you, Human Voicemail. I appreciate the donation there. All right. There we go. Joy. I did it. All right. Let's go find Sir Alon. Joy. Hello? Crown of the... Wait, what? That's the crown of the old... Wait, where's Sir Alon? Isn't he in this DLC? He's in this DLC, right? Where is he? Oh, wait, by the way, I need to go tell my roommates that I just beat this boss. Hang on. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. We did it, lads. We beat him. We beat him. We're free. 10 hours and like 20-something minutes, I think it was. But we beat him, dude. That's what I'm scared of. But we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. 20. Yes. I'm back to it. Goodbye, gentlemen. Yes. Oh man. You know what? You know what? We completely forgot our old tradition. Best not cutscene yet. Where are you crowned? Oh, I can wear it. Heck yeah. We didn't even hit when we beat him. We didn't even hit. Boom. My thanks. Best emote in the game. Wear your crown. I'll definitely put that on. Heck yeah. Sir Alon is found within the memory of the old Iron King in Broom Tower. Sweet release. Yeah, seriously. We're free. Oh. Okay. So we got to go back up. Back up the Broom Tower. I'm not going and fighting that guy. I'm not doing that. I am going to use Rock's Feather and warp back to the bonfire. Memory of the old Iron King. Okay, interesting. So I will have to figure out where on earth that is. Man, I'm taking another celebratory sip of coffee. Spin them souls. I'm gonna. Figured I might as well. There's no better time than having just beaten Fume Night to finish that celebratory coffee right there. Oh, man. That was a sick fight. Genuinely. And I kept saying this throughout the fight, too. I was enjoying every second, for the most part, of actually fighting Fume Knight. That was very fun. I loved that. I really loved that a lot. Okay, let's go back to our gamer fit. Heck yeah. We're fat rolling, so we need to take off the great sword. Back to the fire claymore, I suppose? Yeah, back to the fire claymore. Okay, cool. I might, you know what?
Bearer of the curse.
Awesome boss, honestly. Big W for Dark Souls 2. Yeah, no, seriously.
Until hope has fully withered.
Thank you, Emerald Herald. That's very kind of you. Can I upgrade my Estus Flask? I can't. That's okay. That's alright. I think I will. I will level up Vigor a lot. But, okay, Joseph, you were saying that you were always... From the foyer bonfire, you're going to go up, roll off onto a platform, go up again, you'll open a gate, and I believe it'll take you yet another platform up, and there should be a big ashen doll. Interesting. Okay, that sounds fun. Joseph, you were saying you run a Hex Knight in this game. That's kind of what I love in Dark Souls 3, and in Dark Souls 1 as well, being a knight with pyromancies, and a couple miracles on there. I love using, because pyromancies and miracles are both faith-based in large part, and so I like running, I really like, running a bunch of miracles and stuff. Let me ask y'all, in terms of long swords in this game, what would be something good to invest in? There's the long sword that does 123 damage. That does 137. I'll do that. That does 137, and that sounds fun. Go all the way upstairs and you should see Sir Alon's armor. Hard to miss. You might need to watch a video, LOL, and you might want to summon someone. Oh boy. Well, I'm out of human effigies, so summoning someone's off the table, I'm afraid. But that's okay. I have the materials for this. I just don't have the souls for it. So, that's okay. Because you know what? Yeah, genuinely, Joseph, you've reminded me how much fun I always have when I'm just running a sword and a shield. And I haven't been doing that in this game very much. So I'm going back to it. I'm going back to the classic. Yes! Yes! Oh, yeah, now we're gaming. Now we're gaming! Okay, sick. So, Bastard Sword or Zweihandler. The Skelly Farm ran out. So, I mean, I could grab more. I just stopped killing them because I got tired of it. I'm sure they're down there right now, actively. I just got tired of fighting them. The one thing that I wish that the Majula music still played even deep within the mansion. The broadsword is good if you want something basic with a slight strength lean, or the red rest straight sword if you want the best axe in the game, even if it's labeled as a straight sword. That's funny. Huh, interesting. Alright, let's come down here. Let's see if there's any skellies. Nah, but I can still use a couple bonfire ascetics to grab more, but honestly, I just want to fight him. I don't want to farm skeletons right now. I want to fight Sir Alon. That's what I've been looking forward to more than anything in this entire freaking video game. I want to fight Sir Alon. So that's what we're going to do. It's exactly what we're going to do. Okay, so I know I'm going to Broom Tower. What, from the foyer, you said? I think the foyer. Also, now that I have downed so much water and then coffee, I do need to run to the bathroom. So I'm going to put on some tunage for y'all, and then I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, and then let's go find Sir Alon, shall we? Yeah. Throw on some horse music for us. Heck yeah. Alright, I'll be right back, gamers. Alright, let's see what we got here. Ooh, okay. Lots of stuff in the chat room. Let's see what we got. Horse music, let's go. Good to see you, Connor. Good to see ya. Longsword is cool. Yeah, I love the Zwei Handler. Big fan. Or the Bastard Sword. Yeah. And the Notched Whips. Ooh, yeah. Those are the weapons I like to use. I power stance whips a lot and say, give me your souls, boy. Funny, that wasn't my feeling fighting the majority of Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. Upgrade a shield. Really? Before you lose your souls. Bastard Sword and Zwei are probably the best for your build. Yeah! I'm a big Zwei Handler fan. Big Zwei Handler fan. Well, I mean, I've already spent all of my souls. So, what good does upgrading my shield do? Because the, Drangleic shield already blocks 100% of... of attacks. So, I don't know. Like, I've never upgraded my shield in these games. Does that do something? I wonder if that's where I'm going. Am I going down there? Or... is this it? Is this where I'm going? What are you? You're... no, this is somewhere where I've already been, I think. Pyromancy is great for any build in Dark Souls for one simple reason. No stat requirement. True. Pyromancies are hype. I'm a big fan of pyromancies. Oh! Okay, we made it. You know what? I'll take that. I'll take that. I love going with a left-hand scimitar and right-hand whip or spear in this game for dex. Heck yeah. I recommend the longsword because it has a thrust attack. Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds real fun. Okay. Yeah. Then I'll tell you what, if I ever find myself back over in, oh, okay, that's another bonfire. That's not what I'm looking for, though. It's not the bonfire I'm looking for. This goes down in... okay, that goes down in a direction that I'm not going in. This is such a cool level. I love the way Broom Tower is laid out here. Let me see. And one floor down is, I believe, where I just was, question mark? Maybe? Perhaps? Maybe. Yeah, that's exactly it. This is where I just was. That may have been the door. So you have the King's Shield. I don't think so. Have I fought Vindrick or the Throne Defenders? No. No, I haven't. Oh, is Vindrick a boss? I just saw him wandering around down there. I didn't realize Vindrick was a boss. That's interesting. I guess we should go fight him then, shouldn't we? Maybe after this DLC we'll fight Vindrick? Because they were both better than the Drang Sword. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Can I make that jump? No, I can't. Dang. I really do. I have this... oh! Ah, I don't have my Silver Cat ring on. I need my Silver Cat ring on. Okay, heck yeah. I'm gonna throw on the Silver Cat ring, and then I'm gonna see if I can't make that jump. We'll see. We'll give it a shot. Yeah, we will give it a shot. The Faram armor is so cool. I love the Lion armor. Love me some Lion Knight armor. Heck yeah. If I take off my Royal Soldier's ring... okay, I'm still not fat rolling. Then we're chilling. We are chilling. Let's see. Why are the chains for that off to... oh, because you're down there. Okay, cool. Cool. And jump! Oh, made it. Boom. Okay. Ooh, hello. Goodbye. Somehow that's not a mimic. Okay. Cool. Okay. So that's a treasure chest. Oh, Brightbug. Okay, that's massive. I will say that. That is massive. But that's not what I'm really looking for here. Where does this go? Hello? What is all this? Have I been here? That's ghosts. Have I been here before? I have. Wait, no, I've totally been here. This is like the start of the freaking level. Yeah, I was there a while ago. Start at the foyer bonfire, take the elevator going up all the way to the top. Oh, okay. Up and down against the wall. It also has an illusory wall halfway up it. Okay. Dark Souls characters falling 5 feet and instantly die. Yeah, that... Are you, Connor, are you the one who sent me that video of that meme of, like, Dark Souls versus Elden Ring fall damage? Oh, I missed it. Yeah. Hang on. Let me see if I can't pull up, you know what, never mind. We'll worry about it later. There was a, oh, hello. There was a video that I believe, yeah, that Connor sent me. That was, it was Elden Ring fall damage, and it's a character, like, plummeting freaking 7,000 feet. It's like the Gale plummet, or not the Gale, the Twin Prince, or Demon Prince, excuse me. It's like the Demon Prince plummet, or, let's see, illusory wall halfway up. I didn't see it, but okay, I was told to go all the way to the top anyways. You'll see another platform going, it also has an illusory wall. At the top of the second platform, go left! You need the key to the door, from there it's a straight path. Interesting. Okay, let's see if we have the key. But yeah, it's a character falling like a mile into a boss room in Elden Ring. And then it's Dark Souls fall damage, and it's Dark Souls 3. And I'm assuming he's going out of bounds, because that's why it instantly kills him. But yeah, the character falls like a single foot and just dies. It's so funny. Okay. Invaded by Dark Spirit Prowlers. Okay, awesome. Hello, Prowlers. I'm getting cocky. I'm here trying to freaking parry him. Boom! Because I'm goated like that, and I can parry him because he sucks and is awful. And maybe if he wasn't so terrible, he wouldn't get parried like a moron. Boom! Oh, Prowlers. Yeah, maybe if you weren't the worst ever, this wouldn't have happened, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Boink! Yeah, get styled on, pal. Miles, Tails, Prowlers. So true. Berserker Blade. Nice. Beating to a pulp ahead. True. No smelter wedge in inventory. What? Doesn't killing these things give me a smelter wedge, or do I? No, wait, I use a smelter wedge to destroy those things. Okay, that's what it is. That's okay. I don't have any smelter wedges, so that ain't gonna happen. Oh! It's multiple. It's multiple Prowlers. I guess I should have seen that one coming, huh? It did say Prowlers, with an S. Like plural. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of them. Lord have mercy. Boom! Okay. Oh, these guys have a lot less health, though. That's fun. That's fun at the very least. Okay. Cool. Okay. Sick. Awesome. 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 Okay. Awesome. No. That's actually, that's grand. That's just lovely. That's fantastic, actually. Because we can just... I'm gonna come up here. I'm gonna see what we're... That. I'm looking for armor. That looks fairly promising. I'm gonna... Bonfire! Yeah, screw you, pal. Screw you, pal. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. Rock's Feather. No! What did I do? What button did I just press? What button did I just press? I don't know what I pressed. It grayed out Rock's Feather, though. I don't know what I pressed on that. I was about to take a swig of my water, but the lid's on. What did I just step on? Hello? What was that? Oh, okay. Bingo. We respawned right here anyways. Bro, am I schizophrenic? I swore I just stepped on something. I must be insane. The lose button. Wait, did I... Wait, are you joking as in... Okay. Whew. I was scared I had, like, deleted it. Oh my goodness. Okay. Victory required ahead, but in short, try boss. Okay. This is him, then. This has got to be him, right? Yeah, I stepped on the die button. Insolent's armor looks cool. Oh, okay, so it's like the giant memories. That's fun. Yeah. Look carefully. Okay, all of the DLCs seem to have a room like this. What does this mean? I don't know what that actually means. One cannot reside within the memory for long. Okay, hello, Lawn Knight. Well, it was worth a shot, right? Okay, no, it wasn't. It wasn't worth a shot the second time. Smooth and silky stone. Oh! It's a flame lizard. It's a flame lizard. Okay, so as I recall, the way the giant memories function, there's not bonfires within the memory. That's why people are saying Surlon's runback is terrible. Because you have to run through the entire memory every time you want to fight him. I'm tracking. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Dark Souls 2. Okay, easy. Well, I say that. It probably won't be easy, but, let's go get him, y'all. Not the lizard again. Yeah, it is the lizard again. Unfortunately for us. That's okay, though. We're gonna grab this item and probably die. But that's okay, because, okay, if we lure out that guy, there's a hallway behind him. I'll be curious to see where that hallway leads, because that might go to something good. Zoinks indeed. I am gonna grab that third item, just because why freaking not? I'm very curious to see what that's gonna be. So let's grab it. Maybe it'll be worth a third death. Maybe not. Who's to say? But we're gonna go in regardless. We're gonna go in, we're gonna see what it is. And, who knows, maybe even survive. Probably not, but maybe. So we're gonna run right past here. And to the right, into the open room, to the left. Bring that first Lawn Knight on over. And pick up item. Skeptic Spice. Okay, that wasn't worth grabbing, but that's alright. Maybe it was. Who knows? Maybe we'll find another thing that we want to use. Alright. Heck yeah. So, now, we just have to run right past them, is all we've got to do. Because now we've grabbed all the items in there, so there's nothing else for us in there. So, yeah. Forever Alon, yeah. The areas in the DLC with those statues were challenge areas that in the OG Dark Souls 2, people without the DLC could try out as summons only, helping other players. The statues like that near the start of the DLC sync up here. That's so fun! Oh my gosh. Okay, that's really cool. Wait, I actually love that. Oh wait, okay, there's more door... Where does this go? Hang on, hold the phone. Okay, item. Oh! Bonus Lawn Knight. Okay, noted. So what, is this gonna go up to the Flame Lizard? Probably. Yeah, that's the Flame Lizard. I don't want to go in there. Oh my lord, have mercy. Okay. Now we know where it goes, though. That's sick. Another W for Dark Souls 2. That's what I'm talking about, man. When this game hits, because that's such a cool... Okay, that's a lot like the download play on the DS. Download play was such a sick feature because it let anyone play a small portion of the game as long as your buddy had it. If your buddy had it, because let's look at Mario Kart, right? Mario Kart, if I have Mario Kart, you could join me through download play. You'd just be playing as Shy Guy. But that's okay. We love Shy Guy. Or New Super Mario Bros. You can do the Mario Luigi mode with download play. I never actually owned a copy of New Super Mario Bros. On the DS. But my buddy Seth did. So we played that Mario vs. Luigi mode all the time. Because you could do it with download play. And I love when games do that. I love when games are like, heck yeah, why don't you try this out, you know? Heck yeah, give it a shot. This might not actually work. I'm coming to realize this might not actually function. Shy Guy equals best guy. Exactly. Yeah, I always play as Shy Guy in Mario Party. Yeah. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If Nintendo... What is that? Okay. if Nintendo really wants to get me to fork over all of my money for, if Nintendo really wants me to fork over all of my money for a freaking, what is it, Mario Kart, the Switch 2, Mario Kart World on the Switch 2, if they really want me to fork over all of my money for that, put Sniffit in the game, and I very well might buy it. If Sniffit's not in the game, then genuinely Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has so much content in it that I don't know why on earth I would even buy a new game. But if Sniffit's in it, then I will consider that worth the price. Okay, can I run around him? I can. Hopefully this hallway isn't going to just royally screw me over. No, it's not, seemingly. Okay, now I'm stuck behind the flame lizard. It is! It is gonna screw me over! Can I... Please? Please? Nah, we're cooked. We're cooked. That would be glorious. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, put Sniffit in the game, make Sniff City a battle arena, you have my purchase. That's all you need. But, if he's not in the game, I'm like... Because, look, it looks fun. It does. Mario Kart World looks very fun. It's Mario Kart. Of course it's very fun. But for $90, you have got to be kidding me. And I know that that's only the physical edition, and the digital edition is going to be like $10 cheaper, but I always like buying physical games. I always buy physical games if I can, rather than digital games. So, like, I'm going to use the physical game. I'm going to buy the physical game. If I'm gonna buy it. Or at least I'd rather buy the physical game, you know what I mean? And, I don't know. I find it kind of a little bit inherently ridiculous that I'm gonna get punished for... Okay, I have to drop down. I find it kind of ridiculous for, like, getting punished for wanting to play a physical game. I don't know. I think that's kind of odd. I don't think there's much of a point to that. And so I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna buy it, because, and I've said it before on this stream, I'm totally okay with the price of the Switch 2. I'm not okay with the price of the games. That's just not worth it. That's not worth the money. And so, you know, and it's going to be a commercial success. It's not going to be, I don't think the Switch 2, I don't see any world, even if it was great. How dare you own your own things? Yeah, right? Yeah. Even if the Switch 2 was priced perfectly reasonably, I don't think there's a world in which that thing sells as much as the Switch did. Like, that's just not gonna happen. Okay. Okay, Dark Souls 2. Hang on. We are at, you know, right now, I'm like, okay, I'm starting to see it. We're going to throw on our freaking, we're gonna throw on our farming playlist here. We're gonna throw on our just goofy music farming playlist. Because it's gonna be a minute before we even get to the boss, dude. Like, I don't even know where the boss is. We haven't even made it there. So, we're gonna throw on our farming music. I have too much music in this playlist though. I need to, between streams, or who knows, maybe even at the end of tonight. Maybe even at the end of tonight, we might like formulate the farming playlist, because right now I have kind of a mix between like goofy, like head empty type Nintendo music, and also like head empty music, and also just like chill music. And for a farming playlist, I think it should lean more towards just head empty music. If you modify it, enhance the Switch 2, you'll lose the rights to the license. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Sprained my ankle today, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna go to the last day of school. Dang, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you can heal that up quickly. Yeah, that's no good. It's no good at all. Dang. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
Huh.
If the Switch 2 is moddable enough to run Steam... Wait. If the Switch 2 is moddable enough to run Steam like a PS4 and has normal RAM specs, it might be great, but the Switch 1 didn't handle other OS as well, so I doubt it'll be the modding device. Well, yeah, they've also... Like, SteamOS, not SteamIS. Yeah, I gotcha. It's also like, I don't like autocorrect. Yeah. I think that was Dopamine that said it. If you mod the Switch 2, you lose the right to freaking play the video game system that you bought and paid money for. So, Lord have mercy, it still goes. This is the run back. Good grief. Okay. This is a boss. See, like, this? Wow. Okay. This is just inexcusably stupid. Like, this is the kind of crap that people look at, and they're like, yeah, this is why runbacks needed to die. Again, not all runbacks are bad, but this? Holy crap. This might be, like, the worst. Maybe it's time to pick them off one at a time. There's so many of them, and I've done so much of picking off Alon Knights one at a time. I just genuinely... I'll tell you what, if, I don't know how long we've been at this, and I can't unfortunately see my time right now because of where the iTunes tab is. Okay, we're at 2 hours and 53 minutes. If we haven't made it to the boss by 3 hours, I'll start actually killing him. I have a system, there's a way to deal with all of the Alon Knights. Well, I mean, yeah, it's just lure them out one at a time, and then it can be done easily, but there's so freaking many of them that I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if it's even worth the hassle. We'll see. We'll see. Because here's the thing. If it was an area, I would be down. If it was just an area, I'd be like, okay, sick. It's that I know that this is a memory, and that I know this whole thing is the run back, and I just want to see how long it is. I'm not expecting to fight and kill and beat Sir Alon under these conditions. I just want to know how long I have to endure this crap. And here they come down behind. Okay. Oh, Lord have mercy. There's the freaking flame guys. Alright. Okay, and that's the boss. I guess that's not the worst thing I've ever seen or heard of. I probably don't have the time to pause my iTunes tab, but Sir Alon's music is the entire reason we're playing Dark Souls 2, so I'm not fighting without the music. Here we go. Alright, lords and ladies, this is it. Yes. Oh! Okay. 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 Right. Noted. Okay. Okay. I don't think there are any time limits, not in this specific memory. The memory thing is a trick. This is like a Subway London shank. Yeah, last time I played this, a friend and I got the boss to 40% trying to not hit him. To no hit him. Dang! That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Well, it's not even, you know, Joseph, genuinely, it's not even a matter of the memory having a time limit. It's just that, like, it's going to take so long to kill those Elan Knights that if there is a way to get through here without having to actually fight all of these freaking guys, that is absolutely what I think I'd like to do. But we'll see. Because as long as I can just lure them out one at a time, it won't be so bad. The question is, can I lure them out one at a time? If I can, then that won't be such a bad and terrible thing. Let's see. Let's get you out here next. Alright, come on, pal. Bam! Get him with a good backstab. Heck yeah. Two-hand that. Wait for him to stand up. Finish the job. Okay. You know what? That's actually not so bad. That's actually not so bad at all. I still think as a run back, it's kind of inexcusable. But as a level, this is fine. I don't know why I tried parrying him there. That was foolish. I don't have the timing on these guys to parry. They're too quick. I'm sure they can be parried, but just not by me. Okay, I see that bleed building up. And I don't love that bleed building up. But, that's okay. Get him with a good backstab. Two-hand the sword there. And finish the job. Boom. There we go. Okay. Sweet. Onwards and upwards. Let's get the next guy here. Okay. I see that next lizard is already aggroed on us. Two Elan Knights are aggroed on us, which is not ideal. That's not what you love to see. But... okay. Taking some damage, which is not what we want. But... okay. Yeah, okay. Well, now we just have to do that like 17 more times. And then do... yeah. Yeah, I hate that. I'm gonna be honest. I see what they were going for, and again, like everything with Dark Souls 2, I respect them for trying something new. That doesn't mean it works. And I guess I can get behind the idea of, well, if you eliminate the enemies enough times, then they stop spawning in. So you can systematically and strategically remove them, so that way you don't have to fight them every time. I get it. This as a run back is garbage, though. This is just not good. Because we killed 2 of them in that amount of time. Maybe 3. Maybe we killed 3 of them. I don't freaking know. It doesn't matter. And we are going to spend like an hour just getting to the boss room. And I'm like, look, it would be bad enough if it was like an interesting level, but it's just a giant room with pillars and enemies that I've seen a million times already. And enemies that I've gotten annoyed with a million times already. Yeah. I don't know. Again, they tried something new. You know, it was a fun idea. It just didn't really stick the landing, that's all. But, you know, the good news is they're genuinely not so terrible anymore to actually take out. The Elan Knights, I mean. Again, stupid implementation, but, you know, the enemies are fine. So, it is what it is, man. We work with what we've got, and right now what we've got is a silly level here. Okay. Yeah. Because, like, the problem is, it's just... I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like, I should be dying to the boss, not on my way to the boss. And Ethan, I think that's what you're saying was your frustration with the Undead Settlement. You know, is you were dying on your way to the boss. You weren't even dying to the boss itself. But It might as well be a multiplayer endorsement area. They even give you NPC phantoms for each area, which is kind of odd because only 2 bosses in these areas feel like the boss was intended for multiplayer. People wanted the game to be even harder, and well, they got what they wanted, but at what cost? Yeah, correct. And I definitely see the idea of, hey, you're supposed to do multiplayer here. And I'll use a human effigy, and I'll summon these two friendly Drifter, Swordsman, Idol, Drifter, Swordsman, Idol, Steel-Willed Lori. Okay, sure, why not? Let's see what we got here. The problem is human effigies are too annoying to... Aww! Okay, here's something really sick. The way Dark Souls 2 handles its NPC... Oh, that's Welcome! What's up? I didn't know Welcome was in this game. Maybe I did. The way Dark Souls 2 specifically handles its NPC phantoms, where they actually act like players, is really fun. And that's something that none of the other games do. Dark Souls 3 doesn't do it, Elden Ring doesn't do it, none of them do that. Which is silly to me. Because, Lord have mercy, it adds so much character to the game. You know what I mean? The problem is going to be those freaking flame lizards. If the flame lizards are just spam attacking my NPCs here, then we're going to have an issue. Please. Okay, thank you. I was like, please focus on my buddies for now. Please. I will say, okay, like, if it was... It's the fact that human effigies are such a high price to pay, and I know I'm probably going to die to Suralon anyways, but I definitely see your point with it being made for multiplayer, and I love... And the idea of this being a way for people to try out the DLC is awesome. That is genuinely, like, if I ever do get to make video games and they have DLCs, I definitely want to do something like that, because that's cool. Heck, have even a demo in the base game, you know, where, like, when you get the demo for the game, it lets you try out a certain area of the game with actual players. That would be awesome, are you kidding me? That would be so cool. Alright, I know that's about it. Yep, there it is. Where did our other buddy go? There we go. Alright. Yeah, take him out. Cool, okay. Because, yeah, having buddies definitely makes a colossal difference in making this area easier to progress. If they actually come down with me. Which, you know, we'll see. I will say, though, having buddies did not fix the Black Gulch 2 area. That was just garbage. That area sucked balls. But this is fun. This is fun. Yeah. Sweet. Okay. Like, for boss runbacks specifically, if it was like, if you only had to kill him like once or twice, I think I'd be a lot more open to it, to having this many enemies. But it's like, bro, I don't have freaking 12 human effigies to spare on one singular boss fight. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Again, it's a really cool idea, and I feel like if it was tweaked and refined, it would really make for something amazing. They just need to refine it, that's all. Yeah, take him out. Okay, I have got to make sure my buddies do not fall down that hole. If they fall down that hole, it's all over. Black Gulch needs a Control-Alt-Delete to fix it. Yeah, seriously. Black Gulch and Black Gulch 2 just need to be removed from the freaking game. Just completely and totally reworked in every capacity. Just get rid of the poison statues and Black Gulch is fine. Yeah, honestly. Yeah. Black Gulch just feels insulting to me. Okay, I don't know where you're going, freaking Steel-Willed Lori. But yeah, you need to be coming in this direction. Okay, now that I have 2 Phantoms, let's see what that does to the Suralon fight. Let's see what we've got here. Maybe we can get him in 3 attempts, who knows? awesome boss arena this is. This is so cool. Okay. So he has a lot more health now all of a sudden. And I am running very low on Estus, which means this is a life gem sort of a fight. I'm gonna pop one right now. Lord of mercy, can you focus on them for a moment, please? Jeez! Okay, I don't know why I even had NPC buddies if he's just gonna slaughter me immediately. Floor so polished it puts ray tracing to shame. Yeah, seriously, right? I'll tell y'all what though. I am gonna, because I have been downing so much water tonight. I am gonna run to the bathroom again. I'll be back in just a moment. And then, yeah, then I think we'll get him in an attempt or two. Alright, lords and ladies. Let's get it. Ooh, I like this one. This is a banger. This is a banger. Heck yeah. And screw it, you know what? Why don't we just keep the, let's keep the grind music going. Let's keep the farming music going. I just don't like Black Gulch with how you're not going to know which areas to jump. Hold on. Let me turn off my Be Right Back screen. Jump off of for the extra stuff without having the messages in the game to guide you to what's even able to be stood on. Yeah, that's a good point. The thing that I don't like about Black Gulch is all of it. I just loathe Black Gulch off of principle. It's that everything about Black Gulch is the worst elements of Dark Souls 2. You know, Black Gulch, because normally Dark Souls, it beats you down, but Dark Souls beats you down and says, but you can do it. And you can get back up. Hello. Wait, I wasn't looking. Did you just, like, knock into me? What was that? That was funny. Normally Dark Souls, it beats you down, but it's like, but this can be done. You can do it. And that's what I like about Dark Souls, is it's all about building to that moment of you actually overcoming the challenge. And Black Gulch, Dark Souls 2 oftentimes feels like it's laughing at you. I can take the game being hard. I don't like the game laughing at me. I don't like the game being just clunkily designed and then blaming me for it and laughing at me for it. And Black Gulch very much, to me, feels like the epitome of that. Black Gulch is like, ho, it's the poison area, idiot! That's what you get for wanting to play the video game, idiot! You know, and I'm like, okay, dude. That's just not fun. It's just not fun at all. And then the fact that they brought it back in the DLC, I'm like, this didn't work the first time. Who is the psychopath who thought it would work a second time? Who was like, hey, that sucked. Let's make more of it. I don't know. Maybe like hating Black Gulch isn't a super common thing. I can't imagine that being the case. That would be ludicrous. I feel like everyone should hate Black Gulch. And if everyone doesn't, I'm honestly kind of disappointed in the Dark Souls 2 player base. but, I don't know. Alright, I got a life gem up, yeah. We'll see, though. You know, this is... Now that I'm doing it with these guys, if this area is meant to be played in multiplayer, then I'm much more willing to forgive it. It's again, at that point, the only genuine, real major issue is just the fact that multiplayer is kind of inaccessible. But other than that, I respect it. Because when you're going through this with Phantoms, suddenly it makes a lot more sense. Black Gulch 2 did not. Black Gulch 2 was still buns. That was still garbage. But this one works. This one works with Phantoms. We'll just see if Sir Lon will actually target the Phantoms for once in this fight. Because if he targets the Phantoms, like, once ever, genuinely, I think we're in business for ourselves. He's just gotta aim at the Phantoms, like, for a little bit. Instead of just aiming at me the entire time, always. I'm not fighting those guys, because my health is low. So I'm gonna run away. I'm gonna let my Phantoms carry for a moment. Just enough time for me to heal up a little bit. And I'm still healing, so... Gonna heal again, and again, and... Dang, I need a freaking healing spell for Steel Sword, Steel Wool, Lori over there. Alright. Boom! Yeah, take him out. This is really applicable. The clock tower music works really well in this area. It's kind of a similar vibe. Like, visually it is, I mean. Alright. Come on, take him out, take him out, take him out. Boom! He's done. And he's done. Cool. Okay. Yes, you have Estus. Good, 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 good. Don't you dare fall down that hole. If you do, I'm gonna perish. Cool. Alright, we're chilling. Alright. Let's see what we're cooking with. Let's see if we can't get Sir Lon. And I'll tell you what. I'll throw on Tears of Denial. I'll throw on some Tears of Denial real quick. And then we'll also, if we can without fat rolling, we'll throw on the branch there. Am I fat rolling? No, I'm not. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, let me throw on some Tears of Denial. And then as soon as we go in, I'm going to throw on Whisper of Despair. And we're going to get him. Yes. That's the play. Oh, I forgot to change the music. Ah! That's a crime. It's a crime and a half. The entire reason we're fighting this dude is for the music. There goes Tears of Denial. Okay, hang on. Target the NPCs, target the NPCs, target the NPCs. I gotta turn off the music. Boom. There we go. Alright, now we're gaming. Now we're ready. Now we're ready. We're locked in. I gotta heal. I gotta heal. Pop an Estus real quick. Alright, Steel Will Glory. Take it. Yeah, there we go. Bam. Alright, let's mess him up, gamers. Yes. Yes. His music is so good. Lord have mercy. Sir Lon is such an excellent theme. Genuinely. Okay, that's scary. I don't like what that is. Whatever's going on there, I want none of it. Wow, he has got some health, this man. Steel-willed Lori. Okay, she's gone. She's gone. Adolin. Oh, okay, I'm gone. Speaker emoji, yeah. Yeah. Man. Okay. Okay. Having two Phantoms makes him exceptionally hard. But that's okay. I might honestly, I might throw on the Greatsword again to fight that guy, because That's a freaking... Ooh. I mean, I'm just doing no damage. I don't know if the greatsword is even gonna help that much. I'm gonna look up. We're gonna research. I'm gonna find out what Sir Alon is weak to. Let's see. Sir Alon affects your life. Alright. Sir Alon, Dark Souls 2 wiki. Let's bump iTunes back down. You could Black Crystal the Phantoms right before the boss. I could, but I think the Phantoms are gonna help. Weakness Strike. I don't have Strike. Okay. Crap, he's weak to, like, all of the things that I could actually do to him. That is a shame, isn't it? That is a shame. That's okay. That's okay. We're gonna get him. We're gonna pop our last human effigy here. And, then after this run, I guess it's time to grind some skeletons, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe once I clear out the Alon Knights, I'll try soloing him. I Steel-Willed Lori. I'm gonna hit you with a wave right there. Alright. Let's get him. Let's get him, gamers. Got some Face Shrine music going? Heck yeah. I do like me some Face Shrine. What an excellent dungeon Face Shrine is. Oh my goodness. It's just, I mentioned this. I'm planning to do 2 more Link's Awakening videos. I would have thought they would have been done by now, but this quarter's just, I've had too much going on, so that was not going to happen. But the last one is about Face Shrine, and I am so excited to make that video because, oh my goodness, I love Face Shrine. Let me ask y'all this. I think most of y'all who are watching this are, like, I think y'all mostly came to my channel because of Ocarina of Time Reborn or Majora's Mask Reborn. Either of those projects. Regardless, it's Zelda music projects that I think drew y'all to the channel in large part. I mean, unfortunately, I'm out of, well, maybe. I'd like to do Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, and I'd like to definitely still do Zelda-related things, but I don't know how much I've got left to do to the scale of Ocarina and Majora Reborn. Simply because I'm nowhere near as familiar with, like, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess as I am with Ocarina and Majora. And those are the only other games that I could realistically, plausibly do a Reborn of. I mean, I guess I could do older games, right? Like, I could do... A Link to the Past is kind of pointless because A Link Between Worlds exists, and that has all of the music that I would want to do anyways. I could maybe do, like, the Oracle games. Link's Awakening has already been done. I guess I could do an orchestral Link's Awakening, maybe. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Anywho, my point is, I was kind of thinking about, for a while there, I was kind of thinking about sort of shifting my focus on my channel to videos of a much smaller scale, like under 10 minutes. But recently, I've been watching, because genuinely, Dark Souls 2 has fascinated me to such an incredible degree, because I've never wanted to like a game, and yet struggled to like it so hard. Dark Souls 2 is very unique in that regard, in that there's so many things that I love about this game, but there's so many things that I hate. And I don't think I've ever had quite this level of love-hate relationship with a video game before. And I've been watching people's, like, analyses, to Spirit Tracks and Phantom Hourglass. That's true, but Midrule is doing Spirit Tracks right now, and he's killing it. And if anyone was gonna do Phantom Hourglass, it would probably be him. Yeah, if y'all are interested, he's trying to, like, build the whole thing in Godot. So that's like a long freaking project. I don't know if it'll ever even get done if we're being realistic. Just because rebuilding an entire game by yourself from scratch is an insane task. That's crazy. But regardless, if you're interested in that, I can definitely like send y'all a link. I'll post a link to his project in the Discord if y'all are interested in that. Point being, I'm thinking, I've been watching people's retrospectives, like hour-long analysis of Dark Souls 2, and then I've watched a couple of Dark Souls 1 and a couple of Dark Souls 3. The reason I say this is because I have so many things that I want to say about Dark Souls 2. Should do that. Yeah, I'll post the link. I have so many things that I would love to say about Dark Souls 2, but I don't think I could convert Dark Souls 2 into several short videos. I think that would genuinely have to be a very long video instead. I'm asking, would y'all be at all interested in me uploading, like, hour-long, like, full freaking breakdown and analysis of games? Because I might try, after the Link's Awakening videos are done, I might try doing that, at least with the Dark Souls trilogy, and then probably Ocarina, and Majora, you know. Because I'm just thinking, like, after I stream a game, I can just run through, I can just go and do a big, long analysis of it. That might be fun, you know? I don't know. What do y'all think? That would be cool. Okay, sick. Yeah. Maybe I'll try that. Because I feel like all of the things that we discuss... Oh, jeez, Lori, you kind of suck, man. I feel like there's so many things that we discuss on these streams that it could easily make for a very, very long video. But I also do feel like, because at a certain point, it's definitely a valid question to be like, is there anything new to bring to the table? Because so many people have made their hour-long Dark Souls video that it's like, what's even the point of making one? Which is a fair ask, right? That's a fair question. I would say that with all of the stuff that we talk about on these live streams and things that I think about afterwards, I genuinely do feel like there would be enough to add to the discussion there, that it would be worth actually making a big long video about. So, I don't know. I might give it a try. Could be worth trying a vid or two on it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, the Dark Souls trilogy would be a really nice starting point. And, if that doesn't really go anywhere, then if we don't like that, then we don't have to continue with it. But I thought it might be a fun, thing to try out. Especially because I might have mentioned this, so I'm finishing my junior year of college right now. Next year I'm going into my senior year. The thought process, is that over the course of my senior year, I'm going to be building a video game. A very small one. It'll really just be proof of concept, where essentially I want to make like 2 levels. And if I can make 2 levels that are really good, that can serve as a proof of concept. And then, I'm just looking for like an hour's worth of playtime, right? An hour's worth of playtime. So essentially a demo of a game. And if I can make something that's good there, then once I graduate, in my spare time, over the next like 5 years, I can expand that into a full game. And it's very much inspired by Dark Souls and old school Zelda, and things like that. Oh, I need to burn a bonfire aesthetic. That's what I need to do. Anywho, all of this just to say, one thing that bearing that in mind, something I would like to do with my YouTube channel is, be able to talk about, because it's one thing to sit there and talk and be like, hey, here's the thing that this game does. I would like to be able to sit there and be like, okay, here's something that this game does. Now let's actually look at that in practice, applied to our own thing. And, we look at a game mechanic, and then we're like, how is that actually achieved? And then we actually build it. You know what I mean? I think that could be something that's really, really fun. to kind of talk about and show off, you know. Because that way, right now, my YouTube channel is kind of split between two main things. It's like, I have projects that I'm working on, and then I have videos that, this is a project that I'm working on, and I have videos that, here's a video game that I like and want to talk about. And the two formats there, like, they complement each other, but at the same time, you know, they kind of go against each other to some degree. And that's where I'm like, you know, I think it would be good, those long videos might be a good opportunity to kind of blend those two things together. And show off both of them at once, if that makes sense. I don't know, I might be rambling about nothing right now. But we're gonna be fighting these skeletons for a while, so, you know, figured we might as well have something to discuss. Jeez Louise, man. Oh boy. Yeah, we're gonna be on this for a minute, getting our next batch of bonfire ascetics. We haven't even gotten Sir Alon to phase 2. That's sad. We might be cooked, lords and ladies. Yeah. Maybe... there goes all of those souls. That's okay. Genuinely, tell you what I'm gonna do for the moment. My legs are a little bit tired. I'm gonna sit down for a moment. I'm gonna be a little head at the bottom of the screen. That damage off one hit. Yeah. Well, it's because I've leveled up the... It's because I've burned so many bonfire ascetics that Majula is on essentially like New Game Plus 5 at this point. And we're not even on New Game Plus. So that's why it's so scuffed. I wonder, you know, it would probably be worth bringing some kind of miracle or pyromancy down here. If I have like the Towers of Chaos, whatever that one is, Chaos Pillars, that thing, that might be worth investing in, because I can just bring that down. Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing, huh? I guess that's what we're doing. I'm gonna sit down for like, I don't know, maybe like 2 minutes, and then I'll probably stand back up. But my legs, they need a break eventually. Okay. It only does 4? It only does 4 firestorm. Wait, is that 4 pillars? Or is that actually just the firestorm consists of... Or I can use firestorm 4 times. Let's see. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm tracking. That's... I can use firestorm 4 times. That I can get behind. Now, do I have some kind of like... Do I have Havel's armor? I don't. That's a shame. I was like, if I have Havel's armor so that I can just have maximum poise, and I can just sit there and just burn them all with the firestorm, that would be awesome. But I don't, so I can't, and that's alright. Alright, here they come. I'm just gonna come right up here. I'll tell you what, like, if I can parry one of them, I might as well just retrieve those souls. Okay, because if I can parry one of them, then I can, then he'll be standing there, and he can act as a buffer between me and the rest of the Skelly boys. And then I can hit him with a firestorm. And half of the firestorm is going to be going behind me, so it's not even going to do any good. But at least then we've got something, you know? Yeah, I wish there was some way you could, like, lure them out into a trap of some kind. That would be awesome. I wonder if you can. Oh, but they drop the human effigy. Which means, like, if they fall off a ledge or something, then I still have to actually get that human effigy. And so that means it's just lost. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna run to the bathroom again, I think. And then we'll come back and deal with this crap. Then we'll come back. So let me throw on my be right back screen. And I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Alright, be right back. Alright, and I'll tell you what else I'm gonna do. I'm gonna throw on my cozy shoes. Yeah, here we are. Okay, let's throw on some headphones. I'm gonna give these skeletons like maybe one more attempt or something. And then if that don't work, I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know. We're gonna find out. We gonna find out. Yeah, because what I really need is for them, I really need to give it a second so that they can all crowd up on that door. Because otherwise Firestorm isn't going to do us any good. The question is there any realistic way for me to get a skeleton, boom, just like that, to body block the door long enough that I can actually weave Firestorm? Which took out half of only 2 skeletons' health. Lord have mercy. Okay. Yeah, okay. We're doing something else. This is stupid. I'm gonna sit down and we're gonna do a little Googling. We are going to do a little bit of Googling. Best ways to farm human effigy. Alright, let's see what we're cooking with, gamers. Shrine of Amana. 7%. Oh, Lord have mercy. Alright, let's see. Turn to Dark Souls 2, plays a caster, okay. Fragrant Branch on a petrified hollow who drops 2 ascetics. You can burn them. The bonfire to respawn him and get infinite ascetics. You can use these in Majula. Oh my gosh. Forest of Fallen Giants, we can find a chest that has 5 human effigies. Oh, okay. Forest of Fallen Giants has a chest with 5 human effigies. Where? That's kind of huge. Hang on. Okay. So, Forest of Fallen Giants, human effigy, chest. Let's see this thing. Let's see this thing. Alright, what are we cooking with? That's so funny, me being in the freaking bottom half of this right here. Oh, he's got the predator mask on. Okay. Is it Is it this? Is that it? Human effigy. Okay, bingo. That's the ticket. So, okay, easy. That's what we're gonna do then. I'm not. Oh, hello. I just freaking knocked my entire freaking screen. My bad. I just bumped my desk. I forgot I had my chair like slightly raised from where it normally is. So if I run down here, I'm assuming that the Majula bonfire will not affect this chest. I think that's far enough down into the Forest of Fallen Giants that will have no effect. So, we're gonna crack open this door. I'm assuming, like, once we go through this door, at that point, it is now Forest of Fallen Giants. It is no longer Majula. Really? I ran like 2 feet and the door stopped? Are you kidding me? You run like right out here and it just... Alright, whatever. Alright. And there we go. Sweet. And that's slamming down. Because, yeah, those skeletons... That's not working out so well for us, I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, sweet. So the chest is open. It's fine. No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I mean, that was just me being stupid. I can't even blame the video game for that one. Okay. Yeah. I wonder if there's anyone that I can consistently get summoned for right now. Like, if I wanted to be a summon and help people kill bosses, what would be a good one to do? Because that was how I got so many embers in Dark Souls 3, is I just was a summon for people and killed a million freaking bosses. But, okay, I wonder if I can lay down a summon sign in that Surlon, Fume Knight, yeah, right? I wonder if I can lay down a summon sign, if I can be a summon for somebody at Surlon. Because I'm probably around the right level for it, right? I don't know, maybe. Oh, it's not even about level, it's about freaking soul memory. Oh, how I loathe soul memory. Oh, wow. Okay, this is terrible. We are about to actually ruin Forest of Fallen Giants. This area is about to become unplayable. Because we're going to bump Forest of Fallen Giants up 11 times. So, goodbye Forest of Fallen Giants on this freaking playthrough, man. That hollow there is sure going to become a problem for us. But as long as he doesn't follow us all the way up into the cave, which he probably will because Dark Souls 2 enemy aggro is long, we'll throw on Rock's Feather, so that way we can just warp back to the bonfire whenever we need to. And we'll come down and we'll grab his chest. Oh, there he is! Rubbish! What? What do you mean, rubbish? What? Okay, so I just burned a bonfire set, what, for nothing? Do I have to burn a second one? How does that... Huh? Okay. I'm confused. We're missing something. Evidently, we're missing something. So... God, freaking rubbish. I only get one from the chest. One comment. Okay. Guide. Hang on. We've got a guide for this. Okay. What? This is a whole thing. This is a whole thing. Okay. Screw that. Okay, hang on, hang on. Was the chest broken? I broke the chest. Does it change what the item is if you break the chest? List of Fallen Giants Human Effigy chest. Let's see. How to farm Human Effigy chest. This is from 2014. I wonder if this is an original Dark Souls 2 thing that was changed in Scholar. If this thing used to drop you 5 human effigies and now it doesn't, I'm gonna be so angry about that. You are still a hero. Thanks, I need. Bro, thank you. What do you need to throw? Bonfire ascetic. Okay, so you need to burn a bonfire ascetic for it. That's all it's saying. Alright. Let's see. If it's broken, it's usually degrade. Oh, dude. That's crazy. I never even break chests. That one time I was like, yeah, let me break the chest. That would be fun. I haven't burned a bonfire ascetic yet, so yeah, we'll burn that. Okay, well, now we know. Now we know for the future. So, heck yeah. We're also going to throw on... We're going to throw on the farming playlist, because that's what we're doing. We're farming here. Heck yeah, me maker music. Get some of that going. Alright. Yeah, let's get her done. Okay, or I'll just miss my sword swing 3 times in a freaking row. That's cool. At least the hollows still die like hollows should. Even if I'm not one-shotting them. Now, by the time we're done, those guys are going to take like 7 hits. But that's okay. I can't believe that. We just wasted 5 human effigies. Unbelievable. Alright, there's 5. What is that? What is this item? I don't remember what that is. Homeward Bone, Soul of Lost and Dead. Sure, why not? Return to the last bonfire. Yeah, let's return. I'm not gonna risk running out there and dying. I don't know if this is even quicker. I feel like that's quicker. I feel like that's gotta be a little bit quicker. So, we're gonna burn another. We're just gonna keep burning until we're out of human effigies, dude. Yeah, breaking it was a massive L. That was a colossal L. But that's alright, you know. We work with what we've got. And right now, what we've got is 5 fewer human effigies. Okay, so these guys are still actually only taking 2 hits, which is awesome. I'll take that. Yes, please. Okay, nope. That guy specifically took 2 hits, but this guy took 3. Throwing knife. Okay, yeah. Throwing knives are fun. I'll take some throwing knives. I wonder, now that it's on, like, a New Game Plus, now that it's on a New Game Plus difficulty, I wonder if they drop a New Game Plus amount of souls. That's what I'm wondering about. Alright, that's 10 human effigies. Not bad, not bad. And Pop Rock's feather. Back to the bonfire we go. Heck yeah. Okay, I can get behind this. And burn bonfire ascetic. Alright. Yeah. Only 2 more and then we have 20 human effigies, which is not a bad number. I'm gonna go on and get them all right now, though. Because, genuinely, I just see no reason not to. I wonder if I just sprint through here. Right? Like, they're probably gonna catch up to me mad quick. But maybe not. I might risk it for the biscuit. Nah, that guy's already catching up. I don't have time. No, maybe I do, because check this out. There's my 5 human effigies, and once I make this jump, they can't get to me. So now we're chilling. See ya. Yeah. Alright. Yeah. This isn't so bad. This is way better, dude. I should have been doing this the whole time. I mean, like, it sucks that Forest of Fallen Giants is just gonna become unplayable for us. But, on the bright side, that's a lot of human effigies. So, here is my question. When you burn a bonfire ascetic, it progresses the area to the next new game level. Does that carry over if I go into New Game Plus? Like, when I go into New Game Plus, is Forest of Fallen Giants already gonna be on, like, New Game Plus 11? Oh, goodbye. That's okay. Such is life. Sometimes you plummet into the abyss. That's how it goes. I think so. Holy crap, okay. I assumed like on New Game Plus that would kind of change and it would revert back to the way it used to be. But that is good to know. It is very good to know. At least these guys are mad easy to parry. And not get a critical attack on, apparently. Honestly, in truth, even leveling up the area this much, these guys aren't bad. Now, the tougher guys in this level are going to be hell. So I'm not even going to bother trying. But, man, the vibe of this cave is really nice. If I ever do a sequel to Magic Caves in video games, I'm definitely throwing some Dark Souls in there. I would like to at some point. I think that was a fun video. Alright. Let's see, that's like 20 human effigies now, which is not a bad number. It's capped at New Game Plus 8 if I'm remembering right. I know that it's caps, but I'm asking, when I go into New Game Plus, is it still gonna be at New Game Plus 8? Because if so, this character is just never doing New Game Plus. Because I've just completely cooked the entire first level of the game. Wow, what was that? Lord of mercy, what was I trying to do there? Hello? Am I just gonna miss that parry, apparently? Apparently so. Apparently so. Dream's End is not great farming music. I don't know why I put this on the farming playlist. Well, because I was kind of just making a chill playlist, which was kind of stupid of me. I need to make a proper farming, like, you know, no thoughts, head empty farming playlist. That's what we need. Jeez, laughably bad parry timing. I don't know what on earth I'm doing over here. Gotta get those 1,200 souls back. That's important. Jeez, man. I'm garbage. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just not good at parrying anymore, apparently. Yeah. Here's something fun. Okay, y'all might get a kick out of this. So, the girl whose voice you're hearing, that is my friend Elizabeth. Wonderful singer. She's so good. I forgot to burn a bonfire setting, apparently. She is wicked talented. And, I yesterday recorded a new song with her. And it's something new for both of us. It's a metal song. Oh my gosh. It is so good. Because I was like, if anyone has a voice for this, it's gonna be Elizabeth. And so I pitched it to her. She loved the idea. And then she started with it and she was like, oh yeah, this is fun to sing. And so that's when I knew, like, we actually had something there. Because my part was fine, but, like, hearing her actually sing on it, oh my gosh, that, yeah, it's, like, it's next level. It's really cool. So I'll definitely have to show that off once it's done. I'm still mixing it. I've never mixed vocals in that capacity before, and metal in that capacity is new for me. So it's a process, you know, trying to get that to, trying to make the most out of what I've got there, you know what I mean? But I will definitely have to play that for y'all once it's all polished up. Let's see. It kind of is, but I can't remember if the final tier only activates if you ever use an aesthetics, or if it's only on Max New Game Plus and then using the aesthetics. Interesting. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, honestly, well, I guess I would like to play New Game Plus someday. If I ever replay Dark Souls 2, if I ever replay this game, it's probably going to be on stream. Because, I mean, to be frank, I just, again, it has a lot of great in it. And Forest of Fallen Giants is genuinely, I think, one of my favorite areas in the franchise. I love this area. I forgot to burn a bonfire aesthetic again. Why do I have journey music in here? Journey music is, like, way too pretty and methodical for farming music. I don't know why I put that in there. That was silly of me. I'm running low on water. That's okay. How many human effigies? 25. Okay, sick. Yeah. I'm gonna just use up all of my bonfire aesthetics, because it's not like I'm gonna use any, you know, for the sake of actually using them. So I'm gonna just pop all of those guys. All of them that I've got. I'm gonna whiff my parry again, because evidently I'm just the worst at parrying now. That's just a thing that happened. I'm not sure when that happened, but that's how it is now. Alright, let's see what we're cooking with here. Come on, Belle. Okay. This whole dying to the basic hollows thing, I'm not the biggest fan of. That's just a skill issue, though. I have no reason to be dying to these guys. I don't know why I even am. It's foolish of me. But that's okay. Alright. Let's come up here, and we'll go down these planks. And there's our chest. And there's our human effigies inside of the chest. And pick those guys up. And jump. And pick up these couple of guys. And there we have, that's Atonement. Atonement, you know what? It's a beautiful track. I'll keep it on. Why not? What do we think? Do we prefer the No Thoughts Head Empty music, or do we like the, actual, calming, peaceful journey music for farming? Y'all tell me what you think. Because, you know, I'm like, I want to put on the freaking, I think of it immediately, and I'm like, I want to put on the just, brainless, you know, freaking Tomodachi Life, overworld music. But this has a nice vibe to it. Both are good. Yeah, okay, I like that too. Yeah, I'm glad that y'all both agree. Both are good. Okay. Let's get rid of this guy. It's a nice little mix. It's a nice little balance, you know? Yeah. See, this is why it's great having y'all here. Because getting y'all's input on these things. Because if it was me, I would have probably put on, you know, I might have just gone in and made, an entire new playlist, and I didn't really need to. Because this is nice. This is nice. And this is also a freaking 6 minute and 11 second. 6 minute and 11 second track. So, it covers a lot of time, which makes it great for farming. It keeps it fresh. That's a good point. It does. It keeps it fresh. And that way, every time we're farming, we have a nice variety. You know, variety of stuff coming in and out. Yeah. I like that. Alright, 3 more bonfire aesthetics, and then it's back to Sir Alon we go. Though honestly, I'm gonna keep the music going until we actually get to the boss, because it's gonna take us so long to actually get through the run back there. So I've got no reason not to. And I might, when we get there, before I summon anyone, I genuinely think I will. I'll lay down my summon sign, and we'll just see. We'll just see if anyone summons me. Because I would be interested in helping someone else kill the boss. I mean, I don't know if I'll succeed. I'll probably die. But, you know, there's always hope. There's always hope that I can summon another player, and they will carry the fight. What a beautiful game Journey is. Someday, we're gonna do another Journey stream. Not for a while, but eventually, you know. Maybe over Christmas, enough time will have passed that we can do Journey. Because I would love to do Journey, just repeatedly every now and again after a certain amount of time, you know. And we do another Journey stream. And we'll do one, specifically dedicated to, you know, instead of doing it just at the end of a Dark Souls 2 night when we're already exhausted. Because we just played Journey to take a break. I think it was after Iron Peak we played Journey, because we were just sick of it. And so we were like, let's take a break. Let's have some enjoyment in our lives. But at that point, we were all falling asleep. I know Ethan fell asleep. I know you did. I was practically falling asleep sitting here playing the game. Because it's a very peaceful, it's a very calming game. And it very much is a thing of, you know, you're sitting here, and it does. It kind of, yeah, you fell asleep too. Okay, that's right. Yeah. So we were all falling asleep in there. Yeah. But I would be very interested in doing another stream of that game. And, you know, once, because there's also, every single stream, there's a couple of new people coming in and coming out. And so, we'll give it some time, you know, and then we'll have, I mean, of course, we'll be here. Then, you know, instead of just it being us, there might be some new people here, some new faces, and we can show some new people Journey. And then we can play it and we'll actually be awake for the whole thing. That would be really nice. Because, I mean, physically I may have been awake, but I was not mentally awake by the end of that game. I was like, genuinely, the apotheosis moment at the end of the game, which is such a beautiful thing, and it's something that I always look forward to when I'm playing that game. I was sitting there and I was kind of like, I'm ready for this to be done so I can go to bed. Good, I burned my bonfire ascetic. Okay, that was our last bonfire ascetic, which means, that's our last batch of human effigies right there. And that's it. That's it for farming human effigies on this playthrough, which means what I've got is what I've got, and we have to make the most of that for the rest of the playthrough. So, we're chilling. We're chilling. Okay, we're gonna travel to Smelter Throne. Smelter Throne. You know what? Actually, that reminds me, since we're at the Smelter Throne, that reminds me that there is another Smelter Demon. I'm gonna be so honest with y'all. After we kill Suralon, we're probably just moving on. I don't know if I'm even fighting him, because I don't know where to find him. Like, if I knew where other Smelter Demon was, then I'd fight him once and then never go back. But I don't even know where he is. That's 50 human effigies. That's not bad. That's more than we've ever had in this game. I wish we had used, I wish we'd used that chest the entire time. I wasted like 10, not 10, but I definitely wasted like 5 bonfire ascetics on the skeletons when I could have done it on human effigies. Make an attempt at least, but I don't know where to find him. Like, I've been everywhere that I know of in Broom Tower. I don't know where to find Blue Smelter Demon. That's what I'm saying. I knew where he was. If I knew where he was, I'd do it, but I don't know where he is. I don't know how to get to him. So I don't know. Holy crap, I'm about to die. Let me pop an Estus real quick. I shouldn't have done that. I should have popped a life gem instead, but that's okay. Smelter was near the middle of the elevator going down to Fume Night. I see. That's crazy, too. I did not realize... I always assumed Suralon was the final boss of this DLC. I didn't realize he was the bonus boss. Kinda crazy. Let's see. Which I guess that makes this is gonna be the only DLC that has 2 bonus bosses. Because that makes Fume Knight the only required boss in this DLC. Jeez Louise. Okay. Just totally wasted a human effigy, but that's okay. Smelter was near the middle of the elevator going down to Fume Knight. Interesting. Okay. Well, after we kill Suralon, we'll give him a singular attempt. We'll go kill him. And, well, no, but we'll go fight him. Who knows? Maybe they'll actually give Smelter Demon 2 a decent run back. We'll see. Oh, I took a screenshot apparently. Pressed my Xbox button, I guess. Or no, I pressed the screenshot button is what I pressed. Alright. Let's throw this on. Let's not play like morons this time, you know? This time I'm thinking we'll actually play intelligently. Yeah, I wish that there was, I wish that the game, maybe it does this, correct me if I'm wrong, I wish that it kind of communicated what these rooms are, you know? Like, maybe put an NPC at these different rooms, and, you know, have him give you some kind of in-universe, like how Solaire explains in an in-universe way how the soapstone works. It would be nice to have a guy in those rooms who can explain in an in-universe way how the multiplayer sections of these DLCs work. Because it's a really sick idea. Bonjour, what's going on? Totally not Kavak? Is that how that's pronounced? Totally not Kavak or totally not Kavak? I don't know. Is it like kayak but with a V instead of a Y? Okay. Man, I hate those lizards. Not too fond of those there lizards. But the problem is the freaking Elan Knight's right there, and so he's gonna just freaking, the lizard's gonna melt my poor NPCs. They're not the brightest at all times, I'm gonna be honest with you. I love them. The second one. Kavak, okay. Like kayak. But with a V. That's fun. Oh, and I wasted another human effigy. Well, it's good to see you. It's good to see you here. Totally not Kavak. Sorry, I keep wanting to say kayak. Basically, yes. Yeah. Totally not Kavak. Cool. Well, it's good to see you here. We just farmed a whole bunch of human effigies, and now we're trying to fight Sir Elan, and we're doing a pretty sorry job at it right now. My contacts are drying out again, so I'm gonna pop in some. I'm gonna pop in a couple eye drops here. Let's see what we got. Oh, hello? Is my thing going dry? Is that what's happening here? Hang on. There it is. Hello? Oh, that's it. No, I only had enough for one eye. That's a shame. Hang on. I might actually run grab another eye drop thing. Give me like 2 seconds. I'll be right back, gamers. Alright, lords and ladies, I have returned. Let's see. I got lucky and summoned an absolute legend for my Sir Elan win. Nice! Would you like some tips for this place? I would love a couple tips. Yeah. Tips are always great. Sir Kavak? That would be awesome, actually. Let's see. Oh, we've got Apotheosis going now. Nice. That's a beautiful track. Okay, I got my next thing of eye drops, so. Boom. Alright. Now we can see nice and well. So, pop a lid on that guy, and let's pop ourselves a humanity. Heck yeah. Pop ourselves a nice humanity here, and we'll summon our buddies. Yeah, what do y'all think? Should I just banish the phantoms before the actual fight? Because they take his aggro, but they give him so much more health, and I feel like the bosses in this DLC have so much health that it's just kind of like, I don't know if it's worth it, man. I don't know. We'll see, maybe. Let's see. I've got to do a lot of, that's true. I would try a banish. Okay, yeah. Then this time we'll banish him, and we'll see how we fare solo. Because genuinely, like, And I'm sure we could have beaten Fume Knight even if we had Steelheart Ellie. But, you know, notice that last time we summoned Steelheart Ellie every time we fought Fume Knight. And this time we only fought him solo. And it still took us 2 hours of fighting him solo, but we eventually beat him, and we beat him solo. So, maybe there's something to that. I don't know. Perhaps there is, perhaps there isn't. How did my souls get up there? I don't remember dying up there. I don't think I died up there. For the first part, before you drop down, you can fight one Alon Knight at a time as long as you're careful with positioning. In fighting, make sure to lure enemies away from the flame salamanders. Yeah! Yeah, no, that's definitely a good strategy. Because, like, I can grab... Well, okay, I ran too far, and so I got both of them. But, you're absolutely right, because if I run all the way over here, as long as my phantoms will follow me, which Drifter Swordsman Adel is not, but that's okay, because we're going to run up, and we're going to freaking beat the snot out of this guy before he can even fight back. Boom! There we go. Next, we should be able to take on this guy on his own. Heck yeah. Let's just beat him to a pulp here. Try beating to a pulp ahead. Just like Denial, you can't use the summons as a crutch to take aggro for you. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's a good point. Whereas Denial was a crutch, yeah, maybe I'm trying to use the summons as a crutch here, and that's not actually very good for us at all. So, alright. Let's see here. Cool. Okay, sick. So, let's come... Alrighty. Come on, buddies. I like that the buddies seem to be programmed, even if it doesn't necessarily work 100%. The buddies definitely seem programmed to try and dodge the Flame Salamander's attacks there, which I really like. That's a nice touch. Alright, let me just sprint out here, lure the Alon Knights, and then run back up here, away from the Bow Knights. And both of my buddies are unfortunately not following. Steel Wool Lori is not, but that's okay. Here she comes, and here come the Knights. Come on, come on, come on, gamers. Alright, here we go. Let's get them. Let's mess them up. See, I feel like that should have been a backstab. Maybe not. Okay, we got it eventually. That's all that matters. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see. I don't know where that second Alon Knight went. There he is. Alright. Let's deal with him real quick. Or not! Or maybe we won't! Wow, that was really stupid of me. I don't even know how that happened. That was very foolish. Huh. Sorry, I'm just popping a couple more eye drops in. We gotta stay hydrated, and we gotta keep the eyes hydrated. So, keep the whole self hydrated. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't, I prefer wearing my contacts. It's just they do start drying out as the night progresses. They do start drying out a little bit. And I'll tell you what isn't helping, and I might have mentioned this already, is I wear monthly contacts, and I wear monthlies, and I think I've been wearing these things for about a month, and so I'm trying not to wear them a ton, because I don't actually have any spares at college with me. I didn't think to bring enough. I had meant to grab some over spring break, and then I forgot. And so I, words. Lord have mercy. Oh, Lord. So I've got to make these contacts last for the full, like, 2 weeks until I go home. And so I'm, pretty much just wearing them for, like, things where I'm like, this would be good to have contacts. So I'm wearing them, like, on the streams, and then, like, when I'm giving a presentation, Or, you know, that's about it. I hear pain, I agree. Yeah. Yeah. So, because, you know, not that I dislike my glasses, but one, I feel like, and maybe this is just a me thing, because I always wear my glasses, like, late at night or early in the morning when I haven't, like, gotten ready. When I'm wearing my glasses, I always feel a bit less put together, you know, a bit less presentable, as it were. Hello! I just got cooked by that dude. Yeah, I always just, I don't know. And I know that's probably not even how I look. I probably don't come across as a slob just because I'm wearing my glasses. But that's how I feel, because I'm like, something's missing. You know, something's missing. It's like going out without pants on or something. Because contacts are just a part of, you know, it's part of, it's like, okay, it's the morning, gonna wake up, you know, make my bed, put in my contacts. I'd offer him my summon sign, but I'm on PlayStation, so plus it would make it too easy. No, I respect that. I respect that. I appreciate that, Kavak. Yeah, we gotta actually have a challenge. And genuinely, I was doing fine with making it through this area before. Right now, I'm just kind of, I don't know why I'm fumbling so hard. It is 1 in the morning, but usually I don't start getting super tired until like 2 or 3. So, I don't know. I don't think we're at the point of diminishing returns yet. I think we're very much still in applicable Dark Souls 2 hours. We'll see. Man, the Abzu music goes kind of hard, huh? Abzu's a really cool game. It is a really, really cool game. I don't think the ending hits as hard as Journey, but Abzu's cool. It's a very cool game. And I like that you can play Abzu on every platform. Because Journey is only on PlayStation and on Steam, and I don't have a PlayStation. And so it's like, I wanted my buddy, do you ever try challenge runs in these games? So that's kind of something that's interesting. In Dark Souls 3, I've done them. Oh, Demon Souls credits music. In Dark Souls 3, I've definitely done some challenge runs. But in 1 and 2, not really. This is my first playthrough of 2. I've played 1 and 3, you know, who knows how many times. This is my first time actually playing Dark Souls 2. So it's been really fun, you know. I've been joking saying that the best part of the game has been understanding the Happy Souls references all of a sudden. It's like, I know what that is now! I'm, you know, genuinely, I'm kind of stoked to, I would like to definitely do challenge runs of these games. It's like, you know, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask are some of my favorite games ever. Haven't played them in several years. Ocarina especially. Ocarina, I don't know when the last time I played that is. Majora, I just played, like, well, I want to say I just played it recently, but that recently, quote-unquote, was 5 years ago, is the last time I played the game. So, if Majora I last played 5 years ago, then Ocarina I last played like 7 or 8, probably. Love Happy Souls. Happy Souls, my beloved. Yeah, you know, it's like, I've never done an Ocarina of Time randomizer before, though. And I would very much like to start doing that. And I think that would be a fun thing to live stream, you know. A fun thing that we can kind of all, you know, experience together. Would be a lot of fun. I forgot about that Alon Knight. That was foolish of me. But that's okay. You know, we'll get a backstab on this guy. And then backstab on this guy. Oh, easy. And now it's just Mr. Big Knight out here. Lure him out to us. Fight him out here. Around this corner. Unless my NPCs are just gonna stand there. And get slaughtered by the flame lizard. Which it seems like they are keen to do. But, okay, we got him with a backstab apparently, so I'll take it. You know what? That works. But yeah, it's like, I would love... Because I used to play through, you know... My brother and I would run through Dark Souls 3. We'd run through, like, the entire game in a day, you know? And maybe it wasn't necessarily a it wasn't, we wouldn't necessarily even do, like, specific, like, we're going for this kind of build. We wouldn't really do that kind of challenge, but we would always, you know, we would be like, all right, let's see how fast we can do this. And, you know, sometimes it'd be like, oh, let's go for this, let's go for that. But, yeah, you know, I'm looking forward to definitely trying new things with these games. And we were talking about it earlier. We were talking about how there's so many ways to experience these games, you know. There's so much replayability. Dark Souls 2 is my favorite game, so I do challenges all the time. Catalyst only, no spells, Soul level 1, Broken Straight Sword only, 1 intelligence, sorcery only, miracles only, speedrunning, etc. Yeah! That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that. Wow, okay, I've loaded over all of the Alon Knights, that's a problem. Yeah, no, that's, oh, shoot. That was silly of me, I don't know why I ran there. Yeah, no, that's great, though, that's great, yeah. All of the different, because that's the cool thing, is there's so many ways to experience it. And that's something that, you know, as I'm getting into game development, I definitely need to bear in mind is, like, keeping that level of replayability in your game. We found the Dark Souls 2 goat only Ostrava could compare. True. Ostrava was awesome. Who are we talking about? Who are we talking about the goat in Dark Souls 2? Which character is that? I'm trying to think. Is that one of, oh, are you saying that's one of these phantoms? Yeah, Ostrava was cool. I liked him. His armor's so cool. I love the Demon Souls fluted knight. Got some Tomodachi Life office going. Kovac, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, you're spitting facts. I thought you were talking about, like, an in-game character, but nah, you're right. Broken Straight Sword is nuts. Yeah. Broken Straight Sword is crazy. And 1 intelligence sorcery. That's nuts, yeah. More power to ya. I said Kovac. Kavak. Yeah. Totally mispronounced that. That's on me. But yeah, there are many people better than me. But you've got the spirit. That's what matters. Yeah, you know, I've been saying, like, because in truth, I won't lie to you, Dark Souls 2 I've definitely found to be a very frustrating experience at times. But I definitely see why people love it so much. Because the big thing is, even when Dark Souls 2 falters, for the most part, even when I think Dark Souls 2 falters, I'm like, they tried something new though, and I do respect it. I respect that they tried something new, because the way I look at it is Dark Souls 2, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, is the most experimental. And they tried a lot of new things. Some of those things worked, some of them didn't. But even most of the things that didn't work, I'm like, but I see the vision, and I can respect it. The Broken Straight Sword isn't bad in this game, and having them paired works better than it looks on paper when it's fully upgraded. Really? That's interesting. I would not have anticipated that. Yeah, I would not have anticipated the Broken Straight Sword to be like a secret goat in this game. Huh, that's fun. I like that a lot. But yeah, you know, something that I've been thinking about, it genuinely shocks me that Nintendo hasn't made an official version of the Ocarina of Time randomizer. You know what I mean? Because genuinely, if they repackaged Ocarina of Time, and they made a randomizer for it, and they just added in like some goofy things, you know, like a multiplayer. The Ocarina of Time multiplayer is so funny, and I feel like genuinely I'd pay $40 if they repackaged Ocarina of Time or Ocarina of Time 3D. 3D especially, if they repackaged 3D but with a randomizer, and even if it was just a randomizer, I'd probably buy it, but like especially if they put in multiplayer too, oh my gosh, we'd be all over that. You know what I mean? Because I feel like that would kind of give it some of the challenge run elements that Dark Souls games have. Yeah. I think it's funny that that he did no hit Dark Souls 2, then became one of the top tier killer mains in Dead by Daylight. Who are we talking about? What is that? Kavak did that? That's crazy, dude. That's really impressive. Huh. That's... Dang. Yeah. Dead by Daylight's such a funny game. I got that when they added Alan Wake to it. Nope. Oh, okay, we're not talking about you. Who are we talking about? Oh, the streamer, Osdarva. Oh! I thought you were talking about the character Ostrava from Demon's Souls. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Okay. I see where I got mixed up now. Yeah, okay. So we're talking about a guy, like an actual real-life person, not a character in Demon's Souls. Yeah. Used to talk to him before he got big. That's funny. Huh. That's really funny. Yeah. Dead by Daylight's a very funny game. I really enjoyed playing that. I'd always hop on with my buddy Asher, and you know, we'd have a great time. We'd go in, and we would both be Alan Wake. Sometimes we'd get more of our friends on, and you know, the goal was always to try and get all of the survivors to be. Wow, I shouldn't have died there. That was foolish of me. What was that? Did I get hit by? There was another guy. I didn't realize there was another guy. I'd say the Broken Straight Sword is kind of the best of the bad weapons. Its main benefit is how its stamina consumption is. That actually makes sense, yeah. I can see that. He got his username off an Armored Core character that also was referenced in Demon's Souls. That's really fun. I like that. I like that. I didn't know that. Wow, I'm about to have used... I've used 7 human effigies, not even getting to the boss. That's kind of pathetic. I need to lock in. I need to lock in, lords and ladies. What are we doing? Oh, that's funny. That's both versions of the same track in immediate succession. Because 3D Land, it had like the normal worlds and then the special worlds. And so, you know, the special worlds have like a modified version of the track. That's funny. His old Dark Souls content was sick. I did watch some of his Dead by Daylight stuff, and it's really interesting seeing the thought process. Yeah, yeah. I loved Armored Core on PS2, man. Yeah, I never played it. I need to play Armored Core. That would be a lot of fun someday. Did I summon you? I guess not. Yeah, Armored Core seems like it would be fun. It seems like it would be very fun. I'm sure I'd get a kick out of that game. I'm gonna come on out here. Me and my cousin stayed up 3 days straight playing Armored Core. Lord have mercy! What, 72 hours no sleep? You freaking Majora's Mask to yourself. Just to play Armored Core? That's crazy. Dang! I respect it. I respect the grind. I couldn't do it, but I respect it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Come on, Mr. Alon Knight. Come on, buddy. I know you see me. I know you see me. Don't you face that wall. Come on, pal. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And my NPCs are exactly in the way of the freaking flame lizard, but that's alright. Alright, let's get this guy out of here. I'm ready to go fight the boss again, man. I'm ready to go fight the boss again. Alrighty. It does make these runbacks make a lot more sense knowing that they are intended for multiplayer. All of a sudden, it's like, I get why it's like this now, because I get why you would have a relatively small space jam-packed with enemies, because it's meant for players who don't have access to anything else in the DLC. That being said, genuinely, I do feel like this might be this DLC at its least... This is definitely this DLC at its least interesting. Because it's just a room that... We kind of already went through something like this at some point in the base game, I want to say. Like in Iron Keep. This is not that dissimilar from Iron Keep, and I think it was in the base game that we went through something else that was very similar to this. Let's see. This was great at community stuff. He was good at gathering people for Dark Souls and PUBG stuff. That's fun. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of, you know, I would love to do stuff like that. Like, I would love to start doing, like, Dark Souls, you know, Dark Souls nights in the Discord. We've been doing Halo, and Halo's a lot of fun. But I would love to get, you know, since I know a lot of us like Dark Souls so much, I would love to get us on, you know, Dark Souls. The only problem is that Dark Souls doesn't have crossplay, so it would need to just be on Steam, but, you know, it is what it is. We probably slept like 3 or 4 hours in that whole time. We were both loopy and hysterical at the end of it, laughing for no reason. That's awesome. Wait, have you done anything in the Crown of the Ivory King? So, we have gotten to the Old Chaos. We literally just beat Ava, and then, or Crown of the Ivory King. Yeah, Crown of the Ivory King Snow. We've gotten Aleum Lois de-blizzarded. We have yet to fetch any of the knights. Because I ran down into the Old Chaos, and I was like, wait a second, this is the coolest thing in the entire game, I want to do this last. The Old Chaos reveal was so cool. I mean, that was crazy cool. And I was like, yeah, I want to do this at the very end, so I'm going to come back to this later. So I figured I'd do the other 2 DLCs first, and then work my way back to Crown of the Ivory King. Because I started with Crown of the Ivory King. And so, yeah, I've done the Blizzard Aleum Lois. I still have yet to do de-blizzarded Aleum Lois. Okay, and we have 3 Elan Knights here. So I need to remember that. And I'm gonna lure them over here where the bow guys can't actually reach me. Because that seems like a much better way to take these guys down. Come on, bring the sword, bring the sword. And he whips out the bow. Okay, you know what, screw it. While my buddies are taking down that guy, I'm gonna come take out this bow guy here. Just gonna get him with a backstab and make things easy. There's also a co-op area in that DLC, it's basically the worst. That's Frigid Outskirts. Is Frigid Outskirts the freaking co-op area in that DLC? If Frigid Outskirts is it? Because here's the thing. I said earlier, I don't know if I'm beating... I don't think I'm beating freaking Frigid Outskirts. It's like, I heard that Blue Smelter Demon is in this DLC. I have no plans on killing him. I'll fight him once for the meme, but I have no plans on killing him because I hated Smelter Demon. And since it's a reskin of another boss, I don't feel bad about skipping it. And the fact that Frigid Outskirts is such a miserable area, just to have a reskinned boss that I've already experienced a better version of it elsewhere, I'm like, I'm not doing all that crap. I'll fight the boss, I'll do Frigid Outskirts, and I'll fight the boss. I'm not killing the boss. I'm not doing all that. Not doing all that nonsense. Yeah, Frigid Outskirts. Yep. It's this... Oh, that sucks, man. Not just a reskin. The moveset is changed up a bit. Is it changed up enough to... Because it's... Maybe it's tweaked, but I'm like, is it tweaked enough that that's actually gonna be worth it? I don't know if it is. I don't know. I'll fight them, and we'll have to determine once I'm there, but, Smelter Demon, oh my gosh, our damage is so much better. Lord have mercy. That was terrible. I should not have done that at all. Okay, cool, good to know. And that gave him a buff. Him hitting me with that gave him a buff. Okay, good to know. Good to know. But we got to the boss. We got to the boss. And at this point, we've been through this area enough that if we go through it like freaking 7 more times, the Elan Knights should start dying. And then we don't even have to summon our buddies anymore. Not enough. Blue Smelter holds attacks like an Elden Ring character. Awesome. It definitely feels different. Also, once you get there, I can instruct you how to get through super easily. We'll see. We'll see how we're feeling. We'll see how we're feeling. Yeah. I don't know. I don't understand Dark Souls 2's obsession with taking a cool and interesting thing and then making you go through it so many times that it becomes a headache. Other than the health bar just not really clicking, and the general Dark Souls 2 jank. I think that's probably the biggest... That's one of the biggest complaints I think I have, is just that there are so many areas that I feel like are such a cool idea as an area, but then it makes it a run back and you have to go through it like 10 times, and that's when it becomes a problem, and that's when it becomes really annoying. Because I don't know if anyone would have... I'll have to go through it, but I don't know if anyone would have a problem with Frigid Outskirts if you just went through it and then there was a bonfire at the end, you know? Where's your Estus? My Estus is off to the side. I'm not using Estus right now because I want to save Estus for Sir Alon. So, I'm gonna get over to it, but I have enough life gems, and I can constantly afford more life gems that I'm like, for this area, I'm just gonna use those, dude. Because I just feel like, you know, I feel like if I use up my Estus here, I'm gonna regret it. I should have popped on Tears of Denial before I went in there to fight him. I need to apply that Whisper of Despair. I have it, I need to actually equip it next time. Because that would make this significantly easier for me. Yeah, y'all tank him. I don't want to do him. Do I not have the third dragon ring? I don't know what that is. The third dragon ring. What is that? Yeah. I'm not sure I know what that is. Let's find out. Third dragon ring. Oh! I have a ring that's taken off. Why is that? Life ring, Corinthia ring. Third dragon ring. Increases HP, stamina, and maximum load. Oh my goodness! So what? That's the ring of favor for this game then. Cool. That's hype. Wow, that's a huge difference. That's really hype. I don't know why I didn't have a ring on. That seems stupid. What was I thinking? Weird. I must have taken something off and then just forgotten to put it back on, I guess. Thank you for pointing that out. That's huge. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Ouch. Okay. I also don't need the Silver Cat ring to fight Sir Alon, so I'm gonna put on my raises damage ring, unless I already have it on. Increases physical attack. I felt like I had something that raises damage. Explodes at damage threshold. That's a good one. I like that one. Sometimes deflects spells. Sometimes deflects spells is the funniest description ever. Just like, yeah, it might. It might. Who knows? Who's to say? It's like, dude, awesome. Thank you. Increases physical... Okay, I guess I'll take defense. Defense would be good. You could also swap out the cat ring for the ring of steel protection or something. Is that the one I just put on? I hope that's the one I just put on. Alright. Y'all come over here. I'm not dealing with you over there. Or maybe, okay, apparently I am, because apparently you're just freaking targeting Steel Wool Lori. That's okay. Ouch! I wish you wouldn't do that. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, okay, sick. Awesome. Awesome. Then we're gaming. We're chilling. Okay, that sucked. That was... I wish he didn't attack me there, but that's okay. We can't always get what we want. A Law Knight Helm. Nice. Always nice to have some more of that. I still don't think I even know where to sell that, though. I don't know where that actually goes. So, I gotta find that out sooner or later. Okay. Let's see if we can't... I'll tell you what. Let me come down here, where the bow and arrow guys can't get me. Yeah, easy. Easy. I have these little hallways off to the side here, and I just haven't been utilizing them at all. Once you do go back to the bonfire next time, I want to show you something cool. Okay, sick. Yeah, for sure. I'm always down to see something cool. Cool things are good. I'm a big fan of cool things. That... Okay, see, I feel like that should have been 3 backstabs in a row. I don't really know why it wasn't. But that's okay. Okay, so let's banish the Goober Squad here. Sorry, y'all. Goodbye. This is the end for you. Drifter Swordsman, Idle. Adel. I think it's Adel. Like Aiden. but with an L instead of an N. Okay, and let's throw on our little catalyst there. One cannot reside within the memory for long. Yeah, dude, I know. I'm leaving. If I get, like, killed, if I get booted in the middle of fighting Sir Alon, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna be so sad. Alright. Let's see it. Here we go. Alright. That's not bad damage right there. Oh, and I immediately... why did I mistime that so poorly? Lord have mercy. Okay. Mistimed again. Luckily, he missed, but... that was just luck. There's nothing of my doing in that. Okay, I'm gonna heal. Which was a mistake. Noted. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely still learning the timing on Sir Alon here. As you can see, you can get removed during the boss fight, I believe. What do you mean get oh, really? You can? Oh, you can't. Okay, good, 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 good. Because that would be sad. That would be, that would actually, like, that would be terrible. Okay, there goes Tears of Denial. I might have time to S this up here. Yeah. I've got to get the dodge timing on that one, man. That one I keep on thinking it's going to be, like, earlier or later than it actually is. Okay, his buff is gone at least. That's huge. That makes me feel a bit better. Yeah, because him immediately hitting me with the grab attack and then getting a buff right at the beginning of the fight does not set me off. Does not set me off on a good starting foot. You can swap out the Ring of Binding if you're not hollowed. I suggest either Life Ring or Chloranthy Ring. That's actually a great point. Yeah, I'm not fighting him hollowed, so I don't even need... I need to... I don't know why I keep fumbling so hard on that... grab. I always dodge that too early. Okay. He has such a good boss theme. Oh my goodness, I love his boss theme. Getting cleaner little by little for sure. Oh, or whoops. Yeah, I'm tracking. I'll tell you what. I am going to run grab. I have in the fridge out there. I came uber prepared. Go to the second bonfire in Iron Keep and re-enter the boss arena. Oh, are you talking about a pursuer? Yeah. I might have killed him in there. I can see. Let me run. Or no, second bonfire. Is that the one by Old Iron King? Is that what that is? Yeah. Cause yeah, Smelter Demon's runback is from the beginning of Iron Keep, so that would be the second bonfire. Would be the big boss. Yeah, let me run grab my other coffee. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Wow, that's watered down and sad. Again, I don't know why she got upset with me when I was like, can I have an iced coffee without ice? And she was like, I mean, I'm not supposed to give that to you. I'm like, why?
What I've heard it explained is that they have, like, the recipe made in that, like, with an account for ice. So when they don't do ice, they have to, like, reboot.
But does that mean the recipe's different if the coffee's hot?
I don't know. Good question.
Because that's what I'm saying. I'm like, well, if it's hot coffee, there's not ice in it. So why does it become he drops something special? Okay. Yeah, I'll kill the pursuer. Yeah, that's what I don't know. That's why I'm just like what? I don't know.
I don't know.
Because if the coffee is hot, then there's not ice in it. So I don't know why removing the ice suddenly screws something up. Because I'm like, I just want to stick it in the fridge for later.
Yeah.
But now it's like.
What I do, if something gets watered down, I pour the top layer down the sink, and usually that gets over like the water taste.
That's smart. I should have done that, but I'm not smart, so I didn't think about that. Second bonfire, not first. Wait. Okay, second bonfire. Ironhearth Hall. Isn't this the one that goes up to Belfry Soul? Can I? Wait. Where is this? Oh! Okay, this is right there after Smelter Demon. You're right, I forgot about this bonfire. Okay, heck yeah. Oh, I didn't kill the Pursuer. Okay, noted. Let me throw on Tears of Denial real quick, just for kicks. At this point, I should be way over-leveled to fight this guy. I would hope. That's cool. I like his... I don't know if I... Oh my gosh, I'm getting hit by every grab attack, dude. I'm awful. And I'm cursed. Right, curse in this game progresses your hollow state, I think. If I remember correctly. Ooh, horribly timed dodge, but somehow I survived, so we're chilling. Alright. Wow, it's weird fighting him without music. It's very strange. It's very odd. Ouch. Jeez Louise. Does he, like, scale with me? Is that... Because he has a crazy amount of health for me being at the very end of this freaking video game. If he doesn't scale with me, that's nutty. Yeah. Alrighty. Ooh! Oof. Oof. I don't know how I pulled that thing off. Yeah, I might, honestly, I might swap to a bigger weapon just to maximize my freaking damage output. But, you know, we're whittling him down. We're whittling him down. And we did use 2 Estus early on, but we've kind of got the rhythm of the fight going, so never mind. I don't think I need to swap, because right now this is working well enough for us. He kind of gets stronger in later areas, but not directly off of your level. Interesting. Yeah, that is crazy for Iron Peak at that point. Fighting him, that's nutty. I mean, he is the Pursuer. He's supposed to be tough, I guess. Here's some tips. You can just circle right to avoid the grab, upward slash, and third attack of the combo. Interesting. Yeah, okay, that is good to know. Yeah, heck yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of where we've been, I think that's kind of what we've been doing on him. Just kind of running around him in circles. So, that's a good tip, thank you. Yeah, that's huge, that's huge. Oh, man. Boom! Okay. And we will, of course, hit my thanks. And let's see what he dropped for us. Ring of Blades! Ooh, okay, that's fun. Is Surlon harder than Fume Knight in your opinion? I don't know. Including the run back, probably. But, the thing is, I just spent 10 hours on Fume Knight, and I've only been on Surlon for, like, an hour or two? Pursuer isn't a bad option to try parrying if you, tank the hit for practice. Ooh, that's a good point. GG, thank you. Yeah. Have you defeated the final bosses, or are you waiting on that? I didn't know if I could defeat the final bosses for... I didn't know if I could defeat the final bosses, and then do the DLCs, because I know in Dark Souls you have to do Artorias of the Abyss before Gwyn, and I didn't want to go kill Nishandra, and then it just immediately boot me into the credits and me be locked out of the DLCs. Scroll up a bit for my recommendation for your coffee situation. Oh, okay, thank you, Ethan. Let me check that out. Am I stupid? How far? Ethan, I'm not seeing I'm not seeing your recommendation for coffee. If I scroll back, I'm seeing your message on getting cleaner little by little, and then beyond that, the next message I'm seeing from you is about Armored Core. So maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I'm missing something. But I'm not seeing a recommendation there. Nah, it just sends you back to Majula in the same new game cycle. So you defeat Vendrick and talk to Aldia in all 3 locations. Too far back? Is the message too far back, or am I too far, or am I going too far back? I did not kill Vendrick. I didn't realize that Vendrick was after Kayak's second fire. I just did Kavak. Sorry. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing it, dude. It must not have gone through. Yeah. I don't, that comment must not have gone through. I don't know. Can you send it again? Maybe YouTube might, like, sometimes YouTube auto-filters stuff. Sometimes YouTube auto-filters stuff, and I've seen it remove things that, like, don't really need to be removed before. So, just try sending it again. Yeah. But, okay, Kavak, yeah, I didn't realize that, like, defeating Vendrick is required for the secret final boss. Yeah, so I didn't know that, so I'm definitely gonna have to go kill him. There's also a giant memory that I couldn't access. So I might, we have to do that as well. So after we kill Sir Alon, after that, we will have, after we kill Sir Alon here, we will have Crown of the Ivory King, Vendrick, the final bosses, and one last giant memory that I don't know how to get into. Sean told me to come back after I had been invaded a couple times, and I've definitely been invaded since then. Oh, why? Okay, I said to get a little French press on Amazon, or get some cold brew concentrate. Interesting. Okay. Good to know. I will have to invest in some of that. Thank you. Some random words will auto-wipe a message if YouTube thinks you're typing angry. It's funny when you go out of your way to test it on a dummy account. That is funny. Yeah. Did it still not go through? No. I saw it this time. Yeah. I appreciate you. That's a good suggestion. Thank you. I'll have to invest in some of that. Yeah, I think it was because I said the Amazon word. That's stupid. If YouTube doesn't let you say Amazon, that's actually dumb. Watch I say that, and then the stream immediately gets taken down. Amazon River. Oh, okay. We got it there. Amazon. Yeah. I don't know. Nope, that works. Yeah. I don't know, Ethan. Maybe YouTube just hates you, dude. Okay. I gotta freaking heal. We got a life gem up, gamers. Let me pop a couple of these guys. I didn't PC buddies. I need y'all to stay alive for me. I can't have y'all be dying right now. Let's see. And we will kill Sir Alon here. And then, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how much time we've got when Sir Alon goes down. Because, yeah, I don't know. Guess it thought you were venting the message or something. I wonder if it might have thought it was like a bot trying to link to something. I don't know. Did you get all the 5 giant souls? For every soul you're missing, Vendrick's defenses are double. It's 32 times higher than normal with no giant souls. Where do you get giant souls again? I don't know. Let's find out. Do I have the giant souls? Giant souls, giant souls. Do I have the giant souls? I don't know where they are. I have 4. So I'm missing 1. So I don't know where I get that last one. Unless that's in... Do you get them from the giant memories? Yeah, I think it thought I was trying to put an ad in the chat room. I see. YouTube be silly sometimes. Because the other thing is, like, you know, I don't have... I have it set to... I could set it to, like, delete nothing. But I thought that would be kind of dangerous since, like, I don't have any kind of moderators on this or anything. And I'm playing freaking Dark Souls. Like, I don't think I even know how to go in. Even if I wanted to, I don't know if I know how to go in and like remove stuff. I guess I can. I think I can control it right here from OBS. But did you defeat the ancient dragon? Do I have to kill the ancient dragon? Is that a boss? Really? The dragon that talked to me? Do I have to kill the dragon that talked to me? He was chill though. Oh, that makes me sad if I have to kill him. Yeah, I think it thought I was trying to put an ad in. Oh, I already read that. From the giant trees and for lore reasons, the ancient dragon is where you get giant souls. Bro! Dang. Okay. So I have to kill the ancient dragon. Yeesh. Genuinely, I might try killing Vendrick without that. I don't want to... Yeah, it's not required, but it does drop a giant soul. I might try killing Vendrick without that, because I don't really want to kill... I don't want to kill the ancient dragon. He's my homie. He's my boy. He's my homeboy. Yeah, not required. That's good to know. That's good to know. I might try, You want to hear something stupid that I just realized? Still forgot to, equip my damage buff spell. So, yeah. I guess I am a dummy, huh? Alrighty, let's see what we're cooking with here. Mr. Surlon. Ouch, okay. He's kicking me. Noted. Whew! Horribly timed dodge, but that's okay. Alright, he's about to charge. Boom. That gives me a window to heal. You could use a bonfire ascetic on another area to get another giant soul. Okay. And I got hit by the grab attack again. I don't know why I always get hit by that grab attack. I'm just the worst at dodging that grab attack. Lord have mercy. Okay, and he popped my Tears of Denial. That's it. That's the run. Double defense, his Vendrick isn't too bad, plus Ancient Dragon is a pain to fight and has nearly 20,000 health. Lord have mercy. Okay. I gotta sit down for a moment, y'all. When you're standing around for 5 hours, it does get a little tiresome at some point. Yeah. Okay. So where do I get the giant souls again? Because I don't actually remember where that comes from. Greyheart, I don't believe giant souls respawn. I'd have to test it. Oh, interesting. And you know what else? We use literally all of our bonfire ascetics to grab human effigies from Forest of Fallen Giants. So, in the memories. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I don't think you can burn a bonfire ascetic in a memory. Because, like, there's not a bonfire. Did you ever fight Vendrick? His King's Shield is better than the Dragon Shield for the same strength requirement. No. We were just talking about that. We were just talking about Vendrick. Maybe after I kill Surlon here, we'll go deal with Vendrick. Yeah. Thanks for the heads up. I thought they did, but I guess it's been a while since I messed around in the game. Yeah, that'll do it. It is always funny, you know. You already have 4 out of 5 giant souls. The one you're missing is from Ancient Dragon. Yeah. It's great for in-game, especially DLC. Yeah, you're probably spitting facts. If I was smart, I'd probably be using that shield right now. But I don't know. I'm like, I want to get in my groove, you know. I want to get in my groove with Surlon here. But you're probably right. I don't know. What do we think, y'all? Lords and ladies, should I go kill Vendrick and then come back to Surlon? Because my only concern is that then maybe we have to, how much does the life ring give me? I don't know if that's enough to outweigh the benefit of the Chloranthy ring. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Roll Kite Shield. Maybe they did in OG Dark Souls 2, but maybe not Scholar. Oh, that's also true, because I do know Scholar changes things. Yeah. Royal Kite Shield is a better shield, too, if you want to buy it. Okay. When we're talking about, like, better shields, what do we mean better? What makes it better? Because, I mean, I feel like the Drangleic Shield is doing everything I need from it, right? I know you can get additional giant souls from using bonfire ascetics to respawn Ancient Dragon, but I think that's the only way without going into New Game Plus. Yeah, that makes sense. That feels like the most complicated way to get more giant souls, is respawning the Ancient Dragon. I feel like doing the giant memories is a way easier way to go about that. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. But that's what I think. That's my 2 cents. Okay, do I have to... What do I don't understand... I don't understand how backstabbing works in this game. Do I have to kick? Because sometimes I just attack. It's lighter and blocks 100% physical. I'm tracking. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I just attack normally and then it works as a backstab. But that guy I had to kick. But the guys in Iron Peak I didn't have to kick. I think I just had to attack them. So I don't know. I don't know. It's a strange thing. It's a very strange thing. Alright, come on, buddies. Come on, buddies. Man, I'll tell you what. I'm getting sleepy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Alright. Yeah, I gotta get this thing. We gotta get this show on the road, man. I mean, Sir Alon, I've been having a pretty pitiful performance with him. Because that's the big thing, is it's like, I still don't even know how hard Sir Alon is. Because I haven't made it very far in the fight. And it takes so long to get to him. I mean, it takes like 10 minutes just to reach him. Taller enemies use a kick to start a backstab. Oh, interesting. Okay. I didn't think I had to do that with the guys in Iron Peak, though. Okay, I'm not dealing with you if you're down there. Down there on the flow. Don't you dare, you freaking flame lizard. I swear I'll kill you. Okay, there we go. Man, if only he could damage the Alon Knights, you know what I mean? Alright, there we go. Alright, goodbye, buddies. It was nice having you. Sir Alon is considered about on par with Fume Knight difficulty-wise. Okay, that does track. That does track. Yeah. Hopefully he's not going to take us as long as Fume Knight did, because Fume Knight took us 10 freaking hours. So, if Sir Alon takes us another 10 hours, that might get a little bit... That might get a little bit tired by the end there. Alright, I'll tell you what we are going to do, though. Is we are going to stand back up to actually fight Mr. Boss Man. Okay. Here we go. Gonna go on and cast my Tears of Denial. And then going to pop my damage buff. So that as soon as I enter here, and Sir Alon wants to buff up, but I can buff up too. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Okay, I think that did a pretty noticeable difference, damage-wise. I should have gone for like a second and even the third hit on that. Oh my goodness, that did a huge difference damage-wise. Okay, that's massive. That's colossal. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Boom! Okay, that's the timing I need on that. Jeez Louise. Okay. Yep, gonna pop an Estus, gonna pop an Estus. That was too early, but apparently not. Apparently it's fine. That one wasn't. That one was not fine. But that's okay. It seems like I'm not doing as much damage to him as I did on the first couple of hits there. Oh, okay. That's alright. We work with it. We work with it. Okay. This boss theme is so unbelievably good. Oh my gosh. I mean, genuinely, this thing blows all of the other boss themes in this game out of the water. Sir Alon's theme is so beautiful. I'm a very big fan. And I see, Kavak, I see your message there. But right now, I'm trying to be locked in, so I'll have to read that, once I die here, I suppose, because I assume I'm not getting him on this run. We haven't even seen Phase 2 yet. Man, what a beautiful voice. What a beautiful voice. Alright. I'm assuming that's Yuka Kitamura singing on that. Because I know that in Dark Souls 3, you know, most of the time when you're hearing solo vocals, that's her singing. She's the composer. And this track, because I know that, like, Dark Souls 3, it's actually listed out which tracks Motoi Sakuraba did and which tracks Yuka Kitamura did, but I believe on this one, they're both co-credited for every single song, so we don't actually know who wrote which ones, who composed what. This, though, this is Yuka Kitamura through and through. Like, you can tell. Alright, Sir Alon. Let's see it. Let's see it. His health is pretty low. There might not be a second phase shakeup. What a beautiful piece of music, man. Genuinely. Ah. Here we go. I think we're getting close to where it's gonna restart. Oh! Okay, here we go. There's the male choir. And repeat that phrase, bring in the female choir. Alright, I gotta heal. I gotta take a second to heal. Perhaps this is the run, lords and ladies. Perhaps we kill Sir Alon right here. Or perhaps I mess up everything and die. Either's possible. I'm gonna heal. And we're gonna see. Because as long as I can stay locked in... Alright. Maybe? Boom! My thanks! Soul of Sir Alon. Alright. We'll take that. We'll take that. This ain't Dark Souls 3 where every boss and its mother has a second phase. Yeah, no, I just assumed since Fume Knight had one, he would. But there we go. Okay. That's what's up. Alright, lords and ladies, good stuff. Good stuff. What an excellent fight, you know? What an excellent fight. Let's see. It's kind of weird because they fight very differently, so some people find Sir Alon easy compared to Fume Knight, while others get steamrolled repeatedly. Though getting destroyed in the first 10 to 15 seconds against Sir Alon is very common. That makes sense, yeah. If you defeat Sir Alon hitless, he'll do a special death animation. That's cool. His second phase is when he starts doing jump attacks. Yeah, new record. Yeah, seriously. That was, you know... That's crazy, because what just happened right there is I was like, yeah, this isn't the run, and then it was, so maybe that's the secret. Oh yeah, it's all black out there. Man, I mean, what a gorgeous backdrop, huh? What a gorgeous backdrop. It says, gorgeous backdrop, gorgeous boss room, gorgeous music. What a fight. That was a really good boss fight. And you know, I've said it a million times. Sir Alon is the thing that I was most looking forward to in this entire game. Because I knew his music was so good. And, wow, that was worth it. Yeah. Alright, good stuff, y'all. Fine work, and then hurrah for victory. Indeed. We got a chair. Weird messages, visions of lever. Giant required a head and therefore hurrah for rear. Oh, what, giant for the chair? Because it's a large chair? Smelter wedge. Oh, hey! There's another, okay. There was a smelter wedge to use, like, close to Sir Alon. Okay, and that's it. Broom Tower. Heck yeah. Alright, lords and ladies, that's what's up. And that's Sir Alon. That's Broom Tower. So... invaded by Dark Spirit, the Prowlers. Yay! Hurrah for the Prowlers, heck yeah. More of that, please. There they are. Okay, I'm gonna backstab you. Wow, how did that do so little damage? It's kind of depressing. Okay, y'all. I don't want to freaking... Jeez Louise. What is your problem, man? Huh? Missed the fight. Dang! Good job, though. He can be frustrating. Genuinely, Sir Lon was not frustrating. It's just his run back. But also... It's okay, Clyde. You made it for the invaders. Yes, the true freaking boss. Yeah. Yeah. I will say... The way Dark Souls 2 does its NPC invasions is a very fun idea. That's another thing that... Oh, and of course my sword's at risk. That's another thing that I think is a much more fun idea than it is actual execution. I do think it fumbles in the execution a bit. Dark Spirit Forlorn is my least favorite entity ever. All my homies hate Dark Spirit Forlorn. I think Dark Spirit Forlorn is still op number 1. Dark Spirit Prowlers has been vanquished. Good, 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 good. I once fought Sir Alon with only the Handmaid's Ladle and no buffs in New Game Plus 7 Company of Champions, hitless, and it was likely the hardest fight I've ever done in this game. It was 11 straight minutes. Lord have mercy. Made a video out of it too. I'll tell you what, Kavik. I have, our Discord is linked in the description. You should join that and post the link to that. I would be very interested in getting to watch that. That would be cool. That would be cool. Yeah. Pick up item, Soul of Nadalia, Bride of Ash, beating to a pulp ahead. Okay, cool. I don't know where exactly I'm going to fight Smelter Demon. Yeah, you should post that. I'd be really interested in watching that. That'd be fun. That would be fun. I should have freaking stepped on that. That was silly of me. That's okay. That's alright. I need to spend my souls before I lose them and die. That's what I need to do. Yeah. Because I don't even know if I can get back to the bonfire from here. Maybe I can. Maybe I can. Let's find out. What a beautiful track. Oh my gosh. I loved that. I loved everything about that. That was gorgeous. That was absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. Oh, tower key. Okay, massive. What's in here? Okay. And you do curse. That's fun. What are you, dude? Come on. Oh, you're getting... Okay. The gray ones are always harder. I forgot about that. The ones with that, like... Ash, I think, tried to spare. Yeah, noted. Can I freaking... Okay. That's a lot of goober guys. Or at least too many for me to want to deal with right now. So, I don't think this is the right way to go for Smelter Demon. But that's okay. What channel should I post it in? I'm trying to remember what the channels are even called. I swear, I should know these things, but like when it comes to Discord, I have no excuse to be bad at Discord because I've been on it for long enough. But, dude, I'm so bad at Discord though. I'm like, what channels do I even have? I think there's like a content chamber or something. Yeah, content chamber. Throw it in there. Throw it in there. That's kind of for, you know, videos and stuff. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, hey, someone posted it about my little Halo Infinite character. Sorry, wrong tab. Yeah, there's the video. Okay, sick. Yeah, I'll check that out, Kavik. That's cool. That's real cool. I like that. Done. It's not... This area is just a mini adventure. Oh, okay. Well, screw it. We're here. I'm all for a mini adventure. I'm gonna try just running past them and opening the door, and then I'm gonna remember the fact that I can't open the door, apparently, is something that's good to know. I also don't have... Oh, you're one of those guys. Okay, I'm gonna throw on Tears of Denial, and I'm just gonna come in here, and we're just gonna freaking... I'm gonna get cursed, but, like, I'm just gonna eat it. I think... Okay, I'm playing stupid now. I'm using Tears of Denial as a freaking excuse to just run in there and play like a moron. From the third bonfire, go down the elevator and through the gate door. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I just want to see, I want to see what's through that door, and I'm assuming I have to kill all of these enemies before I can actually open it. But I want to see, you know? Oh, you're a dual axe guy. Okay, that's a problem. Yeah, I need to get rid of you. Jeez, okay, is this a whole, like, maze in here? That's a very different... I assumed I was going to come in here, and it was going to be, like, a little thing going on. But this is seeming to be a very large thing that's going on. I'm also going to throw my, my hollowing ring. Whichever one that is. I don't remember where it is. Ring of Binding. Bingo! That's the ticket. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna run down here. Oh, chest. Not a mimic. Cool. You can't go through it. It's just for collecting Natala's souls. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm hearing some dialogue going on. So I don't really know what that's all about. There's another place in here that was all, like, curse. There was a place, it was like across the bridge. There was the invader who runs away from you. Oh, they can't follow me out there. That's what's going on. Is they can't actually get out there with me. So when I run out there, oh, I have to kick you in the back. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, lure them out there to fight them. Nadalia. Okay, yeah. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. Lady person who I keep getting, you know, Bride of Ash, whatever her face is, yeah. It don't really matter. You got the point across. You got the point across. Okay. Now, you, problem child, come here. Because I'm not a fan of you, actually. So we're going to get rid of you. Because I don't like you. And I think that's the best thing to do. When you don't like someone, kill them. Oh, he respawns. Now I really don't like you. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to not die here, actually. Is what I'm going to do. I'm going to pop a couple life gems. And then we're going to deal with y'all. Or, okay, no, apparently that's going to happen, is what's going to happen now. I didn't know that, but that's cool. That's cool. No, that's great. Okay. You need to just freaking piss off and stay down. I mean, Lord have mercy. Why? He's going to respawn, I know it. Read message. Okay, what are we... I don't understand. I don't understand what to do with that door. Because it feels like... I don't know why that... How do I get this guy to stay down? By losing all of my souls, apparently. By losing literally all of the souls that I just got from Sir Lon. That's how I do it. Why didn't I throw in a Ring of Sacrifice? I'm a moron. Because now all of those guys are back, so I'm going to have to go in there and take all of them out in order to get my souls again. That was so stupid. Why did I do that? Wow, that was dumb. Do I have a freaking... Do I even have a Ring of Sacrifice? I don't. I don't have a Ring of Sacrifice. Screw it. I'm going to sprint it. And this is probably, like, the dumbest idea ever, but... We got our souls. We got our souls. Now we can get out of here. And once we have... Yeah. Now we can go spend our souls. And then when we have nothing to lose, then we can run in there and be stupid to our heart's content. But we gotta spend those souls first. So, that's how this is gonna go. Yeah, okay, if there's gotta be something. There's a door I didn't go through. Maybe that's it. Maybe I need to go through there. I'm gonna upgrade this sword again. Yeah, I know, you've always given me up for dead, man. That's nothing new. Oh. Okay, that's it. That's as much as we can upgrade that.
I'll be
Cool.
around if you...
Cool. And then we're gonna come over here. We're gonna... Yeah, oh, you always know I'll be back. I will always be back. We're gonna spend that. Grab as many life gems as we can. And then we're gonna level ourselves up.
There until
Bear seek less. Alright, let's see. Let's send Vigor up. Why not? I just wanted the souls. Oh man. Yeah. I love Happy Souls so much. Oh my goodness. I love it so much. Are you going to go after Vendrick? I would like to. I have to get Smelter Demon knocked out because I said I would do it for the meme. And I meant that. Is this the right? That's not the right thing. Where are we? Foyer. It's just not lit up on the picture. That's why it's throwing me off. Yeah, I'm gonna go after Vendrick. I need to go over and get Smelter Demon knocked out because all I have to do is reach him once and fight him once, and then I'll be like, okay, I did it. I ain't fighting him multiple times. Okay, now that I have nothing to lose, I'm gonna run back down here because there was that door that I never actually opened. And I am curious to, no smelter wedge in inventory. Okay. Yeah, okay. You know what? What? Okay, that does that. Buy some alluring skulls from Shalkur. Okay. I mean, I just spent all of my souls, so I can't do that right now. But when I get some more, I will. Or are you saying I need that for Smelter Demon? Because I opened the door, it's just a Bride of Ash in there, so like I don't really care. Because I don't have the Smelter Wedge, and I'm not going to find the Smelter Wedge. And besides, there's another Bride of Ash anyways. Like, I'm sure something happens if I get all of them. Key required ahead, and then try left. Okay, Tower Key. Maybe this is him. Maybe this is Smelter Demon. Overwhelming ahead, therefore try Resignation. Okay, good start. Despair ahead. Okay. I'd highly suggest it for Smelter Demon. Okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. And it said try left, which is not an option. It's the right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run in like a moron. Oh, try left in this direction. Okay, hype. Yeah, I'm going to run in like a fool. And make a right and proper idiot of myself. And then we will, Iron Passage. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna run in, make an idiot of myself, and then, I'll go buy your... If you get all of them, you get a True Soul of Nadalia, which you can trade for a Pyromancy or a Chime. Oh! Okay. How good is the Pyromancy? What is this? Okay. Nope. Not going down there. Let's see what you do. Oh my goodness. Okay. 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 Noted. Noted. Good to know. Okay. There's a freaking guy. Oh, that's a timed thing. Okay, cool. So that gate is on a timer. Good to know. Good to know. Is it? Oh, okay. Awesome. Oh, okay. There's another one. Awesome. Of course I'm not. Of course I don't have iframes while I'm flicking the lever. Of course while I'm there and I'm, you know, easily damageable, it's gonna take that opportunity to kill me. Not sure. Fire is the worst elemental damage type, so I rarely use it. Fair. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh no, I'm not gonna make it! That's a shame. Okay. Despite nearly having 3,000 hours in this game. Yeah. Just some advice for this area. If you can't do the lever obstacle run consistently, the NPC phantoms are good for the alt path. Interesting. I don't know. I just need to make it there once. I just need to make it once. And that's it. And then we're chilling. So, let's see. Maybe I should just, like, full sprint. Maybe that's what I should do. That's what I think I'm gonna try. I'm just gonna boogie on right past these guys. Or I'm just gonna get slaughtered. I'm gonna get big time slaughtered is apparently what's gonna happen. I might give that one more go. All we gotta do is reach him. That's all we gotta do. 3,000 hours. That's a lot of hours. That's more hours than I have in Darks in the franchise. Dang. Yeah. That's crazy though. I mean, it is, you know, these games do give you the alt path is easy. Just throw Luring Skulls in for the first 2 rooms, lure Mage in the 3rd, and run to the boss fog. Oh, okay. Is it just 3 rooms? Is that it? Okay. Yeah. This is not working for me. This is not working for me at all. So that's good to know. That's good to know. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and yeah, this is another okay, so this DLC just has 2 of the multiplayer areas. It is Sir Alon and it has this. That's fun. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Oh, okay. Hello, fellas. Hello, fellas. Hello, fellas. Goodness gracious. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I can see how our Luring Skulls would be a very valuable asset right there. What I'm gonna do... And I know you're right. And it would probably save me time if I just went on and grabbed those Luring Skulls. However, I am stupid and stubborn. So I'm gonna try brute forcing it one more time here, and then we're gonna see. Also, you can talk to one of the old ladies at the start of the game for 6 human effigies. Really? That's huge. Okay, good to know. When I played this with a friend, hang on, I will read that message, but I'll read that message once I die. Let me get through here first. Because otherwise I'm about to get slaughtered right here. Oh, I've been debuffed. I've been given a fat roll. Thank you. Thank you for the fat roll. I appreciate that. That's nice. Okay. Whew. Okay. Gonna S this up. Okay, hello wizard. Hello giant fella. Oh! Fog wall. Okay, hi. That's colossal. Oh, well, I died. Oh, but we're right there. Hang on. I wanna get to him once the stupid way. When I played this with a friend, he couldn't do the lever pass, so I had him stand by the gate, and I would do the run normally from the lever. Whoa, just saw the Sir Alon W. Congrats. Thank you, human voicemail. Yeah, Sir Alon, it's interesting. Once we got past the first, 30 seconds of the fight, we got the rest of it in one attempt. So, it was kind of crazy. We just got into a rhythm. We just freaking locked in on that fight, and that did it for us. That was all we needed. We just needed to lock in. Alright. Yeah, if I just, again, Alluring Skulls are objectively the move. However, if I want to just be stupid, as long as I just time my dodges well, I can just get through that. Yeah, bam, easy. And this is gonna be Blue Smelter Demon, huh? Yep, there he is. Okay, yeah, Smelter Demon 2. Awesome. Yep. Alrighty. Oh, that's actually some pretty decent damage on him, though. Oh, that's some pretty decent damage on me. Let me tell you. Whew. Horribly timed. Is that gonna do an explosion? No, it does an explosion in phase 2. I've got to remember how Smelter Demon works all of a sudden. Okay. Oh, that's an explosion, though. Okay, and now he's on fire. I didn't think he did that until phase 2, but alright. To each his own. Smelter Demon is changing the game here. Ouch. I like how the worst part about original Smelter Demon was that he had a terrible run back, and so when they're making a second Smelter Demon, they're like, let's give him a terrible run back. The plunge does an explosion if you're close to him when he does it. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. That eye drop thing is empty, so I'm gonna toss it. I still have one more though, so we're chilling. And that's only one more in here. I've still got, you know, I should still have plenty of them outside. So I think we're chilling. Yeah, I might try doing that the stupid way again, in truth. Again, alluring skulls would be objectively the smart thing to do, but I might just freaking ape brain it the whole way here. 'Cause, I mean, if it works, which it does half the time, to be fair. Like, that did not work at all. They really doubled down on Stinker Demon. They did. But that's okay. You know? That's alright. I'll give him a couple goes. And if it goes decently for us, then we'll kill him. But, like, if we're not getting anywhere, I'm just gonna go to Vendrick. Because we already killed Smelter Demon. So, I'm like, okay. Yeah. It is interesting. I do feel like this one isn't the worst. This one is not the worst. But it's crazy how the DLCs pack in the absolute best and absolute worst that Dark Souls 2 has to offer. That's crazy to me. Because the step up in quality with the DLCs is genuinely nuts, but then it's like, but Frigid Outskirts, but Black Gulch 2. You know how much you hated Black Gulch? What if you had to do it again? Would be pretty hype, right? And I'm like, no, that would be awful. Why would I ever want to do that? And they're like, you get to do Black Gulch again. Let's go. Please don't sleep soon. Nah, we're I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how long we're gonna be in it. For now, we're chilling. I'll tell you that much. It's good to see you as always, Luis. Always good to see you. Good to throw your summon sign while you run back. You may get a free attempt with another person. That's true. I should do that. Yeah. In the room right after the bonfire drop. Yeah, no, you're spitting facts. Alrighty. Bonk. And that's gonna be another explosion. Yeah. Bonk. Bonk. Alrighty. Ouch! Okay, I should have seen that coming, I guess. I'm just gonna pop a life gem on that one. Because I think... Oh, the fire damages me consistently. I forgot about that. Okay. Cool. Oh, that's right. He pulls out the fire, and then his phase 2 is he sticks his sword in it. That's what his second phase is. Okay. Yeah. That's alright. As long as we... Well... As long as we're not stupid like we just were right there. We can get pretty good timing, and we can just whittle him down. And then we should be chilling. We should be. Okay. And that's gonna be not an explosion, apparently. That's an explosion, though. Right there. Alright, move in for a few good hits on him. Oh, that's right. I forgot. All of my damage is nerfed in those best moments that I could possibly get to stab on him. Great. That's so... that I genuinely don't like. I don't like that in your best opportunities to attack him, your damage gets nerfed. I think that's kind of stupid. Like, why are you punishing me for doing the game mechanic? I don't know. That seems goofy to me. Okay. Yup. Okay. Okay. Boom. Estes. Yeah. Okay. Who? Came back from the brink of death there. Well, didn't come back from that one. We almost got it. He did the phase change explosion twice. I've had that happen, but I don't know what causes it. Interesting. I didn't realize that was a phase change explosion. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It might just be like a thing, you know? It might just be a thing where it's like a low chance of him doing that again, maybe. I don't know. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna refill my water. You got this, though. I genuinely think so. Honestly, Ethan, yeah, I'm gonna kill him. I did not expect to say that. But you can double chug. Oh, I should have. Yeah, I really should have right there. Yeah, I'm gonna run refill my water real quick because it's all emptied out. So let me throw on some good music for us. And yeah, let's see. We'll throw on the freaking, yes, this is a goated one. The beach theme from Super Mario 3D Land. So good. I mean, this is the underwater theme. But, you know what? Hang on. Let me throw on the actual beach theme for you. Because the beach theme's a banger, dude. Even the underwater variant, I like it a lot. Yeah, banger. Banger alert. Okay, heck yeah. Let me run grab me some water, and then let's take down Smelter Demon. That's my 2 cents. Alright. I'll be back in a jiffy. Do I take music suggestions? Always, dude. Always. I freaking love video game music. In fact, I mean, that's kind of my thing. So I'm in college studying like game design and sound design. Mostly sound design. I'm just doing a little bit of game design, but Revived Power. Okay, for sure. What's that from? What am I looking up? Revived power. Let's see here. Let's see. Revived power. Heck yeah. Oh, Shadow of the Colossus? Okay, heck yeah. Heck yeah. I'm down for a little Shadow of the Colossus. That sounds awesome. Let's see this. Ooh. Okay. This is a game that I need to play for sure. Ooh. I'm also gonna sit down while we're listening to this. Heck yeah. Sorry, you're not a winter, enter Shakiri. Good for boss music. True, true. Ooh. Wow. That's a... I see it looking over and seeing myself just so tiny in the frame. It always makes me laugh. Dang. That's a banger. That's a banger. Yeah, really good suggestion, Kavak. Kavak. I keep mispronouncing that, dude. That's a banger, though. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I would play more of it. We might play more of it later. Because the problem is with Smelter Demon, I'm not going to have an opportunity to stop the music before I enter the boss fight. Otherwise, I'd keep it playing. But honestly, that might be a... that might honestly be a... freaking... See, this is what I was saying. I've talked about it before, where I so wish that I had a hotkey that I could press in order to just instantly start and pause my music. That would be so handy for these live streams. Just being able to... Dang! Being able to start and pause whenever. And I actually have alluring skulls in your inventory. That's honestly true. Well, maybe. I think I used up all of my alluring skulls on enemies that it didn't work on earlier in Broom Tower. So, let me check. Oh, I have 9 of them. Okay, that's nice. Hey, we'll use that. Heck yeah, I'll take 9. Why not? Yeah. Good call. Good call. Yeah. 'Cause if I did, for Smelter Demon, I was talking about this. I think it would be... So, honestly, this room, I can probably... I don't think I even need 2 Alluring Skull in that room. This room, definitely. Throwing one down. Right there. Send them after... Okay, the Archer does not care. But everyone else does, so I'll take it. I don't think the big guy is going to be affected by an Alluring Skull, so I'm not going to bother with it right now. Lord have mercy. Okay. Yeah, I panic dodged right there. That was stupid. But that's okay. You know? You win some, you lose some. But no, I was talking about how, what would be really great for this guy, for Smelter Demon, would be the freaking Bowser Castle from Super Mario 3D World. Check this out. We throw on some, well, if I can find it. Which maybe I can't. It shouldn't be hard to find. Yeah, this guy? Yes! I was like, this would be such a banger for, or maybe it wasn't this one? I don't remember if it was this, or if it was a different one. It was something from 3D World, I know. It was either this, or like, maybe it was, Maybe it was the... Hang on. Lava Lake? Yeah, maybe it was either this or it was Lava Lake. It was one of the two. And I was like, that would be good for a Smelter Demon fight. In the third room, you can lure out the mage, makes the run to the fog a lot easier. Oh, interesting. Maybe I'll give that a shot. Gym leader theme from X and Y is pretty good. Okay. Yeah. Heck yeah. We'll have to invest in that then. Yeah. Just because I know I'm not gonna have a chance to turn off the music. Let's see what we're cooking with. This, okay. So this theme is so freaking cool because it's a transposed version of the castle theme from 3D Land, but it adds in this high strings bit right here that was not in the original. We've got the brass raising up, in come the strings. Oh, I mean, it's freaking gorgeous. It's so beautiful. Wow, that was stupid of me. Lord have mercy. I don't know why, I don't know what I was doing right there. Yeah, I can never get enough of that bit, that, like, bridge, I guess you could call it, where it transposes at the end there. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Alright, here we go. Let's get her done. Yeah. Yeah. And 3D World does this actually a fair amount, where they'll take the track and then they'll add this high string section to it. They'll add in the violins to just really heighten the tension. And it uses it so effectively. The final boss does it as well, to heighten up some tension. And oh, does it work. Let me tell ya. Wow, that was horribly timed. I don't know what I was thinking there. And the fire got me. Yeah. Gym leader theme, though, I might have to invest in that. Yeah. It would definitely be fun to, you know, kind of explore our options, I think. And, oh, I meant to restart that. My bad, y'all. It would be, you know, I'm always looking for new freaking video game music, because video game music is so good. And there's so much of it. And, like, genuinely, Pokemon is something that I have respect for, but I've never, like, played a ton of it. And so the music from that is always fun to discover, because it's never anything that I've discovered on my own. So, you know, anytime I can hear about that stuff to discover it, it's always nice. 'Cause, you know, I'm never finding Pokemon on my own accord. So I always appreciate the suggestion whenever it comes to me. Alright, let's see if we can't get through it this time. Maybe we can. Heck yeah, alright, let's send it. Lies of P soundtrack is beyond beautiful. I haven't heard all of it, but I love Feel. Feel is so good. Okay. Horribly timed heal on that. I'm probably not far enough. Apparently I was far enough away. Alright, let's see what we can't do to Mr. Smelter. Smelter? I hardly know her. I think I stole that from you, Greyheart. Someone said that earlier. I don't remember who it was, but I think that was Greyheart. Okay, I dodged way too early on that, but that's okay. Yeah, let's come in, mess him up. That's a flame explosion. That's feels mad early, but okay, whatever. Again, the fact that he takes so much less... Yeah, Feel is amazing human voicemail. I'm a huge fan of Feel from Lies of P. That's such a banger. It's such a banger. If I had it downloaded, I'd play it right now. But, well, maybe. I say that, but also, this isn't really a Feel type environment. Like, Bowser Castle music fits in here, you know. X and Y was the main Pokemon game I grew up with. Black and White and X and Y, in my opinion, has the best music in the series. You could also argue Red, Blue, and Yellow is better because it started it all. That's true. That's true. But you know, it's here's something that interests me. Something I've been thinking about a lot over the past year is that Tears of the Kingdom's Water Temple music is so much better than any Water Temple music that Zelda has ever had before in my book. It is beautiful and it is layered so well, and I mean that Water Temple, and that's not, look, I love Great Bay Temple, I love Ocarina of Time's Water Temple, but Tears of the Kingdom, that moves you, in ways that the others don't. The others create a nice atmosphere. You know, you feel the atmosphere of Ocarina of Time's Water Temple, you feel the atmosphere of Great Bay Temple. I mean, Tears of the Kingdom is like, ooh, you know, that's beautiful, dude. You're not just feeling the atmosphere of the physical location, you are feeling strong emotions from Tears of the Kingdom's Water Temple theme. The problem is that Tears of the Kingdom's Water Temple, the actual dungeon, is just mad boring. And so that music is not as iconic as the Ocarina of Time Water Temple, despite the fact that I think the actual music track is better. It's nowhere near the level of legacy that Ocarina of Time has because people didn't resonate with the temple. And so, wow, that was just a massive fumble on my part. And so it's an interesting thing where I don't even know if that's entirely relevant. Like, I don't even know entirely why I brought that up. But I think it's just because, like, you know, yeah, the music that started it all is definitely huge. That definitely makes a huge impact on it. But at the same time, yeah, right, massive tears for that run. The music that starts it is for sure definitely worth, you know, I'm freaking talking in incomplete sentences. I apologize. The music, like the first iteration of something, is always worth remembering for sure. But that's not to say that, like, when a newer entry in a series does something cool with that music, though, you know, that shouldn't just be glossed over, and it shouldn't just be like, well, it's not the first, so it's not as good. Because sometimes they can do some really awesome new stuff with that. It's really cool. There's another one from the game that, as well, let me see if I can find it. For sure, I'd love to hear that, yeah. Alright, Smelter Demon, let's send it. And that's gonna be an explosion, and we're gonna run in, get a couple good hits on him. Heck yeah. Alright, Mr. Smelter. Get a couple good hits on him. Boom. Alright. Boom. And that's not an explosion, but that's okay. Better safe than sorry. Get a couple good clean hits on him. That's gonna be an explosion right there. Boom. Come in. 3 clean hits. Easy. With enough stamina to roll out. Here we go, phase 2. Hit him with, well, we ran out of time because we life gemmed. But let's mess him up. Why did my phone just turn on randomly? I don't know what that's all about. That's gonna have a higher range and a higher delay on it now. Bam, there it is. Noted. Ouch! Okay. That hurts. Big time, and I panic rolled. If I didn't panic roll on that, though, we would have had that. Found it. Survey Core and Strike Back of Thousand Wings from Attack on Titan. Ooh, Attack on Titan's so good. Yeah. Strike Back of 1,000 Wings from Attack on Titan 2 video game is good as well. Yes. Yeah. Oh man, Attack on Titan is such a banger of a show. So here's something funny. I was never a huge anime guy. I just didn't watch any of them. And when I got to college my freshman year, my roommates were like, oh, that will not slide. And so, my roommate Luke, his favorite show ever is Attack on Titan. And he was like, you are watching this show, you are going to love it. Because in truth, if I'm being honest with you, I was always kind of turned off of the idea of anime because the fan service is such a big part of it. And I've just thought, I don't know, I've always been kind of like, guys, this is shameful, what are we doing? But Attack on Titan is just no nonsense, clear cut. It is just like, no, this is peak, and you're just gonna watch peak, and that's all there is to it. And I'm like, yes, I'm freaking, wow. Jeez, I don't know why I tried healing there, that was stupid of me. But such an amazing show Attack on Titan is. And yeah, that was my introduction into anime, and I was like, that's good. And it was really good timing too, because when we were watching it, by the time we finished Attack on Titan, by the time we finished season 3, the English dub of season 4 had just come out. So our timing was perfect on it. It was really, really nice. Ouch. Yeah, it was timed really, really well, which was great. So, yeah, big fan of Attack on Titan. And then, of course, when the final episode came out, even though it wasn't in the English dub, we all got together and we watched that. And oh my goodness, it was awesome. Yeah, loved that show. Yeah, my buddies actually, they played the game. And they really enjoyed it. Attack on Titan 2, they did. Yeah. Watch Haikyuu? Something like that? Okay. I'm definitely... Yeah, tell me more. I'd love to hear about it. Because I'm always open to suggestions, you know what I mean? Especially, like, anime's an interesting thing, because there's so much of it that, like, I rely entirely on other people's suggestions, because just were it me, like, I wouldn't... It's just never anything that I would think to watch, and then I watch this stuff, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that was, like, such a freaking moving experience, Honestly, not a fan of Eren's character arc. Also, I've never been a fan of the whole humans are the real monsters trope. I'm not a fan of the whole humans are the real monsters trope. I loved Eren's character arc, though, because it's kind of now, maybe I'll sound like a moron when I say this, but bear in mind that this is from someone who, isn't a big anime guy. From what I had seen, my exposure to anime, from what I had seen on that, I was, it's my understanding that the whole, like, grr, I'm the edgy teenage anime character, like, that's kind of a thing, that's kind of a trope that happens a lot, and Eren was just kind of the greatest extent of that, of just the, I hate everything, grr, I'm so angry, and I loved that they took the, like, edgy teen anime trope, and they played it up to its maximum extent, and he just became the bad guy. Because from the very beginning of the show, he was just like, I'm gonna kill all of them. And then that's exactly what he did, and I'm like, you go, Eren, you go, yeah, go get some. And normally I'm not a fan of the, like, humans are the real monsters thing. But Attack on Titan, I thought, executed it well enough that because it's like, the Titans they're giant humans. So, it's like, you kind of assume, at least I kind of assumed it came from humans in some capacity. I was not expecting it to come from humans in the way that it did, admittedly. Like, I thought maybe it would have been, like, some ancient thing that, people got corrupted or whatever, I didn't know. But that's what it felt like. Ouch, why did I just step there and eat that? But yeah, and here's something else I'll say. Attack on Titan's finale is trying to say something, and I didn't get it. I did not understand what Attack on Titan was trying to say at the end. I thought the finale was awesome because I loved the fight scenes, and it was awesome getting to watch Levi Ackerman slaughter Zeke. And, you know, like, and I thought it resolved everything in a satisfying enough way, but, like, if you ask me what the point is, I couldn't tell you, you know? I could not tell you. Goodbye, music. I think One Punch Man is my favorite anime. I've heard good things about One Punch Man. Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I've heard good things. Let's see, it's a volleyball anime. Top Gun? Okay. And it's really about character teamwork and how we rely on each other and can work together to achieve more than we possibly could alone. It makes volleyball seem so cool. Okay, heck yeah. Heck yeah, you've definitely got me a little bit interested, I won't lie. That sounds funny. You might have mentioned that before, honestly. You might have mentioned that. The volleyball show seems a lot. Haven't watched anime since I was an edgy teenager. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah. There's some good ones. It's like, Attack on Titan, it's really funny because the spectrum is so broad. Attack on Titan was so good. And Attack on Titan, like, if there was an anime that I would like, it would be Attack on Titan. Because it's just like, yeah, let's go slaughter some monsters. And I'm like, heck yeah, dude, I can get behind slaughter some monsters. And then immediately after that, we watched one called Erased. That was more of like a slice of life. I mean, it still had supernatural elements because it had this whole like time travel thing going on in Erased, but it's more in the vein of slice of life, and that's more of like a kind of cute story. And so it's like the polar opposite of Attack on Titan, but I loved that. And then one of my roommates, his favorite movie ever is one called A Silent Voice, and he showed me that, and that movie, so yeah, Erased was awesome, dude. Erased was awesome. And then Jerry showed me A Silent Voice, and that is not, you know, again, that's something that of my own accord, I would literally never watch that. But I'm so glad he showed it to me because I freaking loved that movie, and I never would have experienced it otherwise. So, yeah, I'm done with anime now, have been for years. Yeah, fair. Still need to watch Mob Psycho. I've heard that name. Silent Voice is so good. Yeah, no, that was a really good movie. Yeah. There was one moment where it was like, okay, do we really want to be treating, like... I don't remember if she was underage. Maybe she was 18. I don't know. Since you're a music nerd, you need to watch You Lie in April. Okay. Definitely remind me about that later. I would be, yeah. Give me the elevator pitch. Tell me what that's about. But yeah, that was a really good movie. You know, that was a really good movie. Yeah, I liked that one. I liked that one a lot. Alrighty. Oh, I should not have healed there. I healed too early. That was foolish. Yeah, totally wasted. Totally wasted. That's okay. You should do Lie in April. Okay, heck yeah. Yeah. Well, if Luis is recommending it too. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Yeah. That's funny, because, like, when, no, I can't tell you what it's about. It's about a pianist and a violinist, but that's it. Okay, heck yeah. I'd be interested. I'll tell you what, I just rewatched Tomio Ghoul. First 12 episodes hold up well, like nothing else. Tokyo Ghoul, see, that's the one, like, that's the one that I thought, that's kind of a good example, actually, of why I liked Attack on Titan, because Attack on Titan kind of subverts, I think, what Tokyo Ghoul did, because Tokyo Ghoul was just too edgy for me. That one I was just like, okay, y'all, this was, I don't know. Okay, I know you like it, so I don't want to say something, like, harsh that would sound mean, but to me, once you get to a certain level of edge, it's like, okay, was this written by, like, a middle schooler? I'm sorry, that's a terrible thing to say. But I only saw, like, a little bit of Tokyo Ghoul, but it was just, like, comically edgy, and I was just like, guys, what are we doing here? I don't know. It's not my thing. No, you're valid. Yeah, appreciate it. As someone who got stuck on many of the castle levels in Super Mario 3D Land, this song is driving me insane. No! Oh man. Dude, I love the music in 3D Land. It's so good. That means if you got stuck on this, that means it's perfect for the Smelter Demon experience. Yeah. Cause we spent much time on Smelter Demon. As a kid, I mean, not now. Yeah, I gotcha. It's edge-tastic. Yeah, yeah. And if you can eat that up, then yeah, like I totally get it. That one was too much for me. I just couldn't really take it seriously. There is a show that we discovered that has become my new favorite thing ever. It is called Zom 100. It is all of the goofy anime tropes dialed up to 11. Like, it is the most anime thing I have ever borne witness to. And it is so funny. Because the entire thing is just ridiculous. And at no point is Zom 100 taking itself even remotely seriously. But, oh my gosh, is it such an entertaining watch, because it's just ridiculous. And the entire thing is just played up to the freaking, 11th degree. Dang! We actually survived. That one's good. I loved Zom 100. We watched that show, and it is my favorite thing that I've ever seen. Did you like Chainsaw Man, though? I felt that way about first episode, but dang, it blew me up in a way. I didn't watch Chainsaw Man. I haven't seen that. I've heard good things. I've heard very good things, but I haven't seen it myself. Because genuinely, the thing is, I'm not much of a TV show guy. The TV shows that I watch are the shows that I walk outside into the living room and my roommates are watching it. Like right now they're watching Adventure Time, so I'm seeing Adventure Time. They were watching Lost, so I saw parts of Lost, And the way I tend to watch TV shows, Attack on Titan and Erased were kind of rare exceptions where I was actually there, like stem to stern, I saw the whole thing. Different music? No! Yeah, we were there briefly. We were there. But we can turn on something else if this is too traumatic. Oh man. Yeah, so points being, cause I like movies, because the problem is so many shows don't have good endings, and it's really hard for me to get invested in something if I know the ending is crap. Because it's like, then what am I watching it for? You know what I mean? If I know that it's all building up to nothing, just kind of a wet fart of a finale, then it's harder for me to get invested in it. And so I love movies, because people know how to end a movie, but no one knows how to end a TV show. Because it's just, oh, I don't have the silver cat ring, so I died. I do want to know what you think of my suggestions. Can't wait for that. Yeah, and definitely, you're definitely gonna need to, like, all of the suggestions that we've got going here, if y'all could repost those into the Discord server, that would be amazing. Because I am gonna, like, I don't remember all of them, so definitely post them in the Discord server. Genuinely, just post them in, like, the freaking general chat. Such a good point, bad endings. I don't always blame the studio because the system is against them, but yeah, no. And I mean, it's not like the, animation studio is the freaking writer, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, let's look at, what's it called? Jujutsu Kaisen, right? Jujutsu Kaisen is such a funny show to me because the creator hates it. Like just the names or links to YouTube. Ooh, direct links would be awesome. Yeah, direct links would be amazing. Oh, yeah. If it's music recommendations, just pop them in the music channel for sure. That would be great. Yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen is so funny to me because we know that the creator just hates it. And so that's why he kills off all of the fan favorite characters. And it's so funny to me because it's just a cycle of watching a man hate what he's doing. But it's like, it's hard to feel bad for him, because it's like, dude, you chose to make it. Like, what are we doing? Like, I get it. It's the moneymaker, so of course you're gonna continue it. And I'm not saying it's impossible to sympathize, because, yeah, man, it's like, hey, you want to be doing this thing, you don't really have a passion for what you're doing anymore, but you feel like you have to do it in order to support yourself. I'm not saying I can't sympathize with that. I'm just saying it's mad funny what that creates, because holy crap, Jujutsu Kaisen is such a funny show. The ending of JJK manga is apparently the epitome of that, because he really hates it. Yeah. He kills someone that people liked off screen without even showing the fight where they die. Goated. I mean, the prime example is Gojo, right? Gojo dying off screen. But the one that kills me is freaking Nanami. So, my roommate, not Ethan, my current roommate, but my previous roommate, Nathaniel, Nathaniel loved Jujutsu Kaisen. I shouldn't say that in past tense. I don't live with him anymore, so I'm not exposed to Jujutsu Kaisen anymore, but he still loves it, I'm sure. And so every Thursday when a new episode would come out, he'd be watching it. And one Thursday, I didn't have anything going on, so I told him, I'm like, you know what, Nathaniel? I don't have anything happening right now. I'm gonna watch Jujutsu Kaisen with you. Panama was cool. I don't know what that is, but I'll take your word for it. And I was like, LMAO autocorrect. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna watch an episode with you. I sent the 3 suggestions in the music channel. Sweet, thank you, I appreciate you. So yeah, I was like, you know what, Nathaniel, I'm gonna watch an episode of Jujutsu Kaisen with you. Nanami, yeah, he was. And I watched this one episode, the episode I show up on, because he's like, do you want me to like rewind it for you? And I'm like, nah, I'll just pick it up. Because I wasn't invested in the plot or anything, I just wanted to watch the show with him and see what it was all about. And so I'm watching this episode where there's this stupid freaking, I mean, he was so annoying. It's this stupid blonde twink character that I hated. He was awful. And he's just messing up these 2 characters. And it's like, dude, I hate you. Get off my freaking screen right now. And he's on screen for way too long. And he has way too many lines of dialogue, and he's just the worst. And I'm like, dude, I wish someone would just come and just annihilate him. And then this freaking massive buff dude wearing sunglasses and like a bow tie or something and suspenders shows up. He's like dressed like vaguely similar to freaking Leon Kennedy. And I mean, he kind of was like anime Leon Kennedy. And he shows up. And dude, he just punches the guy so hard that he like freaking dies. Nanami comes in and just like punches the guy through a freaking wall. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that is the sickest thing I've ever seen. And I loved that episode. And I've never watched anything else in Jujutsu Kaisen. I just watched like that couple of episodes that Nathaniel watched on that day. But then I find out Nanami dies in like the next episode or something. Like, this stupid Cyclops guy shows up, who, you watch this Cyclops guy, like, getting messed up by someone else. He just walks in and just annihilates Nanami, apparently. And I'm like, really? That's it? And then it gets explained to me that the creator of Jujutsu Kaisen just hates it. And so he just kills everyone just to spite his fans. And I'm like, you know what? That's awesome. I love the abusive relationship dynamic that we have going here. I'm all for it. You know what? If the fans are still eating it up anyways, why not? It's so funny to me because I've never seen something like that. I've never seen something where, like, the creator hates what he's made that much and the fans don't like what he's doing with it, but they just take it. I put the anime, okay, I'm gonna read the rest of that once we're done with Smelter Demon here. And I'll be honest with you, I am definitely getting tired, so we're definitely gonna start getting diminishing results on Smelter Demon here. But that's okay. We've actually made it to him again, which is nice. That's definitely a plus. Jeez, man. I'm gonna pop another old Radiant Life Gem on him. Oh, okay, phase 2. Lord have mercy, that's an early phase 2. What are we doing? Okay. Why are we in phase 2 this early? That's stupid. Alright, whatever. Jeez, man, he still had like 75% of his health. What was that? What was that? That was odd. I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna put the anime suggestions in there, and we'll add Hunter x Hunter and Fire Force to that. I've heard good things about both of those, I think. Yeah. I've heard good things. I'm gonna sit down while we're approaching the boss room, and then I'll stand back up when we're actually there in Smelter Demon. Yeah. See, you can tell I'm freaking sucking right now, because that was my first time making it to Smelter Demon in a while, which is not good. That's not what we want to be happening here. That's kind of sad. Kind of sad. And then, of course, I'm going to get hit by that, and that's going to slow me down. I'm going to get hit by the freaking Great Arrows. Jeez Louise. Y'all can't even see my exasperation. My exasperation is off screen right now. That's funny. Oh, man. I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta sit for a moment, you know? I'm gonna be down here. I'm gonna be a small little gamer for the time being. Oh. I need to restart our little music track here. Bow, bow, bow. Bow. Restarting. Alright, here we go. Here we go. I might cue on the ODST music again, because that way I won't have to restart it each time, because that's an 8-minute loop as opposed to a 2.5-minute loop, which is a pretty big difference. That might be what we go with. Also, since we're traumatizing poor Kavak, poor Kavak over there. I keep on mispronouncing that, and I'm so sorry, dude. I am so sorry about that. I will consistently pronounce Kavak right sooner or later. I will. It's gonna take some doing. It's gonna take some serious doing, but we'll get there. Yeah. I'll tell you what. Let's throw on. Yeah. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Actually, is we are going to throw on some freaking Halo 3 ODST. It's not exactly lava level music, but it's air traffic control, man. And air traffic control is a freaking banger and a half. So we're throwing it on. I'm gonna play. Immediately using my spell. Did not need to be doing that, but that's okay. Alright, we've got air traffic control going. We gotta stand up for this. Here we go. Here we go. Heck yeah. Perhaps this is the run. Perhaps air traffic control will give us the confidence boost we need. Pum pum. Bottom. Pum pum. Pum pum. So, I will mention this every time this song comes on stream. So be warned. This song is so funny because this happens at the end of the game. This song comes on at the end of the game. This track, I should say, because it's not a song, because it doesn't have lyrics. My apologies. This piece comes on at the end of the game. You're on a rooftop. You're on the top of a skyscraper. And the entire alien freaking Air Force, the entire alien armada is trying to annihilate you. And it gives you all of the heavy weapons in the game, all of the rocket launchers and the machine guns and the Spartan laser, all of the cool stuff. And you're blowing everything that flies out of the sky. So the track is called Air Traffic Control, which I love. I love making like good puns out of your music names, and Halo does that so much. If I had to recommend an order, I'd say, okay, hang on. I'm gonna have to come back to that one in a minute. Such a banger of a track. Lord have mercy. It's so good. Big fan of some air traffic control, I'm gonna be honest with you. Mad early phase 2, but that's okay. I jacked up my headphone cord there, but that's alright. Boom! Boom! Alright. Yeah, let's mess him up. Ooh, horrible dodge timing. That's okay. I can step back. Woo! Okay, gonna heal up. Hopefully that wasn't a mistake, which it wasn't. Alright, let's get some. Yeah! Horrible timing. Awful timing. But, I will say, that was our best run in a while. That was our best run in a long while. Been watching Hajime no Ippo. That's pretty good anime. Okay, if I had to recommend an order, I'd say watch Your Lie in April, then Mob Psycho, or Haikyuu. Hunter x Hunter is, in my opinion, one of the best long animes ever and sets up a great world, but the writer is sick. Dang, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll tell y'all what, as well, I would be interested in, over the summer, starting, like, every now and again, like a community movie night, you know, where we can have, like, different suggestions, and then we can vote on it, you know, and we can watch movies. I've mentioned this before. Ethan, you've heard me mention this, I think. I think that would be a lot of fun, because I was in a group with some buddies that I used to play Dark Souls with. Horrible run. That was my worst run ever. I'd be up for that. Heck yeah. I think that would be a lot of fun, because, like I was saying, that exposes you to so much new media that you wouldn't see otherwise, because that's what my buddies and I were doing. We were, you know, that's how I saw Silent Voice, was we were doing that, where we each had a suggestion, because, dude, my suggestions are all gonna be, like, there's definitely my kind of movies, you know, like, we ended up watching A Silent Voice. That was Jerry's suggestion. Dude, my suggestion was freaking Casino Royale. Which I love that movie. That movie is awesome. Casino Royale is a banger, and if we are doing movie nights, I will be suggesting Casino Royale. Because, Lord have mercy, that movie is unbelievable. But, yeah, you know, that way everyone can have suggestions and whatnot. And, yeah, it just, I don't know, that's a good way for us to all, Luis is in, sick, heck yeah. Then, over the summer, let's make it happen. Let's do some community movie nights. That would be a great time, I think. Alright, let's pop in with the damage buff. Here we go. This is actually, you know, something that I'm remembering right now, this is actually an improvement over original Smelter Demon, because you can't get caught in the walls of this one. And I remember that was like a genuine concern with the original Smelter Demon, was getting caught in the walls, but if he gets me up against the wall, like, that's not actually all over immediately on this fight. So, that does piss me off, that it punishes me for trying to attack him when I have a good window to attack him. That I don't like. That's genuinely the one thing about him that's really bothering me at this moment in time. Other than that, I genuinely don't think this is that poorly of a... I don't know. I don't know if Smelter Demon's even a poorly designed boss, man. I think his run back was just miserable. I think that's what killed me so much about him. Do you think, I mean, genuinely, there might be a world in which I like Smelter Demon? What movie wouldn't I suggest? The Princess Bride is my favorite movie, so maybe that. Yeah, heck yeah, dude. Princess Bride. You know, that would actually be a good one for you to suggest, because I haven't seen Princess Bride. Well, I think that's a lie. I saw it when I was very young, but I don't remember it. So I would be very down to watch that again, because I feel like I should watch that movie anyways. That'd be a good one. That'd be a very good suggestion. Alright. Yeah, let's take him out. Let's take him out. Oh! Cannot be panic dodging here. Okay, I should have popped an Estus right there, but that's okay. I just need to, yep, lock in. Okay. And I still have 4 Estus, and he's already at half health. Which means we might we can pull this off. Whether we will is a different question, but we can pull this off at this point in time. I'm gonna go for a third hit on that. Boom. Yeah, let's get some. Let's get some. Ooh, way too early. That was pathetic. Jeez Louise. Okay. Okay, screw it. Healing. Mistake! Dang! I should have waited. I should have waited. I should have waited. That was a mistake. Okay, let's see. Heck yeah. Princess Bride is awesome. I went to a thing where the actor for Wesley was there, and a Q&A after we watched the movie. That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. Oh, it was great. The decanter, he decanted the tale of how on the wall of the castle while he was paralyzed, Andre the Giant let out a 16-second long thundering fart that shook the set. Oh man, that is legendary. Legend status. I mean, heck man, if I was Andre the Giant, I'd be doing that. It's really the only natural course of action, let's be honest with ourselves. Yeah. I feel a little bit bad for killing the music, but since Dark Souls 2's music can often just kind of be the wall of noise, and we've been exposed to this theme for hours on end, I don't feel too bad about it. Ooh! Ah, I dodged just too early. I remember hearing about that. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. It always is fun hearing about the, the on-set stories and whatnot. It's always funny. About your favorite movies. Like last spring, I was looking at a lot of Lord of the Rings, like behind-the-scenes stuff, because I started reading the books last spring. I've been a fan of the movies for years, but I have never read the books, so I finally started reading them. And, yeah, okay. Yeah, I finally started reading the books, and so I was in a huge Lord of the Rings mood. So I was watching like all kinds of behind-the-scenes stuff and whatnot. It's always fun, hearing about the making of the stuff you love. Such an amazing movie. It will always be a classic. Yeah. Well, and that's why I'm like, I gotta watch Princess Bride. So that would be a good one. But that's kind of the fun thing, That's why I'm like, yeah, over the summer, we should definitely, while I've actually got the time to start it, we should definitely be doing, we should definitely be hitting movie nights, man. That'd be awesome. Yeah, like, maybe like one weekend we do a game night and the next weekend we do a movie night or something, That way we can have like a weekly thing going on. Boop. Yeah. That'd be fun. Because I really do. I feel like I've been kind of slacking on the community aspect as of late. I just frankly, I haven't... Time management has been a real thorn in my side for the past, like, 15, 20 weeks. Okay. Thank you, Archer. Very cool. So, it's just a matter of getting it all set up and organized, but I would really like to, bolster that over the summer, though, is what I'm trying to say. Where I've been, kind of dropping the ball over the past few months, because we haven't even done a game night in like a month, I don't think. Holy crap. Okay, I've been offered a massive second chance. I'll take that. Heck yeah. Okay, we're doing pretty poor this run, but we can recover. I've come back from worse, so... Alright. That's an explosion. And... that freaking damage nerf... it lasts so long. Such an unreasonably long time. I don't understand it. That's such a bizarre decision. Because I'm like... The the entire trilogy is teaching you to take advantage of moments like that, where the boss is actually vulnerable for a little bit. And I find it so odd that Smelter Demon chooses to punish you for taking advantage of that. Wow, really early phase 2. Oh, you're still on Frida. Dang. Okay. Here we go. Okay. It's also a massive pain that being near him just does constant damage in phase 2. I don't love that fact, I'm gonna be honest with ya. I'm starting to remember why I dislike Smelter Demon. There's a lot more going on than just like one thing. He's a special kind of boss. Whew. Okay. Was not expecting to survive that, but I'll take it. Mistake! Dang it! It's always like as soon as I start healing, you know, that's when I see how bad of a mistake I've made. Let's see. Apparently Manny Pintinkin Inigo injured his rib laughing too hard at Billy Crystal. That's funny. There was another injury. What was it? Carrie Ellis Wesley actually got knocked out when he got hit on the head by Count Olaf. Dang. Yeah. Huh. Battle scars. Yeah. Yeah, it's always, like, hearing about, it's always fun hearing about, like, what was real, or what had a real impact on the actors, you know? Like, Raiders of the Lost Ark, the whole truck chase. The truck chase is genuinely my favorite scene, I think, in a movie ever. The desert chase, if y'all haven't seen Raiders of the Lost Ark, or if it's been a while, this is when Indiana Jones finds the Ark and he digs it up, and then the Nazis take it from him. And so they load it onto a truck, and they're taking it to Cairo. And so they have a whole convoy. Yeah, they didn't have a prop sword, so Wesley said, just do it lightly, and he got knocked out. Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, so the Nazis load the Ark onto a truck, and they're taking it to Cairo, and they have an entire convoy. And so Indiana Jones just steals a horse, and he's like, alright, I'm gonna take it back. So, on his horse, he jumps from his horse to the truck, and takes one of the trucks. Oh, I freaking fell too far and I died. He takes one of the trucks, and he basically disables their entire convoy, and then he gets thrown out the front of the truck, crawls underneath the truck to the back, like latches his whip onto it, gets dragged behind the truck, then climbs back up on top and over the truck, back through the front windshield, freaking kicks the Nazi out of the truck, runs him over, and then proceeds to escape with the Ark of the Covenant. And the entire thing, to my knowledge, the entire thing was actually Harrison Ford. It is nuts. They actually dragged Harrison Ford underneath a truck. It's crazy. I don't know if, like, I don't know if jumping from the horse to the truck was Harrison Ford, but I know for a fact that everything on the truck was him, which is nuts to me. He's the cut where he actually got knocked out in the movie. That's so goated. I love that. I love that. Oh, man. Do you have a favorite actor? Harrison Ford is up there because I love Indiana Jones so much. I like Keanu Reeves because I love John Wick. Viggo Mortensen, who played Aragorn, was really good. I mean, really, it's all just about who my favorite, like, characters are, and it's the actors who played them. You know, when the actors just seem like Viggo Mortensen and Keanu Reeves, you know, those guys just seem like genuinely great dudes. Harrison Ford just seems funny. Dang! Okay, I had Tears of Denial. That's good. That's good. Okay. That was a mistake. I should not have Estus right there, but it somehow paid off for us, so I'll take it. That's gonna explode, so we can move in for a couple good hits on him. Pop over to my life gems. Yeah, he's gonna do that. Yeah, Keanu Reeves is good. Robin Williams, oh my gosh. Robin Williams was such a legend. Yeah. That's a good pick. That is a good pick, because he seems so great. Yeah. Yeah, Robin Williams was absolutely fantastic. So I'm a big fan of him. You know, because it is funny, like, genuinely, there's those guys who I just listed there, and, because I pay way more attention to video games and, like, game designers and developers than I do actors in movies, just because, you know, video games, that's my thing, right? That's, like, where I'm interested mostly. So I can't, yeah, nice choice, yeah. So that's where most of my focus goes, but, yeah, Robin Williams was so great. Yeah, he named his daughter Zelda. That's always kind of a fun fact. Yeah. Alright. Because I think I think Robin Williams did an ad for Ocarina of Time 3D. I know he did an ad for one of them. I think it was Ocarina. Wow, okay. I'm about to die, aren't I? Yeah. Well, oh, jeez. I don't even know what I just freaking clicked. Just went too far. Too far. Yeah. I don't know. We're probably, I'll tell you what. We're gonna kill Smelter Demon tonight, because we can. Right? There's no reason for us to not. We've killed him before, and we've made it far. We're just making stupid mistakes now. Again, it's 3:38 in the morning, so partially that's coming from the fact that I'm tired. It's 3:38 in the morning. I didn't realize it was 3:38 in the morning. Man. Oh, how I wish they just once just gave Smelter Demon a decent run back. Just the one. I don't know, man. I don't know. Didn't I say... Okay, let me ask you all this. Because the initial plan was to not even do Smelter Demon a second time. The initial plan was to come in here and be like, okay, I've freaking experienced this already. And then just call it a day. Do we want to go kill Vindrick? Because I don't really want to end another Dark Souls 2 stream on a freaking boss like this. We've ended way too many Dark Souls 2 streams by just giving up, I feel. So I don't know. We might give Smelter Demon like one more attempt. One more good attempt. And then maybe call it at that. And fight Vindrick. Because I'm just... It's like, I've done it. I've done it. I don't need to fight the copy-pasted version. I didn't like him the first time. And admittedly, I do like him significantly more the second time, but... significantly more in comparison to not at all isn't exactly a glowing review. I don't know. Y'all tell me what you think. Yeah, this is freaking stupid. I'll even plug in DS2. Dang! Vindrick? Yeah, still want to know what you think of the music. It's game music, so you can play it on stream. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Let me pop it open. Let's see what we're cooking with here. We've got Music Chamber. Okay, we've got Survey Core from Attack on Titan 2. And then we've got Strike Back 1,000 Wings. And then the Gym Leaders. Heck yeah. Let's throw some of this on. Survey Core. Off to a great freaking start, I'll tell you that much. Alright, yeah, let's go kill Vindrick. Let's go kill Vindrick. I've had enough of Smelter Demon. I've been there, I've done that, I don't need to do it again. Alright, gamers. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. Where is... It is Undead Crypt. Undead Ditch. I guess that's the best run back to him. Prepare mentally. We want to see a first try. That's the idea. That is the idea. Let's go. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. I don't remember how to actually get to Vendrix, so I know we're just freaking sprinting through all of this nonsense. I'm not dealing with the bells and whatnot. I ain't dealing with all that. Dude, okay, the choir's going crazy. I'll tell you that much. Oh my gosh, get me out of here, get me out of here, get me out of here, get me out of here. Freaking Dark Spirit Forlorn invaded me here, I remember that. Wow. I forgot how awful the run back for the stat was. Can we... Okay, y'all. What are we doing here? There we are. Okay, excuse me, gamers. And down we go. I don't even remember which freaking thing... Oh, that just ended very abruptly. Right now I'm in the middle of this freaking place, so now is not a good time for me to go and try, Where am I going? Where am I going? That's where. That's the corner. Excuse me. Excuse me. Jeez Louise, the runbacks in this game. Lord of mercy. Okay. Yep, and then down this way. Alright, easy. Easy. Well, I say that. I mean... Those guys are gonna freaking follow me into Vendrix boss room, probably. Let me just equip the Alluring Skulls. It's probably not even gonna work on him. Hug the right wall from the bonfire. Oh, I should have done that. Yeah, if I had planned well, I would have done that. Freaking Dragon Rider. Okay, out of my way, pal. Out of my way. Man, I wish Alluring Skulls didn't just not work so often in this game. That makes me sad. That's okay, though. It is what it is. Alright. There he is. There's the boy. There he is. Oh, they actually turned around. Okay, we need music for Vendrick. Vendrick's music I love so much. So much. Okay. We're gonna throw on Tears of Denial. They won't. Yeah, that's nice. I thought, since so many of them do in this game, I was like, they're gonna follow me in. Okay, I missed. Thank you. Yeah, it reminds me of the depths in Tears of the Kingdom. Really heavily. Okay, am I missing something? Oh, there it is. Jeez Louise. Wow, maybe coming to Vendrick was not a good idea if I want to be beating a boss first try tonight. Okay, you said hug the right wall from the bonfire. Hug the right wall. Okay. Oh, you were just saying, like, to exit that place. Okay, I think I'm tracking. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Can y'all piss off, please? Genuinely. Wow. Ha, no pressure. Nah, we'll get him. We'll get him. Okay, you need to piss off, dude. And you. And you. Alright. Come on, fellas. Let's get her done. Huh? 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 Can we? Please. Please. Thank you. It's about time. Dang. Alright, excuse me, lads. Now, here, we're going not that way, which means we're going this way. Which is not true. Which means we're going this way, which is true. That's where we're going. Okay, sick. This area is obnoxious. Yeah, seriously. You're most certainly not from the bonfire room. Hug the right wall. Wait, I'm most certainly not what? The other Attack on Titan track is also short. After this next run on Vendrick, we'll definitely give that a play. We will definitely give that a play. Wait, can I just freaking... Can I skip that entire thing? Oh my gosh, am I stupid? I can skip that entire thing, can't I? I probably can. That's what you're saying, hug the right wall for, is I don't have to run through that, do I? Because I can run out into the main room and there's probably some kind of shortcut to get over to Vendrick. Oh, the music starts before I even enter the fog wall. That's very interesting. Oh, he's pissed. Alright. Boom. Alright, Vendrick. That's not the worst damage known to man. Especially if I have to kill Ancient Dragon to get any more than that. Apparently I can't get any double hits on him, which is kind of a shame. Ouch. Whew. Whew. Okay. Gonna pop an Estus right quick. And he's not going for a third swing. Wow. I am just seriously not even hitting him. Why? What, is he just, like, out of range? Do I need to just throw in my freaking Fire Claymore? Lord have mercy! Jeez. Yeah, by the way, you can try Infinite Gold Pine Resin from Vingarl. Is Gold Pine Resin really good against Vendrick, I take it? Who is Vingarl? I don't remember who Vingarl is. Let's listen to Strike Back from 1,000 Wings. Let's pop this open. Okay. Heck yeah. Give us a little motivation going here. Okay. Oh, I'm an actual fool. I ran through that entire thing for nothing. 4KY. I'm an actual buffoon, dude. This entire time, I thought, like, when I was doing the stat, I ran through the entire freaking Undead Crypt. Because I'm just an idiot, and it didn't occur to me that I could just take the shortcut there. Wow. Alright, there we go. Oh, hang on. Vendrick music just kicked in. This is a banger. This reminds me a lot of Age of Calamity. Pretty sure he's weak to lightning, which is Gold Pine Resin. Okay. We will revisit this. We will revisit Strike Back of 1,000 Wings. Getting Souls of Giants is most effective. Yeah, that makes sense. Lightning is the best elemental damage type. Vingarl is the head in Shaded Woods. He's, I just wanted the souls. I'm tracking. Do I have any Gold Pine Resin? I do not. Dang it. Is he weak to anything else? Like, he doesn't want to kill Ancient Dragon. Yeah, I just don't want to, I don't know. I don't really want to bother. It's a lot. It's kind of a lot of trouble. So, and I'll tell you what. We've got, like, probably, like, 10 minutes here before I think I gotta go to bed. Because I gotta get some sleep tonight. I gotta get up, you know, in the morning. Charcoal Pine Resin would be fine. Okay. Screw it. Yeah. Let's throw in some Charcoal Pine Resin. Why not? Am I fat rolling? No, I'm not. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Let's enter the mist. And let's throw on our damage buff to King Vendrick here. Alright, Zweihandler is definitely making a positive impact for us. Lord have mercy. He got some range on him, that's for sure. Throwing some Charcoal Pine Resin. That's not even going to be worth it. Because he's just probably just going to kill me. Oh. Okay, let's see. Wow. He got some health on him, that's faux show. Yeah. Buying some lightning pine resin. Definitely seems like the move. Some gold pine resin it is. Alright, here we go. As long as I can just stay back here. Right, okay. I could, in fact, not stay back there. Crashing hard, yeah. Me too, man. Me too. I'll tell you what, I think we got time for like one more attempt. Unless it's a very sorry attempt, in which case I guess we'll have time for 2. But I do have to get up in the morning. So I can't, I can't be going for too terribly long. Yeah, let me, we'll give him one more go. We'll give him one more go here. And we'll see what we have to work with. I think we got it. I think we got it. If I can just keep a good rhythm going. I totally lost my rhythm as soon as he hopped, behind me. I think on Monday, starting off the stream with killing Vindrick, I think that's definitely possible. So, that might be the play right there. Alright, pop in my Tears of Denial, which I think wore off by the time I got in there anyways, but that's alright. Pop some charcoal pine resin, and enter the mist. Heck yeah. Proceed through the fog wall, and boom. Dude, awesome. Thank you, King Vindrick. Very cool. Okay, I've got to heal. Alright. Hit him with 1, and the 2. Heck yeah. Yeah, he has loads of health. Okay. Yeah, we'll go for one more. And if we don't get if we don't make significant progress on this, then that's all she wrote. We shall see. We shall see. We're gonna run. Thank you so much, Kavak, for that suggestion of just going to the right. I can't believe I'm that stupid, man. What are your stats? Boom. Them's the stats. There's the stats right there. Yeah. I mean, I'm level 142. So I feel like in that regard... I don't know. I mean, I guess if he is the, secret boss, then it makes sense. But dang, it's kind of crazy how much health he's got. Also, I understand that he has twice as much health as he would if I just manned up and did the giant statues. However, that's an interesting build. Oh no, is it terrible? Is it awful? Is that what you're saying? That sounds like that's what you're saying. It sounds like my fella here is terrible. Dang. Fair enough. Fair enough. Please hit him. Okay, it did. And I dodged. Good, 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 good. That's good. Because I did not freaking dodge it last time. Yeah, it sounds like my fella must be awful. It was like a visceral reaction. Like, oh, that is a choice that you could make. I'm like, yeah. Alright. Lord Vindrick. Ooh. Ouch. Ouchies. Okay. Healing there was probably a mistake, but that's alright. Okay. We've got a decent rhythm going on him right now. Whew. Whew. Okay. Alright. Bonk. Bonk. Let's see. As long as he doesn't hit us ever, we're fine. However, the problem comes from once he starts hitting us. That's where this goes from being really awesome to a lot less awesome really quickly. There goes our charcoal pine resin, which is going to be a bit of an issue for us, because that was doing a lot of damage buff for us. Lord have mercy. Okay. I should have healed there, but that's okay. As long as I can actually dodge here properly. Boom. There we go. S us up. I'll go for a third swing. Why not? I'll be greedy. Heck yeah. I'll go for 3. No, I won't. I lied. And I'm glad I did. I'm glad I was not actually going for 3 right there, because then I probably would have gotten killed, or at the very least I would have wasted some stamina. Okay. You know, half health. That's not bad. That's not bad. Now, with Vendrick, that could turn sour at any second, given how much freaking damage he does to us. But, maybe that's a good thing. Trying to do everything in even spread of stats just does not work in these games. I mean, it works well enough in 3. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't exactly have a plan, you know what I mean? I just kind of, it was very much a matter of like, okay, I kind of want to do this, and in order to do that specific thing that I specifically want to do, I need this much of this stat. And so I level up the stat so I can get it. Yeah, if I had any kind of decent plan going, then maybe we'd have something to work with. But, yeah, I tend to play in, like, the stupidest way possible, because I guess that's just how I roll. Alright, let's throw on some charcoal pine resin again. Yeah. We're doing reasonably well for ourselves. I don't want to say too much yet, because I don't want to jinx us, but we're doing okay. I'm going to take this one to actually heal up some stamina. Alright. Yeah, I'm just going to let him come out, because as long as we can hug his back, I think that's definitely the move, is to just hug his back right here. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Vendrick music. It's like eerie and spooky and thoughtful. Yeah. I like it. I like it a lot. Ouch! Oh, and I panicked. And I panicked. Dang. Yeah. Don't forget to get those 6 human effigies at the start of the game. That's true. Soulsborne playthroughs with player-suggested builds could be interesting. That would be fun. That would be really fun. I'd be down to do some of that. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. That would be really fun. We could do, like, yeah, like, vote on something. I don't know how many of... It might be a minute before I start doing Dark Souls 2 challenge runs, just because I am so unfamiliar with this game, and this one's long. Viewer suggested. Yeah, no, I'm picking up what you're putting down. I like that. I like that a lot. This is for real gonna be our last run, because we did well enough that time that I'm pretty confident that we can get him within, like, 3 freaking minutes here. But, I got to go to bed, because I got to get up and do work in the morning. So, we're going to pop on our thing. Oh, don't worry, I'll give you a fantastic build. Okay, sick. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. We can definitely work with some of that. Let me pop some pine resin here. And grab my staff. And we're entering the mist. Alright. Let's get him. Let's get him. Boop. And we hit him, and we dodged. Perfect. So, we'll go for our 2 swings. Sweet. Oof, I should have dodged that. I should not have blocked that. I thought I was far enough away that I wouldn't have to, but that was foolish of me. Okay. I'm playing sloppy right now. I don't know what on earth I'm doing. I gotta lock in, dude. Alright. Senor Vendrick. Let's see here. Ouch! What am I doing? What am I doing? Am I a moron? Am I stupid? Wow, evidently I'm stupid. Okay. pipe. Good to know. We'll go for a couple of swings on that. Okay. There he goes. He goes for 2. We go for 2. Easy. Yeah. It's an easy enough rhythm. It's just that he does so much damage, and this is very much an endurance game in this fight. Okay. I'm gonna run out of charcoal resin before we kill him. That much is almost certain. But that's alright. That's alright. We can whittle him down. I think. At least. Okay. I gotta heal up my stamina. I'm not about to try and attack him with no freaking stamina on. Okay, there we go. Go for 2. Miss 1, apparently. That's okay. Go for 2. Hit 2. That's what we like to see. Alrighty. Go for 2. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Alright. We've got a reasonable enough rhythm going here. And I apologize. I know I'm not saying much that's very interesting. It's just, I think we really can get him. I just have to be focused up on this fight right now. Oof. Alright. Well, that's it, unfortunately. But we have a good enough rhythm going there. So, what we're gonna do, I gotta call it there because I gotta get up, get some work knocked out. But Monday, we will kick things off. We'll go on and grab that lightning pine resin. That gold pine resin would be super huge for us. Yeah, we'll, I know, Ethan, but, I gotta go to bed. And I'll tell you what, here's the thing. I'd rather end right now on a run that I'm happy with than go again and do poorly. You know what I mean? And have to end on a loss. Ending on a loss sucked with Fume Knight. I don't want to do that. That was sad. So yeah, but on Monday, we'll start off. We'll go grab some gold pine resin from I Just Wanted the Souls guy. The head, Vingarl was his name. Vingarl, thank you, Kavak. Yeah, then we'll come over and we'll annihilate Vindrick. And, I think then we'll finish Aleum Lois. And so either Monday or Wednesday, I think we beat Dark Souls 2. I think that's what we're doing, lords and ladies. So, thank you all so much for being here, as always. We're having a game night this weekend. I think we're doing Halo. I think that's what the vote is going towards. So, I don't know if that'll be Friday or Saturday yet, but we'll find out. Probably Friday would be my guess, but depends on when y'all are available, I suppose. It's actually just a random player winning Vingarl's set. Nice. I just wanted the Souls guy. Yeah, no, I know. I didn't remember his name, and so in my mind, he's just the guy from Happy Souls who's like, I disagree. Now make some room. Yeah, no, I know that's not literally him. I just like calling him that. Okay, yeah, sick. So, definitely pop by for game night. Probably Saturday. I think Saturday would probably work better. So probably Saturday night, we'll do game night. And then, yeah, on Monday, we'll kick things off. We'll grab some gold pine resin, and we'll put Vindrick down. So, lords and ladies, thank you all so much for being here. And I am going to pop out for the night. So, y'all have a good one, and I'll see you on Monday.